Ladies and gentlemen, one and all, cheers. It's the night shift. I'm your manager on the evening. We've got DDK and ZP to open things up and another round of your favorite games of Deadlock. We're showcasing the best players before a game even drops. And we're teaching you how to play it. DDK, we're pretty fired up for this episode because last week, Abrahams take their second win. That now makes 2 for the former VP squad, now known as Buff Enjoyers, 2 for Abrahams. We're going round 5. Somebody's going to take the lead tonight.
Yeah, and it's cool because week to week we're seeing improvements. Obviously, that's what we saw out of Abrahams, not only able to get the lead, but to close it this time. So the story keeps on going, and these teams are working really hard. And we've also had another whole week of refinement on these new heroes. So again, you know, there's just so much that could differentiate these performances. So I'm super stoked to see what they're going to be this time around.
ZP, let's jump into the format. For anyone who is new to the night shift, we are not, but they may be unfamiliar with the format. It's pretty simple, though. You just have to play one game to start off the day, right?
Yep, we start out with our challengers match. It is a best of 1, win or go home, and the winner of the challenger match goes into the money match. It's a best of 3, and oftentimes here on the night shift, especially in EU, it has gone the distance to a full 3. And then we do it all in EU, and then we say, hey, let's do it again, but over in NA. You get the best of the best from both regions.
Shout out to our production team. We literally got the Maht's fan club logo 30 seconds ago. It's already in the broadcast. Solomon and crew, the best in the business, pressing the buttons behind the scenes. But on the mic, you got DDK, Chris Bucket, and ZP to start the show. We're going to have some special guests coming a little bit later. And of course, we have even more guests joining us this weekend because we're not done with Counter-Strike here. If you're part of Project Night Shift, we are now going into week number 3. DDK, you've been a part of the first 2 weeks. What are we getting into this time around?
Well, this coming weekend, we might be seen doing a shoey or 2 because we're going to be going down under in Melbourne. I mean, that's where basically all the teams are from, even though it's going to be just the APAC region. It's turned out that we've got all these Aussies. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see shine a light on their region. They'll be fighting for 10K winner take all. And also we're going to have a fun show match as well. The TF2 within CS, which has been pretty awesome to watch. So you don't want to miss it.
That, of course, is our Intel Aces Republic of Gamers Counter-Strike fun with DDK at the helm. Project Night Shift has been up and rolling. I saw all kinds of subs were just chiming in last episode. I expect that to continue with even better games from down under. ZP, If you're new, though, to the Intel partnership, they've been here for the last 2 weeks. It's been very exciting. And this week, we got to give a shout out to Gamer Days because Battlefield is dropping about a month from now. October 16th, the game will be out and you can get it for free.
Yeah, that's right. Just follow the directions in chat or on the slide, and you too could potentially get some rewards like a free copy of Battlefield 6. I think there's some other stuff too, but it's all there. And I know it says till September 7th, but I still think it's a thing. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, Intel's still doing really cool stuff over the month of September. Definitely check it out.
That's right. Intel Gamer Days are going on right now. We have discounts on a wide variety of Intel-powered desktops, laptops, and qualifying purchases. As you heard, get a copy of Battlefield 6. So head on over to game.intel.com for more information. With all the plugs out of the way, we can dive deeper into the show, ladies and gentlemen. And last week, we had some fantastic picks and bans. The drafts were hot fire. ZP, what was your takeaway?
My takeaway is that, look, some things were really strong, like Vindicta and Holiday, but some things may be subject to change because guess what? In just 1 week, we have a huge new slew of balance changes that will be hitting the top end. Here's what you gotta know as you take a look at it. Mina, very likely to not be a no-show this week, will likely be prioritized. I think Great Talent is gonna go way up in priority, especially when we consider that players like ABL for Abrahams were playing him to perfection. And when it comes to nerfs, Vindicta may not be picked or banned at all. Warden's going to go down to bin priority. And the interesting thing, Holiday got hit with a really major nerf, but I'm not even sure it's going to matter. I think Holiday is still going to be hotly contested because Holiday's overall kit is just that good for competitive play.
So wait, Victor, who wasn't that great, at least from week 1's example, already getting hit with a nerf. Why is he the first of the 6 getting hit, DDK?
Well, I think he was a little bit overtuned. That tends to be the way it goes with these new heroes. I mean, some people might argue it's because the devs really want everyone to play the new heroes and they want to get all the data, and then it's easier to tune it down. And I mean, I feel like that's probably the case here with Victor. He was just a little bit too strong, a bit too tanky. He's obviously can reincarnate, and so he's somewhat of a hyper carry. However, we didn't actually see when he was in a better state, we didn't see success coming in from Buff Enjoyers, who picked him a couple times in the finals last week. So, you know, it all goes to show when it comes to the actual pro play and the team play and so on, it's always going to look a little bit different.
The goo has gone wild on my background. I apologize, chat. Don't worry. We're going to get that fixed. In the meantime, shout out to Novemro, hitting one of our first subscriptions of the day. We're pushing 450 and more. Thank you to everyone who subscribed. We were only up and running 1 week with subscriptions, already over 400. For those of you on YouTube, don't worry. I'm going to shout it out a little bit less today, but we're still showing all the love to those who donate. Why? Because the players get money from your donations, and so do the graphics wizards who bring you things like this. It's our roster for the Buff Enjoyers because these guys have won 2 night shifts. They've taken home 2 Employee of the Month awards. But Dimov and crew were left empty-handed last week. What happened, DDK, and what are your expectations for Listic's team this time around?
I mean, I feel like, you know, they've had, again, more time to adjust to the patch. I was just saying before the stream, I was watching a bunch of Listic who's been grinding Billy. So I feel like we're probably going to see Listic on Billy. We're going to see some of those changes. They also ran Victor a bunch last time, and it was another thing that sort of didn't really work out for them. So I think Buff Enjoyers are going to come into this, obviously looking to deal with Lotos, who are kind of dangerous. But of course, the sight is set on the grand finals where that's where, you know, Buff Enjoyers will have an advantage, I think, because they were the ones that lost the previous time.
On the other side of this fight, it's a familiar foe. They've fallen short, but they're able to take a game last week. We got Lotos and Pyro, Sai, Kofin, Keck, and crew. We're using just familiar faces. They didn't really dive into the 6 new heroes. ZP, does that change today?
I think it may change. I mean, we've hit a point now where people have had a good amount of time on the new crop of heroes. Balance changes have sort of been out there to sort of digest and think about where to go. And also, I think this Lotos squad, on a base level, they have really good mechanical skill. It's just they're a little bit behind some of the team play that we've seen from the other teams, but there's also a little bit more of a game plan for how to deal with Buff Enjoyers. For example, going into the first draft here, I think you actually have a tough choice. I think you still prioritize getting the Viscous one way or another. Either you ban it so Dimov can't play it, or you take it yourself. And then also, I think to what DDK is mentioning, Listic has been grinding a lot of Billy. Billy even got a minor buff in the last week, and I think Billy is really, really strong right now. I don't think you let buff enjoyers get Billy either, or you're going to be in for a world of pain.
We're going to be diving deep into these games in just a moment. The draft is around the corner, and we, of course, will have our 1v1. But chat asked for something special, and I'll give you what you want, chat. It was an update on where we're at in the cat suit race. We are 551 subs away from Jake dressing up as a cat maid of your choosing. It's coming your way. It's going to get a little bit weird, but he said he only gives us 2 weeks. So if we don't get it done tonight, no cat suit Jake. And I guess that makes some of you happy, a lot more of you like ZP very sad, and you may go to bed with tears in your eyes. ZP, what is it about the catsuit and the Deadlock community? I don't understand it. Why is this a meme?
Look, I'm not even sure it's just a Deadlock community thing. I think you just say you're going to put one of your casters in a catsuit, and people show up and go, yes, do this
like
thing.
Mento Yo-Yo. Yeah, we appreciate the Prime sub. That is the best way to do it, DDK, because it doesn't cost anyone anything. This is something free that they can do with just a few clicks.
Yeah, you're taking Amazon's money, essentially, right? You're giving it... I mean, they own the platform. It's very confusing, but yeah, the Prime sub is the way to go, without getting too deep into that. But yeah, I think the catsuit, it's just one of those things where, you don't have to know why. It's like, you like certain colors. You just like the catsuit, so... Ooh, hello.
We got some new suits on our Moes. What's going on here? ZP, first of all, who is who?
Oh, it's going to be Hoot for buff enjoyers in the blue. And on the Amber side, it is Lotos. So, again, you see the EU Mo meta has gotten very tense, down to the wire. Hoot, though, working at a slight advantage. One more shot. Oh! Off.
Hoot with the right hand finisher, and DDK, that of course gives our challenger the advantage in the draft. There's two options you can take here if you win. Can you walk us through it? For anyone who's new to Deadlock, how does this draft work?
Hey, that's all ZP, man. I just cast a game. I don't know how the rules work.
Well, yeah, so ZP, let's break it down. You got two options, right? You can be team 1 or team 2. Why would you want to be either team?
It really comes down to what your read is on the meta. If you think there's a really strong hero that you want no matter what, you kind of want first pick oftentimes because it makes the other team have to ban it, or you get to play it. Or if you feel like there's an abundance of power, sometimes you'll defer and say you want second pick because that's going to get you 2 premium options. It just depends on what you're valuing in the draft. And in any given meta, you can make reasonable options as to go first or second, but it does come down to what a team is really valuing at the time.
Yeah, do you need to remove something from your opponent right away? Do you need to lock something in before they get an opportunity? Or do you just double up? Double Take, thank you for joining the Night Shift crew. We are up and running, and most of us are still sober. We are jumping into the first round of action. It is the EU battle, Mo and Crew Fight 1. And we've got some brand new suits on these guys. ZP, tell me the lore of this.
I mean, the lore of this is that we need to spice up our Mo and Krill 1v1s and decided, Night Shift, we were going for like a speakeasy, almost like mafioso vibe. And Ozzy, one of the community modders, came in and said, yeah, I can help with that, and made us an absolutely beautiful Mo and Krill skin, where, by the way, we will be releasing this to the public. We haven't figured out quite how yet. We're going to make it a little bit special, but you will be able to use this in your own pub games.
We're going to give away some skins. Shout out to Ozman. Shout out to everyone who's been part of the Night Shift community before we were even labeled Night Shift. Fight night, that's what I'm talking about. We can say it out loud without getting sued, DDK. Let's jump in, though, to our first round of draft. It's the Buff Enjoyers taking on Lotos, and I have a feeling the Buff Enjoyers are going to try and get Dimov on a Viscus. If I've seen them raise a trophy, Dimov was on a Viscus prior to it in the game 1 and 2 before that. Does it happen this time around with the new heroes out and the new buffs coming in?
Yeah, gonna have to see where the priority is. So Kelvin's gonna get banned instantly. Yeah, I'm curious what the teams are gonna value this week, because I don't want to go too heavy into the predictions just yet, because it's changing every single week. But Kelvin still seems to be obviously a top tier pick. It's always good to get rid of him. That's not going to be one for Oberkim to be able to pick up. But if the Buff Enjoyers, I think. It's hard, ZP. Where do you see the first picks here at the moment? Because Holiday, that was usually an absolute must pick, and I agree with you. I feel like Holiday's kind of like Pocket. No matter how much you nerf her, her kit still has like so much utility.
I mean, I think you could pick Holiday here. I think taking away Viscous from Buff Enjoyers still may be the play, but you're giving up a lot of power in turn. I think Buff Enjoyers, if they can get both Viscous and Billy in the 1-2 coming up, they'll do that, unless they value Mina really highly. So the Billy's off the board. We'll see what Buff Enjoyers go for. Could end up being Mina Viscous.
We first thought that Billy might be garbage. He has now been insta-locked in back-to-back weeks. The Europeans putting him to more use than the North Americans, but everyone seemed to be enjoying him the most of the 6 new characters in the game. Buff Enjoyers, do they go with classics? They do. The Abrams is going to be locked in. This is going to be a character I still expect, especially after those Warden nerfs, DDK.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little bit surprised because I would have expected to see, because if you go with him first, obviously you get 2 picks, but I almost feel like it's a statement, even though obviously you get 2 picks, so it could be equal value, but yeah, I'm very, very curious about that. Viscous is not coming out. Grey Talon, who did get some of the buffs, is coming out. We actually saw Grey Talon getting a lot of play from Buff Enjoyers last week as well, and so definitely seemed like it was already on the up, so it seems like this is going to be a lot of Grey Talon today, I feel like.
ZP, keep talking about the draft order while I take some notes of who's subscribing to the channel.
All right, well, as Puckett takes his notes, I think the interesting thing to me is that Buff Enjoyers, after seeing Billy get taken, decide, okay, we need to actually shore up our front line, get Listic a comfort pick, and you see the ascension of Grey Talon. I mean, the Grey Talon buffs on paper look pretty substantial, and Grey Talon was a big reason as to why Abrahams got over Buff Enjoyers last week. So this is a little bit of a readjustment for Buff Enjoyers, not relying as much on the early Viscous pick, but I'm still a little bit surprised if they don't take it before the mid-stage bans, given the opportunity, because overall, I don't think Viscous got hit hard enough that you still wouldn't love DMOV on the hero if you get to play it. I mean, Buff Enjoyers, they weren't losing games with DMOV on the Viscous, so we'll see what they go here. The other thing of note is that despite the buffs, Mina not being highly valued so far by either team.
Did Pocket get affected by these nerfs and buffs at all here, or is this still going to be a go-to character for Hoot? Because 7 is definitely going to Zergy. I've never seen anyone on this team other than Zergy lock in on this character because he just pops off when given the opportunity to track his opponents, DDK.
Yeah, it's 7 performs that really great function that you can just leave him alone for a while. He's one of the most, if not the most efficient farmer in the game. And if Buff Enjoyers create enough space for Zergy, he's going to come out of the jungle and be the insurance. If you're having a hard time, he's going to be way ahead of everybody else and he'll just carry the game to the end. So that's kind of the plan there, but they have to keep the pressure off of him. And I am agreeing with you, ZP. The Viscous, yeah, I feel like would still be very nice against Lotos because of the lockdown that they already have. And it's such a good save with the cube.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm looking at this, we'll see if Lotos takes out the Viscous. Okay, they do. So I don't think too much has changed there, but I think the key is just what teams are prioritizing at the very top of the draft. I do think taking 7, though, when we've just looked at what teams have been carrying games with, still makes a lot of sense, just in the sense that as far as heroes that fill that role, no one clears the jungle quicker than 7. It's just that simple.
He fries. It's time to lock in. What is DMOV going to play? And we have not seen a Bebop. I was watching some streams this week. The Europeans are running Bebop, trying to make him famous against ZP, but it's an uphill fight for Hoot.
Yeah, I think Bebop here, this is a question of maybe the gun buffs are even more substantial than thought. Like, it was kind of an edge case on making the slide. Is it minor? Is it bigger? But some people were really enjoying the gun bop after the changes. So if Bebop is being played, which is going to be the case here, probably going to be a gun build Bebop coming in.
And again, Payne, you are correct. I was not writing down names. I was drawing penises. No, big shout out to Double Take. We got GE Tector, bald-headed guy, all locking in with their primes. Once again, if you're on Twitch right now, you have a prime. If you haven't used it, lock it in for free. The money goes to us instead of Amazon, and then we pay our observers who have done an incredible job on the show. And speaking of incredible, this game is about to get spicy. Why? We have Paige back in the lineup. She's 0-2 so far on the night shift, but that could change because this is the first time we've seen her paired with Drifter. Is there a chance they run in the same lane, or how do these two characters get implemented in Deadlock, ZP? They've only been out for 2-3 weeks now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how it's going to pan out. A lot of people have been thinking Drifter doesn't really pan out to competitive scrutiny because his kit is kind of one designed to stomp pubs. It's really good if people aren't grouped up. If people don't have comms, his ultimate is incredibly good. But people have wondered, okay, is he actually going to be good at a comp level when people have good CC? And Lotos right now is declaring, yeah, we think we can make the Drifter work. Now, whether that's laned with a page or not, that's another thing entirely because we haven't even seen any Drifter lanes in comp here so far to know what people want to pair him with.
Everyone's saying Drifter is no good unless you're able to find people out by themselves, and that doesn't happen at pro play. So can Lotos prove that hypothesis wrong? That's the big question for me. Shout out to our European teams. If you're looking for new character play, we have 4 of the 6 in game, 3 of them put into the starting lineup by Lotos. Mina, of course, is going to be put in on the buff enjoyers. DDK, I'm fired up for week 5. This is going to be a good night shift.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can tell you who's going to be alone on buff enjoyers. It's going to be Zergy on 7. So there's, Drifter might be just there to be harassing a 7. Also, we saw, I think it was from Lotos, right? The Mo and Krill pick going super hard in being very disruptive, jumping into the enemy jungle. Incredible survivability, able to juke and just draw attention and just be super disruptive. And I think what Lotos have here in theory actually could be really strong. And Paige, pretty amazing too in terms of the support. I think she was underutilized in the previous weeks. Her shield is incredibly powerful in some of these fights, and the extra lockdown as well to combine with all the other lockdowns. So I think Lotus's comp is really, really fun, and I don't know which way this is going to go, man.
Absolutely. Big shout out to everyone tuning in from around the world. We are live on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift, over on YouTube, Deadlock Night Shift, and we are now live on Kick. This is the first of 4 matches coming your way. It's the EU Challengers buff enjoyers with 2 titles taking on Lotos. Ding, ding. DDK, take it away.
Yes, this is going to be really interesting. I think Lotos is super dangerous. Last week we saw that it's always a struggle for whoever plays against them because they bring novel ideas and they have extremely skilled players, great team play. As EP, I feel like Lotos, they're a great dark horse team. Really, they can definitely do damage.
I mean, with the departure of 1 win from the space, as far as teams go, they have stepped up to the task, and they have been the 3rd best team in Europe. Every week, we kind of look for other teams to bring on and ask, is anyone here close to, the Holy Trinity? And right now, it's like, nope, Lotos way ahead. And the interesting thing here, I got a message from the Lotos manager saying, hey, can you update Kakarzo's signature hero? He is now a Drifter 1-trick. So when we get the names updated here in a second, DDK, gonna be Kakarzo on the Drifter. We'll see if that 1-trick power is enough to make Drifter good in his competitive debut here on the Night Shift.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also really looking forward to seeing how Pyro plays the Billy, because I've been looking at how Listic plays Billy. Like Listic builds Billy a bit differently to the pub builds that you're going to find when you open up the builds in game when you're doing your matchmaking. So it'll be interesting to check in on that in a few minutes. But yeah, I'm really curious to see the Drifter in action, and I think just going off of last week, one thing that Lotos is really good at is the mid game disruption. So I'm super pumped to see that.
Yeah, and the fact that they're deciding to pair up the Drifter with the Mo kind of signals to me that this isn't a lane that's necessarily going out of its way to try to win lane so much as it's a lane that's going to be just survive, get into a good spot, and then eventually, as the game progresses, ideally you get some help and, free up the Drifter to maybe pressure the enemy jungle a little bit more. But it's not a lane I expect to be super, super aggro.
Yeah, and it's the meter is I'm really curious about that. Obviously, this receives some buffs, but we'll have to see how it really performs here in the pro level. With Billy, I can just give you guys, the lowdown on how Listic builds it in the early game. Where we're already seeing Billy get the pressure, and then the pressure from Billy is really annoying and oppressive. And if you build the regen early on, get the Enchanter's Barrier, you get your extra regen, and obviously the monster rounds will come in, so you get more wave pressure. That's kind of like the way Listic usually starts it out, and then gets into the Bullet Vest as well. So really just favoring the sustainability because it allows you as Billy to get in the face of your opponent, trade your HP with the bash down and the raising ram as well, the melees, and yeah, you're going to take some damage there, but you're going to regen it up really, really quickly. So it just makes him this really annoying presence on lane that just never is ever going to be out pressured. That's kind of how Listic likes to play it.
Yeah, I think the problem you're going to run into playing the Billy versus the Geist Mina lane is just the fact that Mina with the buffs coming into Love Bites and just the general scaling. Obakim, if he plays Mina right, can just be very, very oppressive on the poke. And it's such a dangerous lane to be in when a Mina is able to play super aggressive. But right now, just getting charged back a little bit. Nothing too serious happening. Where, by the way, I didn't know if we were going to be using the new Night Shift Mo skin in the main broadcast, but we are. I'm kind of here for it. It is looking absolutely smooth.
Yeah, the Riz somehow just like, I don't know, it's like 10,000 times more Riz.
Well, he upgraded his wardrobe.
Things.
You work in the tunnels for long enough, eventually, just like, I need to look a little better. Huta coming with the uppercut onto Lash. Kind of low, though, in this case. So, it's a little bit of poke, but not a situation you want to stay in for too long. And the real power of this mid lane is just the fact you have incredible bursts coming in from Talon with the ability to get hooks and turn the lane. But so far, Lotos has actually been able to deal with it reasonably well.
Ooh, yeah, looks like it. But the Talon, he wants to barely escape that. Demov surviving.
Oh.
But Sanya Sniper will go down, looking to go for somewhat of a chase there. So Hoots, I mean, Hoots and Demov so close to dying, but still maintaining the superiority in this lane. However, there is still somewhat of an equilibrium, like the wave, wasn't crashing into the Lotos tower. So, Lotos didn't really lose too much by losing Sanya Sniper there.
I mean, there is always the MOBA adage of greed makes feed, and Sanya just thinking that the kill could be finished off, just not quite the case. But also, going back here to left lane. Now, C-Page coming in, a little bit extra pressure here onto the Geist. Up and over, and oh, Demov, the quick owl, just sends it across the other lane, doing massive damage. And this is the power of why you always want to put your GT in middle.
Oh, totally. And there's some of that lockdown coming in onto Zergy. Great find, 30 HP, just chilling. That doesn't look like a single problem. That new look is definitely paying off, I think. And there's Mina on the chase. I don't know if Sanya Sniper's going to be able to escape this one. This is looking very difficult. And there we go. Easy finish there for Obakim. And seeing a lot of action, actually, in the first few minutes of this one. I'm really curious if we find a moment to switch over to the Billy. I just really want to see if the build is the same as we see from Listic that he's been practicing. So, yes, it looks like it is quite similar indeed. Just focusing on the regen there, getting the monster rounds. No Enchanter's Barrier yet, though. But still, the dive, the pressure coming on in. He's at full HP, so he's able to do this. Creates a lot of damage out here. And that's just so irritating. And Billy can, fall back, get these creeps. Monster rounds really helping with that one. And just keeping the Lotos creeps, crashing into the enemy tower here. And more opportunities for pressure. Look at the HP now, starting to dwindle on these buff enjoyers players. So... And Billy's health is still staying up, so good work there coming in from Pyro.
Things seen up a little bit on the right-hand side. Kind of called out, though, with the lane matchup we have on the right, it is really just the rope-a-dope lane with Drifter and Mo, just, trying to stay alive, stay reasonably close in farm. And you take a look at how it's developed, it is mostly the case here on the right. Yeah, you've taken a little bit more tower damage from the 7 Abrams, but really neither side the most aggressive lane unless you just completely disrespect what the Abrams can do with the charge.
And here we're seeing Sai going for some of that disruptive play that we've been talking about, never really allowing the opponents to be able to chill and do anything for free. So it's like there's quite a bit of drama in that mid lane, but we're back on this Mina lane. And Paige is really annoying, I think, to play against as well, with all the area abilities.
Well, I think you like running Paige with the Billy just because of the trades that you can get off of it, where, generally speaking, Billy wants to trade some of his HP for the dive, but hold the phone. Let's talk about that. What about trading all your HP to Oathkeeper? Just Sharik and Obakim turning up the pressure on this left-hand side. And even with something like the Paige Billy that, has ability to do reasonable health trades in lane, any slip-up versus the current Mina really can amount to your death. However, he is rotating on over, trying to equalize things, and at the very least will be forcing Obake back.
Yep, absolutely. And we're going to see now more pressure coming in on the mid lane, and I'd love to see it, but maybe not so much for Lotos. There is the chase coming in on through, though, from Pyro, trying to work his way in on that pressure in mid. In the meantime, we're looking at this Lotos defense of their Guardian. You got Zergy coming back in for a vengeance. Obviously, he's got the assistance coming in also from Listic to try to get that tower down, but in comes Sai looking to make life hellish. There is the grab. The combo is it going to be enough? We've got some extra help here coming on through to make sure that Listic will indeed fall. And there we go. So it's a good defense. Lotos did, though. They lost quite a bit of tower Guardian damage there. So, not the end of the world, though, but they at least get the kills.
Looking back towards the middle lane where, realistically, even though it's been somewhat even, you just get the threat from Demov where every time Owl's been up, Demov has gone to make a play on left to right lane. Owl right now is back up in play. You take a look at right-hand side. Things are getting a little bit spicy. I wonder if Demov's going to back off for a second, send another Owl. May not be needed, though. Kakarso, again, kind of low. And actually, Listic kind of biting off more than could you hear. 200 HP, playing on the margins. Is there an Owl coming in? There's an Owl coming in. Up, over, and immediately just going to give Listic space. This is what I was talking about here, Dan.
Here we go. Intercontinental Owl on the way. It's going to find some shenanigans, but we're back on the Mina. Oh no, Paige in trouble. There comes the barrier, though, to keep her alive and in good standing. Now, Mina's... hold that thought, because we've got, once again, Listic coming on in to get a finishing blow. And Mina's back in the action. The ult is really dangerous. So much damage to silence as well. The mobility, too. Quick little wall bounce there to get out of trouble, but Listic loves getting in on the trouble. A 1v1 against the Mo. I mean, that tuxedo, that suit is too much. It's not a tuxedo. It's just a cool suit. It's a pinstripe suit.
Yeah, I mean, look, it adds to his power. Even if the players don't see it, we see it, and that may be all that matters. As you see off here on the right-hand side, Guardian should be going down in favor of Lotos here soon, although, just a little bit lacking is you see the rotation coming in. Demov actually looking, hey, we can maybe save the Guardian, put a little bit more pressure on the Sai. Sai right now running for their life in the right-hand side. I see Krill.
And it's interesting, too, the positioning for Raichu is trying to steal those Sinner sacrifices. But again, we get another Clobber Fest coming on through. We've got the pinstriped executive of Sai against Listic. This time he's going to lose that battle, and great movement coming in on through from Listic to just get out of harm's way, cut off the line of sight, and really literally fly away. But we haven't seen much from the Drifter, but on camera now, we're going to start to see more presence from Kakarso.
As we get into the beginning of, the end part of the early game into about the mid game here, it's 10 minutes in, and, when all has been said and done, Buff and Joyce has been able to start to get pretty decent clearance here. Just a bunch of micro interactions in the lane going their way, a little bit better pushing, and a decent amount of this is that the side lanes were relatively even, and then Demov just hits ult. And Owl after Owl have actually been really important at setting advantages in the left and right-hand side. So, playing off of that, plus a little bit extra, Buff and Joy is now working with a pretty reasonable edge.
Here we go. More action. It doesn't seem to stop here, ZP, around the 10-minute mark. It's just been constant. And Listic's going to get the worst end of this one. Potentially, no. I thought he was going to be absolutely murdered, but unfortunately for Lotos, Listic is in good health, and we're going to be seeing Buff and Joyers here keep the pressure on finding players at the secret shop, the curiosity shop. Hoots will escape from Sai for the moment, look to reposition. The Guardian on the right side for Buff and Joyers is in critical condition, so they are trying to protect that, but you can say the same for Lotos's. This right side lane is hotly contested, and the urn has been collected.
They're in right now, not going to be brought over anytime soon. The right-hand side, though, just continue to be this war with both Guardians low. As you mentioned, Death Slam, opportunity here for Sanya, picks up 2, goes over and in. Stormcloud, though, going to be out here in response from Zergy. Immediately shut down in turn. Now, fight going a little bit higher. Zergy taken down at mid Stormcloud, where I think that was Sai who got in with the combo for the interruption. So Sai again, right place, right time on the Mo. Now, a little bit Drifter chase down the Abrams, but decides, no, not quite the time.
Yeah, the Drifter chase down is really scary. But speaking of which, in trouble, Obikim there on top of the ult. And that's always a problem. I feel like the ult of Mina is very dangerous in terms of damage, but I feel like the worst thing is the silence that it applies to you if it hits you, because then you don't have an ability to escape with any of your escape abilities. And that's, I think, for me, what's always the most annoying thing.
Yeah, I mean, Mina's interesting too as a hero where, you know, effectively she's in the class of heroes that needs to be ahead of the game to really be dangerous. If she ends up kind of at the median, it's not great, but turn in. Gonna go the way of Lotos. Well, Owl, though, gonna make a drive-by here towards the end, where Dimov will continually just be doing this on cooldown over the course of the game. And honestly, being able to get the Urn there for Lotos, gonna even things up to some extent. Buff and Joy are still at a small lead, but looking here to the left, just a little bit haze harassment from Rayek.
Ooh, looking to fish there is Hoot. Doesn't get too much from it though. So map control is really looking good right now for Buff Enjoyers. They're invading their opponents' Sinners here, trying to create havoc, just get so steal on those resources, and that is definitely a big win, I would say, for Buff Enjoyers to capitalize on that map control. And speaking of which, Lotos responding on the other side of the map here, looking to try to deal with these invaders. Looks like they'll be able to take down Obikim for the time being. Who joining the action though? Hyper Beam is ready to rip, and rip it will, doing a bunch of damage, but it's just going to scare them off.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes for Hyper Beam, you're okay if it just gets people to move, but speaking of moving, the Spirit Snare going to be interrupting Haze mid-bullet dance. And now, time to send the Owl, get a little bit of cover, let it fly. And the skirmish is continuing here off to the side. Shannon not able to get away, ends up running the Geist in Dark Alley, gets the life swap, and Coffin wondering, wait, why in the world did I go over here? Geist still had ult. And things down in the lower right of the map, more rotations coming in from Lotos, and who maybe getting caught here in a second. We'll see.
Yeah, Billy on the way out. Oh, and Billy is dead. So yeah, it's quite a similar build, by the way, to what Listic does. You get the Backstabber in there. I saw that, the Cultist sacrifice as well. Well, now this tower looks like finally the right side Guardian is going to go down of Lotos. Little Stealer creeps as well.
I mean, you look at where the Guardian situation is at. The important thing for Buff Enjoyers is that they've still maintained their middle Guardian here, and I think what's going to happen is that you're going to see them repeatedly converge on mid when Lotos tries to take it down. I think if you have to preserve one Guardian, it is way, way better to preserve middle, just because in terms of where people on the map, you have the most options to actually rotate back in and defend it, should it be alive this long, which is also the importance of just stacking your mid lane with a really good lane combo, which is also why you see that pretty often. But over and in, combo on the Dimov. Dimov just immediately taken down. Sai continuing to make plays.
Yeah, Sai's been amazing on this Moan Crawl, and after last week, we don't expect any less. Going for another objective here. Urn has to be dropped. It was on Obikim, but he has to hightail it to this fight. He needs to assist his teammates here in mid. Big fight. The chain gang coming out on through. The bomb doing great work there from Hoot with that bebop, and the chase continues now because Lotos are losing players, but they might lose a lot more. I don't think they can get out of this one alive, and that's another player to fall. Sanya Sniper goes down, and what do we have here? This is a great way to capitalize. The mid boss is now under siege.
They're going to go for mid, but it will be somewhat of a trade. You'd rather have mid rather than Urn at this stage in the game, but I do like the fact that Lotos at least recognize that, okay, this fight is not going to go well for us if we try and contest middle. Hey, Kakarzo, go grab the Urn, turn it in. Also get some of the extra souls for yourself. But, you know, one of the questions coming into this game was, hey, what is the impact of the Drifter going to be? And so far, it feels like Kakarzo has just been mostly in the jungle, but not necessarily in a ton of these fights. But, you know, as the game goes on here, you know, I'm curious to see the impact of the Drifter because, you know, again, we haven't seen any of him in comp play until this very game.
Yes, it's interesting to take stock at this point too, CP, especially because now we have a pause, so we get all the time in the world to do it. Right now, the map control kind of looks a little bit better for Lotos in terms of just the lane push, and obviously we're even in terms of all those stage 1 Guardians have gone down. And the thing that I think that's interesting is, you know, where is Zergy at? You know, this is normally where you would expect Zergy to be, I think, you know, a few K in souls ahead potentially. But I think the game has been so disruptive that Zergy hasn't really been able to get ahead in the measure that you would expect by this point.
I got a request for production. Can we guys zoom in on Krill? We added some glasses to Krill for this skin. Fancied him up a little bit more. Okay, we'll get the close-up. We'll get the close-up here and there. Look, it's not nerdy. He's just classy. Look at him.
Look at that guy.
Speaking of which, you can see that he's trying to set up a gank here. He's looking to find Zergy possibly. I think they know that when Zergy's on 7, that's a good way to try to just shut down buff enjoyers. And he's still waiting for something. He gets information by standing there as well. There's a TP, and he's actually surrounded by 4 players, ZP. I think Sai's in trouble.
Yes, not necessarily in the greatest situation, but also your Mo and Krill. If anyone can escape from a situation, usually it's going to be the Mo. But I think the part where this gets really problematic for Lotos, even though the souls are even, buff enjoyers has been continually invading and taking away the vaults, the sinner sacrifices repeatedly. And even though comeback mechanics and comeback souls can get you somewhat close in the soul end, it doesn't do anything for the golden statue buffs you get. But over here to the left, Nox Nostra just going to delete Sanya from this universe. A little bit of extra damage into the Walker right on top. And if there's one thing Mina does really well is just push down objectives with her ult.
Yeah, the damage is ridiculous. And you know, this is buff enjoyers really now capitalizing with those rejuves that they have. One charge is gone now, but I mean, they got a Walker, they got a couple kills, and they are now 10k souls ahead off of it as well. Getting some base guardians as well, 2 on this lane. That's a massive pickup for them also. So yeah, looking pretty good. Obviously, Lotos are gonna really truly be working from behind. They might lose another Walker here. This mid Walker is on his last legs, and now it crumbles as another fight is forced by buff enjoy. Still 2 rejuves available, so Lotos trying to fight this, but they're having to fall back into their base. They just can't. The losses are too heavy.
And buff enjoyers right now, they're just trying to add on to their lead. It started out as around like 10k post mid boss. Death Slam though, coming in, grabs 2, the fall through maybe their combo immediately after the Death Slam. And it's gonna take down 2 other Rejuvenators, but can you get more? Zergy drops a Storm Cloud, tries to buy a little bit more room for buff enjoyers and get the escape. Listic still gets caught. T-Mov though, Surgical Owl finds 2 towards the very end. So Lotos, the good news is you got rid of the Rejuvenators. The bad news is you still find yourselves behind and now potentially about to lose your final Walker.
And that owl was like the bomb run in like Star Wars, where they're trying to like, you know, get that bomb in like the Death Star. That's like, holy. All right, another Walker under serious assault here. Massive damage output so very quickly. And it looks like it's going to be hard to save that one. Now, what is the comeback win condition here? Well, maybe this is part of it. The Billy up in the face of Zergy. Zergy trying to get out of here, but it's hard to get out of Billy's way. 2 kills going the way of Lotos. That is something. But now Mina's this oppressive force up in the skies, and I don't know. Are we going to try to challenge this? Pyro still fairly healthy. Mina not so much. Has to get out.
I mean, Mina at times is the definition of glass cannon. You look at the build that you see for Obakim right now, not a lot of green in that build for the most part. You are all in on buffing your spirit damage. Doesn't leave you with a ton to survive, aside from your Sanguine Retreat that, you know, as you see right there, gets you out of some sticky situations between its range and its invulnerability mid-go. But also, Urn trying to be moved around here. Let's see Hoot in possession of the Urn, gonna drop it. Lotos all around the Urn area. See where they engage next as, you know, near a point of being able to fight again. The Owl, though, Demov. Looking for anything. Where's it gonna land? Plenty of targets, but running out of time.
Yeah, good info gathering as well for the position of the opponents, what they're actually up to. Lotos still on that invasion in the left side of the jungle. And might actually try to collapse on Zergy and also Sharik there, who's on that guy. There's the catch coming in combo. And that's the HP now going down real quick. There's the swap though. But Mo and Krill not too unhappy about that. He's got assistance here to lock it down. Knockdown coming on through. And Sharik will fall indeed. In the meantime, the urn is collected by buff enjoyers, as we can see on camera. But is there a Walker to be had here? Because those players are kind of far away right now.
It's interesting that this push is taking as long as it is on the left. I think Lotos did just want to do the clean Walker for earn trade, but it hasn't really turned out that way. Dimov was able to rotate over, apply enough poke damage that none of Lotos actually felt comfortable staying there. Look at the HP on the top of your screen right now. Sanya nearly dead, and Dimov has been making this work. And hey, you know when there's nearly dead heroes around, you grab the owl, you go on the hunt, you look, you find, and Sanya cannot get away. Dimov just making it work, and maybe this is why they weren't too worried about being the Viscous early here, Dan.
Yep, yeah, definitely. Viscous is the GOAT. Map control suffering now for Lotos once again. But it's still, I mean, the soul gap is, you know, it's now starting to balloon a little for Buff and Joyce, but it still seems recoverable. And the fact that Zergy is on parity with the rest of his teammates, I think is also a good sign for Lotos if you're looking for a sign. But with that said, it's going to be, I mean, we need to see both, I think, the Drifter and, you know, for Kikazo and Rechon de Haze, that those are the ones that are really going to win you the fights, to have that big damage output. And they're not necessarily doing a bad job in terms of the souls, but they're not in like this critical mass. I feel like this game could still go either way, ZP, but it does feel like the window's closing for Lotos.
By the way, for those wondering, the approach to Bebop and Pro Play post-patch, yeah, it's a bit of gun bop. As you take a look at Hoots items, a whole lot of orange in there, which, you know, isn't really surprising. People said, okay, how are you going to be playing Bebop in the current patch? Well, gun bop is the way to go. We have another owl moving around. Not quite sure what it hit, but no, it's still in play, actually. Just Dimov. I think you're right, Dan, when you mentioned the idea is like part of this is just a bit of info gathering at this point, where Dimov is built in a way that he's getting owl off cooldown pretty quickly, and you can use it to scout the map, even if you don't have a target in mind to execute.
Yeah, I think it's definitely at this level of play, it's really important having that calculation, being able to confirm where the opponents actually are in a given moment, can really tell you what play is good or not to execute at a given time. And you know, just taking a look at the macro right now, we see that most of the jungle for both sides is starting to be really cleaned up fully. So the mid boss up, it feels like the next big fight could really potentially swing the game one way or the other.
Let's just say that. We got the pressure here on the Geist and the immediate fall through. This is why you run Mo, and you look at the map. Is it going to be clean? Is there going to be any pickoff in turn? Billy may be caught. The Nox Nostra coming on in, and tanky as you may be, not going to do enough if you get a clean Nox Nostra from the top. So what could have been the start of something here for Lotos ends up being a 1-for-1. Death Slam comes in right as Owl comes in at the same time. May have interrupted part of the Death Slam. But now, up close and personal, where Listic likes to be, takes down Sanya, but the trade's still happening. Dimov ends up falling 2 for 2 here so far. Listic, Seismic Slam, looking for Page. One melee landed, up close and personal, looking for a little bit more. Off the Warp Stone, into the charge, over, lands a shotgun, but here's a Drifter looking to rumble.
Yeah, alone against a Drifter, never a fight you want to be finding yourself in. I don't know that he's going to be able to survive this one. In he goes. Kikazo is going to be able to finish off the Abrams. Listic falls. And how many more 1v1s? Well, that's not a 1v1, that's a 1v3. That's very difficult. Sight comes in on the Mo, gets pulled, and this might be problematic. Mo, though, able to get out with a Warp Stone and a double jump. Very well done to stay up. You need to have both your Billy and your Mo up right now, because that's the only thing preventing your opposing team or just going in and maybe taking shrines. But they might be going for the mid boss here, because it's a 4v2, and that really is enough to feel comfortable to go for it.
So we're getting a quick reconnect as this goes in, but you know, for the second mid boss at this point, I actually don't think, if you're Lotos, that you can win this game with the buildings being the state they are, like your structures being the state they're in, if you give up a full 4 rejuve mid boss. I don't think the options for stealing or interrupting are all that great here, but you do have Billy up, you do have Mo up. I mean, maybe you go for a chain gang, get a little bit of disruption, and get at least one of the rejuves out of there. Ideally, too, if you could split it. Even if you end up dying there, the fact that you get rid of 2 makes it at least somewhat more palatable to maybe defend back at base. But if Buff and Joy is able to just take mid-boss cleanly, rush at you with 4 rejuves, it's going to be so incredibly hard to make that defense work.
Well, here goes mid boss. And this might be a big problem if Lotos can't stop it. They don't have enough, really. 3 players up at the moment. The rejuice falling from the sky. There are some players that are around mid, but I don't think they're close enough to challenge for this. And indeed, they're going to have to give it up. And it's a terrible feeling because Lotos were actually clawing their way back. Only a 20k difference is actually them making some progress, but that progress might be able to might start slipping away. The urn's being recovered as well by buff enjoyers. It's in enemy territory, and you know what? Lotos might be forced to consider a fight there.
If you're Lotos, you would love to get some picks on the map to just wear down the rejuice, but your page getting caught by the freight train that's Listic, that is not one of the things you need to happen. Now you're down a player for a minute. The urn has gone against you, and Buff Enjoyers gets to push in with 4 rejuve stacks. Dan, this is the beginning of the end, and Listic on the Sanya, that just puts it for sure in the category of Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, this looks like it might all be coming to an end now. I mean, Lotos, they fought so hard, but they're going to lose everything in the base right now. They might get, one last fight potentially here. You still have, Haze out on the map. It's just clearing a lane, got to be done. And Sly's also on another lane. So they're going to be coming back as their teammates respawn for a big team fight to see if they can maybe have one last ditch attempt here. But that Patron's going down real fast. Zergy up there in the cloud storm, the storm cloud, and that's going to be a wrap. Lotos will be booted out once again after a great effort against Buff Enjoyers, and that set us up for the rematch that we all wanted against Abrahams.
Man, oh man. And yeah, I mean, one thing I have to say here, I now understand why you had the change in priority. And in fact, looking at it in retrospect, the ban on Viscus was probably not needed in the mid stage from Lotos here, because what we got here was Dmov just using Grey Talon to max potential. And if Dmov was that keyed in on GT, I don't think Buff Enjoyers wants to play Viscus at all if they're able to get GT first. That's the one thing I took away from this game on a draft strategy level, but also something that Abrahams, being the defending team, they get to take as well.
Buff Enjoyers opening things up with the first dub of the night. What does that mean? That means they get to play the Abrahams in our EU finals. And DDK, I am very excited for this showdown because we saw some new characters being played by Lotos, but the OGs seem to have a bigger impact. Do you think this is just the same story of a team diff? Was it a comp diff? Why was this game so fast this time around?
It's hard to say. I think what's really interesting to me is I felt like Lotos had a good approach. We did see that they were able to essentially stop Zergy from farming out of control, and they did so with a super highly disruptive play. But I think that highly disruptive play is sort of a double-edged sword, and obviously it didn't sort of go their way, unfortunately, this time.
The Bebop buff and the Mo buff seem to be paying dividends early. We're going to take a look here at some of the highlights. In the meantime, shout out to Sox Plays Overwatch. JDR Healer dropped a sub on Prime. And of course, Jax Libido, who has been here, what I feel like every single week. Another 5 gifted in the chat. We are now officially 437 from a made cosplay cat play. I don't even know how to describe it. In the meantime, the new Mo looking pretty good. ZP, talk to me about gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lotos was pretty darn competitive in the early to mid game, even after falling behind somewhat from the immediate lane phase, in part because of the pressure Dmov was putting out. They clawed their way back in no small part due to Sai on the Mo, finding opportunities and getting back into it. The problem was that even when they were getting that, it was just getting them back to even. They never really got to a point where someone like Kakarzo could get ahead on the Drifter and start taking the game away. And a part of that, it was just Buff Enjoyers, really good control over the map. And again, in no small part due to Dmov. I think how the GT was played here by Buff Enjoyers was just incredibly solid.
Thief Duck coming in. I spotted you. Thank you very much. Question I saw here was, why was there a Haze but no Wraith? ZP, can you think about the comp here from Lotos? What is the thought here of a Haze instead of a Wraith or vice versa?
I mean, generally speaking, Hayes is just going to give you more pressure on the map earlier than Wraith. The general consensus on Wraith is that she takes more time to get online. When Wraith really is notable in a competitive game is when you get to the 30 or 40k soul count and you're full carry status. Hayes, meanwhile, is able to set up way more ganks over the course of the map between Sleep Dagger and Smoke Bomb, just being mobile and applying pressure, and still can be a threat into the late game. So when you're picking a Hayes over the Wraith, it just kind of says that for the team comp you're running, you want more of that power dictated earlier in the game.
Okay, good call outs there. DDK, we have to award an MVP from our first game. Was there a standout player that you think deserves our player of the match highlights?
Ooh, I've been leaning Demov with this one. I feel like the Great Talent performance was pretty important and pretty amazing from start to finish. You know, winning that mid lane, the early lane in mid, winning with the ult, controlling the other lane, setting up ganks, pursuing kills, just being a really big nuisance. I think he did an amazing job in this particular game. Are you with me, ZP?
Big shout out to the Great Talent play. And ZP, is this the new main? Did you say it's better than his Viscous?
I think so. I especially when you look at how Demov played it here. Think about how Demov plays his Viscous, roaming around the map and creating favorable situations for buff enjoyers, using puddle punch mobility and just general protective nature. Demov was able to do this without leaving his couch, so to speak, in middle lane, just by sending owls to the right place at the right time. I mean, heck, we even saw him do a loop-de-loop going over to right lane, deciding I don't need to use it here, and brought it all the way back to mid at the same time. Just this evolution of gameplay of using the owl for map control and to get advantages in other parts of the map to a way that you can't really predict ahead of time if you're on the receiving end. It's just very powerful macro control of the game.
Open up, you got feathers in your mouths thanks to Demov. He earns your early MVP, but can he keep it rolling against the Abrahams? That is where the money will be on the line. Thanks to our friends at Intel. $1,000 matchup is coming up next, DDK, and this is one that we've seen in the past. In fact, it's been in the grand finals 4 times. We're about to see the tiebreaker coming up. For those who have missed it, what should they know coming in?
They should know that this is going to be a really close game. Both Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers clearly think very similarly about the game. So that makes the draft really interesting because it's not as much about denying comfort for your opponents. The draft becomes more strategic. Both teams can play a lot of the same stuff really well. And it's whoever can employ a better understanding where the meta is at right now. And going into this, it was actually Abrahams that won last time. So Buff Enjoyers kind of gets that kind of return edge where, I mean, Abrahams don't have to change anything, but Buff Enjoyers can. And so they're going to have all their notes going into how to win and counter Abrahams this time.
We're going to be going to a break as we go out. Shout out to everyone in Twitch chat. We are officially at 1,337 viewers. That is elite. That is an old school number that only a few of you over the age of 30 can appreciate. And a big shout out to Thief Duck, Heather Karagi, Efent, and more. F-Cut, I can read officially. Thank you for joining the crew. Remember, the night shift is growing every single week. This is shift number 5, and we got an EU final coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. It's your mother favorite host alongside your dad's favorite casters. We got DDK, ZP, Puckett was given a pen, and I've also got a list of people we need to shout out. DDK, the subs keep climbing in, and if we get 280 more, ZP is going to be dressed up like Abrams on a future night shift. This is crazy talk.
Yeah, why are we dressing everybody up? It is Halloween, actually, around the corner, so that one hell of a Halloween show.
It is. Big shout out to Loppelcopter. Of course, our Patreons, AFA, Young Calc, Flint Snow, our 3 top Patreons at the moment are back in the stream. And also some of our co-streamers are in here, including Metro. Metro, how down bad the kid who came into chat asking you to unban his friend in Deadlock. That is the worst I've ever seen. Shout out to these folks on this way. But ZP, has anyone come to you to ask if like one of your friends could unban their friend?
Every now and then, but you see, the key for me in any channel I have mod in is that I'm just really bad at ever using mod powers, so I never use them. I never use it to ban or unban. The sword is completely ceremonial, so if you want to get unbanned, I'm not the person to ask. It will never happen, just because I won't do it.
All right, I'm getting stuck up here in the goo, but let's catch everyone up with where we're at in the show, DDK, because we just had our EU Challenger matchup, and Lotos, they did not survive very long with 3 of the 6 new heroes in the game. Those characters got bopped up on by a regular opponent here in the grand finals, Buff and Joy, who now take on him.
I think Pucket's lagging. Is Puckett lagging?
Talk to me about this squad, DDK.
There we go. I came in. There we go. All right, he's stuck in the cube. He's stuck in the goo. It's doing things to his internet. He needs to get out of there. That's got a duration extender on it. Anyway, so right, well, there's questions about Buff and Joyers, right? Are you back, Puckett? You sound like you're back. You look like you're back.
We don't know.
Yeah, I think so. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, but it's staticky though. Like
I was flubbing around in the glue there.
Yeah, it's back, sort of. You know, it's in and out.
Check,
really.
check. Let's move on with Buff Enjoyer's roster. Show them the roster card as we talk about the team you just watched. ZP, what should I know about this team?
I think what you have to know about Buff Enjoyers is that they're not a team that usually will take multiple losses in a row. I think history has shown in Deadlock that they are the most adaptive team in Deadlock history. Their coaching just gives them an edge where even if they get absolutely knocked out in a week, they come back the next week with a new look. And I think the biggest adaptation we've seen here so far is that they got Grey Talon to hell and back last week by Abrahams, and now they've turned what was a weakness perhaps into a strength, being willing to just put Dimov onto it from the get-go. My expectation, though, for Abrahams, I'm not sure either team's going to get to play it based on what we've seen so far. I think it's going to get banned.
Yeah, very well could be the case. I'm just super curious to see, what this team Abrahams is going to be able to accomplish, because we know that there's like hot contestation for so many different things. Like what ABL is going to be on is I think going to be really interesting for me, because he's like the guy that's probably going to pull out the great talent if that option is ever available. But like I could see that getting banned out potentially by Abrahams. As we said, this team does think pretty similarly about the game. I don't think we're going to see Infernus. I feel like Infernus is kind of dead right now. Am I right, ZP?
He hasn't been great right now, is what I'll say. You look at the pick ban from last week, where maybe we'll show the last week pick ban as we get into NA, but he wasn't picked at all, which is kind of interesting because he's usually been a mainstay, but he's kind of been supplanted by people going, you know what, we'd have actually just rather run the 7 instead.
Yeah, very true. And, I don't know if Kelvin will make it through either. It's very possible. I think we saw Kelvin make it through, I believe, in the very final map of the last showdown between these two teams last week. And Kelvin was super dangerous. So it's just one of those other picks. We're getting to a stage in the game where it's getting really interesting, the bans, because you're always going to be left with dangerous picks that are open and available to the other team. And we see Shiv still being a great pickup too, and if you can ever get the Shiv Kelvin combo, that's also still pretty good. So it's gonna be a lot of fun as we can see the matchup history here.
Yeah, as you take a look, it was Buff Enjoyers taking the first 2. Abrahams taking shift number 4, though. And that first shift, we of course should say, went to the Abrahams. So they're 2-2. This is fight number 5. And ZP, we just got hit with 10 gifted from 99 Live. Shout out to my guy 99. He knows this is going to be a fire matchup. It's gone back and forth, and I don't feel like we've had the same MVP. Everyone has had a turn stepping up for their squad. Who do you think is the most dangerous entering the server today? Could you narrow in on one player for each team?
I mean, I think when you look at Abrahams, the answer probably has to be ABL. ABL, regardless of what team he's been on, he has been a force to be reckoned with. He was really the main reason why Aegis Aurora was able to, win tournaments at the beginning of the year. He's why One Win Team became part of the Holy Trinity later on. And filling in for Hoot, who left Abrahams to go to Buff Enjoyers. Those were big shoes to fill, given that Hoot, many people believe Hoot to maybe be the best player in Europe, for example. And ABL came in and still kept Abrahams very competitive. So I think ABL dictates a lot for Abrahams. And, by comparison to Buff Enjoyers, I think you could nominate Listic, you could nominate Hoot, you could nominate D-Mov, and you'd be completely right. I think there's really no weak point on Buff Enjoyers. They're just really well-rounded.
All right, we're getting into the draft. Who is going to go with the first ban? It looks like Abrahams have it loaded up, and we'll find out who they want to avoid in-game. In the meantime, a shout-out to a wild seal. We have Obi Macaroni coming through, and Abrahams making sure that Abrams is not going to be used against him. They've seen enough from Listic's play in the previous matchup, DDK.
Yeah, it's definitely a dangerous pick. But there's also so many other ones. Obviously, I'm still curious, what Buff Enjoyers are going to go with. Okay, so it's Billy. So they definitely value Billy really highly. Obviously, we saw it get first picked. So it's definitely moved a lot up in terms of priority for all of the teams. But this is where maybe we could see a great talent opening from Abrahams, because I definitely think you want to deny it. And you have ABL that can play it. So it feels like that's what this has to be.
ZP, I see that Billy is going to be removed first from Buff Enjoyers. Is that going to dictate play style with Mo and Krill as our first player locked in?
I think Mo and Krill got picked early here because frontliners have been on a flash sale here. You got rid of Listic, you got rid of Billy, and Abraham decided, okay, we need a little bit of beefiness to our front line. We got to pick up the Mo. So for Buff Enjoyers now, I wonder if this puts more pressure on them to pick up, say, the Geist earlier, or pick up, something like Yamato, Shiv. But instead they go, wait, Paradox didn't get banned. Paradox got first banned early in the last round, and they said, hey, Paradox didn't really get nerfed that much, and now is probably the definitive playmaker in the game. We want to grab that. And I wonder now if they'll back up the GT based on the priority we saw before. That would make sense to me from what Buff Enjoyers showed, and that's what they go with.
If you don't know what a GT is, you were me 4 weeks ago. That's the little eagle maker. It's actually an owl. That's Grey Talon, and Buff Enjoyers are making sure DMOV has it available. The Viscous may be a thing of the past. Is ZP onto something? It seems that we may have some new comps for the Buff Enjoyers as they look to reclaim their throne. On the other side, Abrahams, what will they grab with the Mullen Krill? Of Viscous, the super survivor, the man who gets away from as much damage as you can throw at him. DDK, I like these opening picks from Abrahams. What do you want to pair with it?
I mean, there's lots of different ways they could go. I think Kelvin could be an interesting pick. I think later down the line, they could be thinking about a Lash. What are some of the more natural counters to the GT? How can you make his life more hellish? And Bebop is one of those potential choices because of the hook. You can hook him out of the sky. There's definitely some good interactions there with Bebop. But it's interesting to see Bebop's kind of back because Bebop was very much not back for like a week ago.
Bebop was on the struggle bus. Low tier character. Now the new buffs and nerfs coming in. ZP, did Hoot show you enough on Bebop to give you faith in the previous match? I know he'll be going up against it with Yamato being selected for Buff Enjoyers.
I think Gunbop is scary. I mean, realistically, you love the idea of Hook giving you some intros in the team fights, but it's seeming like right now, if you build Gunbop, you're actually just scary, just holding down your laser and making things happen. Looking at Yamato getting picked here, though, I think Buff Enjoyers had to pick it. All the other frontline options have just been completely drained, and given that Buff Enjoyers usually were run with at least 2 good frontliners, I have to expect that coming out of the mid-stage bans, if it is not picked by Abrahams first, Geist should be one of the first things off the board, I think, for either team here.
Okay, let's minimize the rage bait over there, YouTube. Settle down, focus in on Deadlock, all right? It's the night shift. Crack open a beer, a cocktail, whatever you need to chill out and enjoy the games, because we've got some good ones coming your way. This is an EU final we've seen 4 times in the past. It's gone 2-2. Now we've got the bans officially locked in. No Lash, no Lady Geist. It's time for the final 3 picks. And if we're thinking about compositions, how would you describe the 2 teams? Kelvin is coming in for Buff Enjoyers. ZP, what are you seeing from Buff Enjoyers first?
I mean, I think for Buff Enjoyers, they're trying to compensate for the fact that they weren't able to get something like an Abrams or a Billy to begin with. You end up with the Yamato, and then you back up with the Kelvin, where... Also, Kelvin is one of those heroes where I think Abrahams may have picked it. It's one of Saint's comfort picks and is also one of the heroes that generally can slow down a Yamato. Yamato pop shell transformation goes in and a frozen shelter sort of ruins your day. So I actually think, given what Abrahams likes to pick, it being a comfort pick for Saint, I think that the Kelvin pick here from Buff Enjoyers was really smart. It may cost them getting something like a Geist, but so far that doesn't appear to be the case.
All right.
Pocket and 7 locking in from Abrahams. It's looking like a comp that I've seen for Buff Enjoyers in the past. Abraham's looking pretty strong in my opinion so far. One last character to lock in. Buff Enjoyers get their 5th pick. Any predictions here, DDK? We're getting late in the draft.
I definitely like Abraham's comp a lot just because it is it's very good at being disruptive. We talk about this term a lot, but Pocket, Bebop, Viscous, Mullen Krill are all really good at getting in and being slippery. You have the tankiness, you got the lockdown, and you got lots of squishy opponents on Buff Enjoyers. So I feel like Abrahams will have a better time in the mid game in the invasion dynamics. So that's what I'm liking about their lineup so far.
Super Level saying, Pucking cast Deadlock now? Welcome in, first-time chatters. No, but I am part of the Project Night Shift crew, and I get to host all of the fun shows. We've got Rivals coming your way tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'll be at Disney World. I'll be missing out because I'm hanging out with princesses instead, but ZP will be here with all the bros bringing you that fun. We also have Counter-Strike coming your way on Saturday with DDK at the helm, and officially Deadlock continues right now as Mirage and Ivy will be our 6th character for each side. We've got our team set. I'm told there is a game update needed, so while we're waiting on this game to kick off, production, if we can, I'd love to bring up the buffs and nerfs one more time because ZP, this game is constantly being worked on. We saw the visual overhaul. Now we are seeing the character overhaul with some major buffs going to Grey Talon, Mina, and Shiv. Some major nerfs going out to crew like Vindicta and Warden, who actually made it into the game here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Warden got in because the frontline options got decimated at the beginning of the draft, and Warden is probably going to be in that sort of back state of like, well, if nothing else is available, because the Spirit nerf was pretty significant. However, Vindicta straight up died. Like, Vindicta has not been seen in the picks or bans, despite being in previous weeks an all-time first pick, first ban, basically every draft, every region. So, I mean, look, find a Photoshop, put some blue feet sticking out of a dumpster because she's gone. I mean, the nerfs were catastrophic, and I do wonder if that means Vindicta is going more towards rework territory, because they were easily the most severe that we saw out of any of the changes that were otherwise in the patch notes.
DDK, you've been here since the beginning of the hype around Deadlock. Is there any characters you're hoping to see a resurgence after some of these game changes, or maybe just people trying to mix them in with some of the new popular characters?
I want to say Dynamo, but I also don't want to say Dynamo. I don't know.
You really?
Dynamo is a fun one, and the thing is, I want to see him because I feel bad that he doesn't get any play, but also I'm fine with him not getting any play. So I'm just very conflicted, but he's the one I think that's gotten like the rawest deal in terms of not really making much of an appearance or being that relevant when it comes to any of the drafts. I think just generally over the course of all of Deadlock.
Love these call outs. If you're wondering why we haven't started the game, the players are just finishing their updates right now. We'll be jumping in as soon as we can. Quick reminder, if you're just tuning in, this show is officially presented by Intel, the newest sponsor here of the night shift. And of course, Intel has the gamer days going on. If you are in need of a new gaming laptop, you're just headed back to school, maybe you need a new PC for the dorm, Intel has you covered. And if you participate in Gamer Days right now, ZP, you can get a free game. And what college kid doesn't need a free game, especially something as explosive as Battlefield 6?
I mean, you couldn't have said any better. The best price of all is free, and Intel is helping you make it happen. All part of the magic of Gamer Days. Lots of cool stuff. Just check out, the links in chat and follow them along. See if you can score some free stuff for yourself. But yeah, I'm excited to see this take place, and where this game is going to go. That we're getting to right now. The draft is super, super interesting, and again, I think my question here is how the Warden is going to perform. The Ivy, by the way, is 100% going to be Gun Ivy. Like, you're wondering who Zergy's going to play? It's going to be Zergy on the Ivy for sure. So Buff Enjoyer's digging a little bit deep into the well, but also it's an indictment on Infernus. We kind of talked about, hey, Infernus has fallen out of favor. Yeah, we're back in the era where people would rather play a Gun Ivy than put Zergy onto the Infernus. So the times are changing.
DDK, I know you have a hard out tonight, but we're trying to get you into this finals as quick as possible. Is there a way that you just roll your opponent in a finals here between these two teams? Because the last two matches I've watched have gone 29 minutes. We're going deep into the 40s at times between these two squads. What is the shortest roll that you have seen in the finals? Is there a way we finish in sub 20?
Between these two teams, I don't think that's going to be a possibility. I think I think that both comps have a lot to offer in both the early lane and the mid laning phase, and both teams have proven to be really consistent and stable. And you've got all of, I think, the relevant archetypes or roles that you'd want to make sure that for both teams you're able to do and take care of everything. You're able to either defend the pressure or be one to pressure yourself. You've got the 7 for Abrahams that can be that one that farms. You've got Mirage that can be the one that split pushes. You've got a whole host of characters that can apply pressure and then set up team fights. Got the lockdown, got the disruption. But for Buff Enjoyers, they also have a lot of great team fight. They've got a lot of spirit damage. Ivy's really good at the jungle invades. It's really mobile as well to set up ganks. You've got a lot of really great tools on both sides, and both of these teams again kind of really understand Deadlock the best of any team right now that we have in the entire Deadlock space. So I think we're destined to go into the 30 minutes at least.
ZP, one of the coolest parts of being on YouTube is we're getting a lot of people who aren't necessarily Deadlock players. They're tuning in for the first time, so keep that in mind as we kick things off. This is your EU Grand Final. 2 wins for Abrahams, 2 wins for Buff Enjoyers. Who wins shift number 5 to claim the EU crown? It's time to find out. On the mic, it's DDK and ZP. Take it away, Dan.
Yes. It's going to be really, really fun to see the dynamics. We've recently had this new patch that's changed the the priorities, EP, it's changed the value. Like, Warden's in this game, but Warden received some of the biggest nerfs. And I mean, Warden was great, but how much has he been affected? We don't know fully until we see these teams, the best in the world, do it.
I'll say, someone that gets quite a bit of Warden in myself, that the change is one where it puts you in scenarios where last stands where you would have just barely lived and killed 2 people pre-patch. Now the spirit scaling is such that you're probably going to die and those 2 people are going to live. So an edge case last patch that you would have lived in, you now die in this patch. I still think Warden is actually pretty good, but he's not the overwhelming, yeah, good in every situation the way that he was previously. But, you know, when your frontline picks get decimated, sometimes you got to pick what's available.
Yeah, and just checking the lane combos out. We've got Merc Krill and Bebop for Abraham's in mid. And actually, we got a lane swap potentially because Merc Krill, Saint is going over to the left lane there.
Yeah, they're freeing up the Mirage, saying, okay, Mirage, go over the mid, give a little bit of help to Bebop, because this is a nasty middle lane coming in from Buff Enjoyers, where their ideal scenario is that they not only win mid, but then you leave Dmov there to just, or actually, they changed it up. Dmov is on the Paradox, they put Hoot on to the GT, but I think the general idea of how you use the GT is going to be the same, where it's just going to be Hoot being the Owl Master this time around, creating terror on the left and right lanes. Although, hey, wait. They're swapping. We got more shenanigans going on here. It is the full lane swap where they're actually putting the GT into left lane.
Oh. Okay, that's not easy to escape, and that's one of the reasons you're seeing Mirage leave that lane. That's not fun. The Kelvin Ice Beam is really oppressive. We do have 2 players from Buff Enjoyers, you know, rejoining the left lane here. ABL on the Pocket. Pocket's got a great pressure game, but we'll have to see how well that's actually going to work out in this particular case. Stoneform coming on through. Nice stun on to the 7, and it looks like the chase down is going to take out Jamside there, so that is a win for Buff Enjoyers.
Also, with the swaps, this may be Pocket's worst nightmare, where you think about Pocket not enjoying getting hit with spirit damage early on. Now you got to land against the GT and the Paradox, so ABL is going to be playing just dodge and hope you don't get hit by things.
New question here, fam. Sorry, ZP. I'm looking here. It's 10K to 11K. It was just 9K to 11K. How important are these early kills?
They're important, but not so much for the aggregate souls as much as getting the Guardians down. Guardian HP, probably the most important thing in the early game in getting ahead. Hook here on the Amato. A little bit of extra HP damage going in, but once you get the early Guardians down, it opens up your lane to create lane mismatchups in the other lanes, and use that to solidify your advantage, get into the enemy jungle. So, kills, it just loses you lane momentum that can lose you Guardian, which then, the dominoes continue to fall and lose you other things in turn.
Indeed. Well, we've got some more action in this mid lane again. That ice path still pretty oppressive. Speaking of some of the Guardian damage, we'll get a lick of it there coming on through from the Kim on Buff Enjoyers. And there we go. We've got Saint coming back in. They're trying to get that heal with the Scorn. Still quite weak though. So yeah, speaking of Guardian pressure, definitely on the successful side for Buff Enjoyers at the moment on that mid lane.
I do think the rotations have been quite good in a way for Abraham, just in the sense that once Owl does come online for Hoot, it's not going to have the range. Like, instead of having the threat that's map wide, the threat is basically just sending it over the middle. So, Buff Enjoyers, they basically opted here, Dan, that they'd rather have the bigger micro advantage in lane than the bigger macro advantage on the map once Hoot gets a 3.4K.
Yeah, that's very true. And I'm curious, how this lane on the left is going to go, because Mirage Pocket's a pretty decent lane combination. Pocket can apply maximum pressure with all of his burst damage, and Mirage can keep pushing the lane and also be a very consistent damage dealer, as well as provides a lot of sustain, especially if he gets that Mystic Regeneration online. So it's definitely a solid lane, I think, for Abrahams.
Reactive Barrier coming on up here from Listic. Not too big of a surprise with Bebop and Mo on the other end. Mo looking kind of low, hoping the Scorn bails him out, but may just be in the sweet spot where you can take down the Mo. Shout transformation in from Listic, another flying strike, senses weakness, not just on the Mo, but also for the Bebop, sees the parry, doesn't get baited, makes it a quick 2.
Ooh, this is a huge problem because this Guardian is just going to go down. It's just going to go down now, and we talked about the importance of that objective, and at the 5-minute mark, this mid Guardian is mega value. It allows you to get a lot more map control, start doing ganking, you know, you can start helping other lanes if you want to. So it does really open up the game here for buff enjoyers and place them at a distinct advantage for now.
Yeah, and I would expect here they'd either lane swap someone else in the middle or just have Obakim be the one to rotate around. Overall, I think they're going to try and funnel more farm the Listic in middle. The more, the merrier, as it were. And speaking of lane swaps, okay, Pocket had enough of dealing with the GT lane. So Pocket has swapped back over the middle. And now this kind of opens the window, potentially, for Hoot to make the swap in the mid and then Listic to swap over to left-hand side. We'll see. But it makes sense that ABL wanted to avoid the GT one-on-one.
And now we have a Pocket in the mid lane as well here for, you know, that's ABL. So a lot of swapping that's been going on. We'll see if there's any more luck there for them, because they still need to get that Guardian down. Just not even a single bit of damage. This mid lane has been absolutely dominated, ultimately by Listic. Okay, there's some invasion happening. Looks like Taz is able to send Listic away with the uppercut, so keeping the buff enjoyers players out of the jungle for now. That's Owl getting sent across the map.
Yeah, I mean, it had the giveaway and then decides actually gonna go back over the home and hit a few creeps, but was on the lookout and dangerously close to hitting ABL. But still, I mean, the fact that you've pushed Shoot over into the left-hand side, less options to be had. But early Majestic Leap gonna come in on Pocket. Makes all the sense in the world. Probably one of the most core items in the game for any hero is a Pocket with Leap. I mean, it's been that way in Deadlock since basically the beginning, Dan.
DDK, they're saying GG game is over. Is chat faded or are they right?
I think seems a little premature. Well, it seems a little premature, but we will see. We will see. Definitely an advantages for buff enjoyers, no doubt. Listic off to a great start, as is Obakim. You know, they are carving out a 4K soul lead, which is substantial at this point. But again, Abrahams is a very, very skilled team. We'll see if they're able to do anything here. And there is the Pocket pressure coming on through. 80 HP for Listic on the escape. And it's very hard to get away from a Pocket, though, as you can see. ABL, one of the best in the business, able to take down Listic. So that is an early good sign. And speaking of which, 7.3k souls for ABL. He's actually leading the entire server, despite Abrahams being overall behind.
It's more impressive when you consider the fact that ABL also just had the continually move with all the lane swap shenanigans, but Bo getting kind of low. Instead, though, Buff and Jor saying, let's keep the pressure here onto the Guardian. Dmov, you can chase down the mole, rotate over into the left-hand side as Buff and Jor is just trying to add on extra Guardian. But you've got Abrahams coming in on their own rotation here. ABL over and in. Tass up. Hyper Beam. That's one way to melt the ice. Looking awfully unpleasant for Obakim. Ends up getting burned down. So the counter rotation super effective here from Abrahams. Stops some of the momentum that Buff and Jor was enjoying.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of these hero picks really starting to come into a good place in terms of the utility as we start to exit this early laning phase. Okay, there's the last stand. That's going to be a good defensive tool here for Sharik there as he tries to fend off the Abrahams players. And he's getting thrown around a little bit there. That's a lot of damage from Viscous, but in comes the Warden, still trying to do what he can here to try to protect this side of the map, and it's not looking all that good here. Great parry off of reaction, and in fact, it's going to convert into a kill on together. That's actually such a great job.
Godlike. Ultimate team up combo going in there where you use the airdrop in the last stand for, you know, that extra little hit of Warden mobility. You know, something that Jason has been waiting to see for a while. Just any airdropped combinations, really. But hey, heat of battle ends up working out. Owl taking flight right now from Hoot, going somewhere on the map. Just heard the screech, Dan. Just heard the screech.
Yeah, it's a scary sound. Everybody take cover. Looks like ABL might be in an interesting spot there. Like 1v2 on the lane as he's just trying to farm up. ABL is really important. He's 11k souls actually at this point. So he's actually managing to significantly increase his soul lead, which is really important. If Pocket gets these really big power spikes very early, then he can take over the game. So we'll have to see what ABL can do with that, because given how behind Abrahams have started here, they're doing a great job to come back, and ABL is going to be a key piece in getting them ahead if that's an opportunity that they get.
I think it's the most ahead we've seen a Pocket get in recent memory. I mean, Buff Enjoyers, we've had Hoot playing a lot of Pocket, but it hasn't been on the level of being as super aggro as ABL has been at the Pocket. It's been a little bit less greedy on the farm, but ABL has just been full on. There's farm on the map. Yes, I would like to be a part of that, but both teams right now posturing. Earn to be in play.
The urn has been dropped.
Yeah, we got the very typical build there from ABL on that Pocket. You get that Majestic Leap really early. Really, really important tool to traverse the map. Get good initiations, get massive momentum coming into fights for the initiation. It's kind of a must. Pick up on Pocket as early as you can. Even gives you a little barrier.
So now the urn going to be taken by Demov, rotating over to the right. And you look at how this team fight is going to break down. There is a window here, Dan, where in theory they could force it before Jamside gets the Stormcloud back up. But ABL again, just pressuring, finding opportunities. This time getting Hoot really, really low, but Hoot may just have enough mobility to get out and avoid the Pocket. But while this is going on, the urn not being looked at by Abrahams, Buff Enjoyers just able to thread it in.
Yeah, let's stick on the chase down. He's going to find what he's looking for, and really getting a good catch here on these Abraham players. Place down, and so this is a very precarious spot now for Abrahams. He might lose more ABL. I mean, this gets his ult off the Affliction. Gets also cubed, and he can, straight out of that cube, get the Majestic Leap on there. So the chase not really worth it for Listic at this point. Too much delay. And we'll have to back away. So ABL's been protected, but you can see that the Buff Enjoyers team, they are catching up in terms of the souls. And in fact, a 10k separation. And now that lead that ABL had, it doesn't really look all that impressive anymore.
No, the rest of Buff Enjoyers have caught up on an individual level, where ABL, did have a brief power spike where you could just bully whoever on the map. You're 11k Pocket and, everyone else is at 7k. Yeah, that's a window of opportunity, but that window has closed, and the thing that's making Abrahams look a little bit more broke than they should be is just the Guardian situation. ABL getting that Guardian, gonna even things up a little bit more, but could come at a cost, just eating power shot after power shot, laid in by Hoot. Hoot, rain of arrows on the pursuit. Still wants a little bit more here on the Pocket. GT and Ivy on the chase down together, trying to do a little bit of disruption here on the Viscous. Not enough to save as two go down for Abrahams.
And now it does feel like, even though Saint gets that Guardian, it does feel like there is a potential for snowballing to occur. Like you say, just due to the overall lead that Buff Enjoyers are accruing at this point across all the individuals. They are forcing a response on the defense to the right side lane, but now they're able to kind of do a bit of invasion as well. They've got a lot of space on the map to play with, do Buff Enjoyers. So they're in a good spot to make this even worse. Are they really doing this?
I mean, it's looking like it. Is this a great idea versus a team with Viscous on it? This is high risk, high reward, but if Together's able to get there, this is going to be controlled chaos, and the hook comes in! A quick abduction! Hoot getting pulled out here. The fall through, though, not necessarily going to be there. Is Viscous in range? Here comes the Owl, looking to cover, and the threat of the Owl is enough that Buff Enjoyers get the clean 3 rejuves. So the Gambit, Dan, pays off.
It really does. It really does pay off, and they're going to get some kills off the back of this. They get the boost on the rejuve, obviously, the stat boost. And they've got the reincarnations available as well. So they're in an insane spot now. ABL's trying to do damage to that right side walker, but he's going to get caught out now. And I mean, again, you get really amazing mobility here. Look at him go. He really wants this walker. He's probably going to die for it. I mean, you can be very slippery as a Pocket. Always got to keep that cloak on cooldown, ready to get you out of a difficult spot. But he is surrounded right now. They are chasing him down, and he's going to go down as well. And yeah, ZP... Buff Enjoyers seem to have such a sick understanding of when they can just all collapse on the mid boss and punish positioning errors.
That was a scary call. I mean, I looked at the call, and even from the casting end, I had my doubts, but the read was accurate, and the hook didn't result in a kill. Jamside just getting caught way out of position. Immediately dove on 1-2 punch of Dmov and Listic here on the left. So if you're Abrahams here at this point, not only are you falling pretty significantly far behind, but you need to stop the bleeding. And I think on some level, it's just you have to look to get a few opportunities. The upside is you have a Moan Krill, you have a Bebop. You need to leverage these two characters right now to find opportunity on the map, but Buff and Joyers is not making it easy.
Yeah, the Hyper Beam getting ripped up and above, controlling the space. You got the Dome, though, from Kelvin. Hello. A little save on the Viscous. And that is small consolation at this point, trying to get this urn over to a safety. ABL still causing problems, still trying to backdoor. It looks like he's going to get... looks like Warden's going to get pinned down a little bit. Sharik in some trouble. And there is help, but it's not going to come quickly enough. The Kelvin's on the way. Oberkim around the corner. Gets the assist also from Zergy on that Ivy, that gun Ivy. Lots of damage output now. Being put on the right side lane as we get this action on the left. Paradox here. Looking to make sure, Dmov, that this Walker does in fact go down. It looks like it is definitely going down here. They still have the two rejuves available as well to get them back up if they die, so they can be aggressive like this. And in from the top, Jamside comes in.
Yeah, Jamside Storm Cloud comes out, but it's not a particularly long storm. It's a little bit late to the party. Walker already went down, creates a little bit of space to retreat, if anything. And yeah, I mean, Abrahams, the problem that they're dealing with now is that Buff and Joyers off the mid boss, they just use it to get a very definitive macro advantage going forward, getting really good push onto the walkers. And, Abrahams, you're down to one final walker here. Buff and Joyers still working with two rejuvenators. Listic, though, under a bit of pressure. That's going to be... He already used one of the... No. Rejuve is up. He gets to come right back up. Cube in response. See the Owl floating in and around Listic, though. Still good to go. Tass hit by the Owl. Dmov on the fall through on the together. And Buff and Joy are just swarming this mid walker. Looking 3 for 3. They're going to get it.
Yeah, massive pressure from the Buff and Joyers team. As soon as they picked up some pace, they just never let it go. And Abrahams, I think their heads are spinning. Oh my goodness, that's a huge pull coming on through, and there's not much you can do about that.
That's one combo in the game that if you get hit by hook into combo, you're probably not getting away, especially with enough damage there. Shout Transformation not going to matter when you don't get the chance to even use it. Last rejuve has been burned, and yeah, Obakim in a bit of danger here. You look behind, it is a sea of yellow. And okay, Frozen Shelter probably should have been saved in this case because it was not going to save you. Overall, though, incredibly good use of Rejuvenator by Buff and Joyers. They get 3 walkers. Even if they give up a few kills on the back-end side, very well worth it, Dan.
Yeah, and the punish on the ABL there, I think, makes all the difference because with those kills that Abraham's able to get, if ABL managed to stay up, I feel like there's work they could have done on the map with it, but unfortunately, getting caught there. I mean, we've seen ABL on a lot of solo missions, which makes sense. As Pocket, you are able to do that. You're one of the slipperiest heroes in the game. Lots of escape mechanisms. But does get caught. And here's Zergy just farming as Zergy tends to. 23k souls, highest value on the server right now.
Yeah, Zergy's in win condition mode. You wonder, what's Zergy's contribution right now to the game for most elements of it? Farm. And then once Zergy gets to around 35, 40k, Zergy becomes win condition, in this instance on the gun Ivies. So Zergy's goal right now is just absorb statues, absorb souls, get really big, and become the, WM1 hero of your dreams in the end game.
Indeed, and with most of the map being farmed up, it does put Abrahams a little bit more behind in the sense that Buff and Joyers have maximum map control, and Abrahams will struggle to gain souls back. Obviously, there is the combat mechanic. You do get a bonus souls when you're behind, but at the same time, I don't think that's going to really make a difference here. Maybe you're trying to farm whatever is left on the map. Well, Cultist is up as well, actually, but there's no tier 3 creeps for him.
Dan, I'll draw your attention to, you look at who's hanging out together. Tass and Saint, best buddies. right now, because you are just looking for hook into combo to get things going. And look, for Abrahams, one of their best opportunities to get back into the game, to get a good team fight, is for TAS to sit here, be an assassin on the Bebop, land a hook, and go from there. And right now, they think they may have another opportunity, another combo out, but you have the Obikim in there with the Frozen Shelter, kind of interrupting this ambush attempt coming in from Abrahams. They're going to drop the Storm Cloud, try and make things a little bit spicier, and get the Hyper Beam off to the side, but it's turned into a bit of chaos. I think Buffenjoy's man Joy, who was just barely able to get out at low HP, found the purchase to get the owl out. ABL, though, able to take down one. Buffenjoy is still a little bit riled the way the start. Demov able to equalize, finding one of his own. Jam side caught towards the very end. The ult's all used here for Abrahams, and Buffenjoyers able to stay on top in what was a very messy opening to the fight, but one that really got saved by Obikim in the Frozen Shelter.
Oh no, and just that fight right into the mid-boss spawning couldn't really get worse than that right now for Abrahams, as Buffenjoyers can pick up this series of rejuves after they kill the mid-boss and really put the game away, at least map 1, because this is going to be an overwhelming advantage now. You'd expect their soul lead to balloon even further, and with that, the stat diff becomes pretty oppressive. I mean, we do have an attempt here from Together to run the urn, but he is certainly going to attract the attention of Buffenjoyers as they come out of this mid-boss pit.
The timing for that wipe was pretty bad, but also, if you think about it, started with an ambush attempt by Abrahams, so I think Abrahams was hoping to, instead of get, a pick on the Listic and go from there and then go into mid-boss, but instead it turns out that, Buffenjoyers just have a way better rotation. They have the save coming in from Obikim, and I mean, realistically, Abrahams, the win conditions have gotten very, very narrow here, Dan.
Certainly. Oh, Saf's gone. He's off. He's
gone.
off. And it's gone. Well, in terms of what Abrahams can hope to do here, I mean, the problem is that with the rejuvenation, I feel like it's actually worse in terms of how difficult it is to play against than the old rejuve, because the old rejuve, you didn't get like revived when you died. You just get all of the buffs and so on. So so that whole situation when you're behind, you've somehow managed to get a kill, and then they just res. So it's pretty strong.
I mean, the new Rejuvenator is very, very good at ending the game with a good team fight, because the reality is that even if you get an early pickoff, you can't really stay because of the instant res that's going to be coming on in. And I think we'll see how teams end up developing on it, but I do think there's actually, in a way, more incentive to try and go for elements of a steal where it's not all or nothing. But for example, if you were able to split a 4 rejuve 2 and 2, it just means that you have more of an odds of actually winning a real team fight after, because winning a team fight when the other team has 4 rejuve charges is much, much easier said than done, because you think about Abrahams and how they're looking to play. Their comp is set up around this idea of getting one really good, clean, guaranteed pickoff. But if TAS gets that hook and they're able to immediately combo and go in, Buffenjoyers are just gonna go, okay, everyone dive in. And even if that first pick dies, Dan, they come right back up and you have Buffenjoyers in your face and you're down your combo in a Mo-based comp. You're not gonna win that fight.
Quick question from chat. They looked up, they saw Zergy is at level 29. You have opponents, 3 of them at level 17. Are you sure this game isn't over, DDK?
Well, at this point, considering that the rejuve, yeah, it looks pretty bad. It looks pretty bad indeed. And in fact, they are now just running it down into the base. So this is likely where it all ends here for Abrahams. Buffenjoyers, they do lose 1 rejuve, but they are surely going to still be in a great spot there. Shriek actually goes down a second time, so that he's actually gone.
He's full gone. However, second stage patron is coming on in, and Buffenjoyers will see if they stay the course. May not be the case here yet, given the fact that Listic is off, acquiring more golden statue power, hitting the vaults, and going from there. So I don't think you go all in while Listic isn't there, but they still have over half the time left on the rejuve. They're going to be able to go in once Shriek comes up and go for the full end. I think if you're Buff Enjoyers, you end this now. There's a difference between being super safe and being smart. And when you have second stage Patron and still 3 rejuve charges, that to me is the time that you go in and try and finish the game.
Yeah, certainly. This is when your advantage is still pretty enormous. So there we go. This is the opening that makes it even easier. But okay, a quick cube. Let's send the bird back. And in fact, actually, it's going to translate into a downside. It's creating problems. That cube, it made all the difference here. Oh my goodness, completely countering the fight. And look at Abrahams. They found their moment to go in, and over the top we'll get the ice beam, the ice bombs, as Kelvin tries to save the day here. But there's the combo. That's going to lock down the Paradox out of the fight, and this is getting quite awkward here for Buff Enjoyers.
I mean, they're still able to take down ABL and try and bring this one back, but the opening could not have been better for Abrahams. However, isn't going to be enough. They're still way behind. The last egg comes in from Shriek, forcing movement back into the fountain. Demov picks off another onto Saint, and Buff Enjoyers say, you know what, it was a good attempt, but we're still going in on the Patron. You don't have the firepower to stop us. No Storm Cloud left in the tank, and Buff Enjoyers just get to lay in the damage onto the Patron. They take the first map in our best of 3, and they are certainly looking for revenge from last week.
The goo was fun to watch, but it wasn't enough. Buff Enjoyers taking out Abrahams, and chat called this one at 7 minutes. And I asked, is there a way we could see a roll under 20 minutes, sub 20? We got to about 23:50. Not bad, Buff Enjoyers, keeping us on time for the NA portion of the show coming up in the second half. But Abraham's now on life support. Do you start to mix in some new characters? Because ZP, people in the chat were noticing Mirage was the most recently dropped character, and he's been out for a minute here in Deadlock.
Yeah, Mirage is also one of those characters that I don't think is ever truly bad. I think in a game like this where macro decisions make so much of a difference, Mirage being not only an early game lane bully with his autos, but having the unparalleled ability to teleport across the map with Traveler, I feel like Mirage is always going to be good unless his stats take a mega nosedive. I think in this case, it just got remembered that, oh yeah, Mirage is still a good character.
Shout out to everyone who's tuning in over on Twitch. We are nearing 2,000 concurrent viewers. We've also kicked over 1,200 on YouTube. And for my friends on YouTube, I know the world is a dark place today, especially on some of the social medias. So tell your friends, ignore that shit. Join the night shift, grab a cocktail, and watch some Deadlock, because you got 2 of the best casters and 2 of the best teams bringing you all of the games. We got to take a look here at the numbers for our first game. And DDK, was there a standout player? Before you even get a glance at some of the statistics, who do you think was dropping some bombs on us?
I think Listic, I mean, it's hard. It's always hard with Buff Enjoyers, but for Listic had the biggest early game impact for me. You're really dominating that mid lane, and obviously that set up Buff Enjoyers with that first early big advantage, I think way ahead of schedule. And that's the kind of trajectory setting that makes a massive impact on the course of the rest of the game. And so Listic is the one that jumps out to me straight away.
Great call out there. Mr. ZP, who did you enjoy watching in our first of 3 potential games here in the EU final?
I think what I enjoyed watching from the Abraham side, look, it didn't work out in the end, but we saw like kind of the old trademark ABL coming out as far as aggressiveness on the pocket. We're just going, I'm going to try and make plays. It's going to work. And that was sort of what put teams like Aegis Aurora and later One Win Team on the map. Just this relentless, commitment to going for aggro plays. And also, I do think the Mo Bebop combo, I mean, look, it's an old combo, but it checks out. It's one of the ways to secure kills, make good things happen. I just think that realistically, Abraham's got way too far behind from what was an absolutely decisive, ridiculous shot call from Buff Enjoyers to go mid-boss with everyone still up on both sides, because Buff Enjoyers, not only was that call gutsy, but that call was converted into 3 walkers. So it didn't really matter what microplay that Abraham's kind of had in store when Buff Enjoyers just got that big of a macro windfall so early into the game.
You can see the early takedowns of the Guardians led to the snowball for buff enjoyers. You called out Listic helping get those opening picks. Saint a victim, not once but twice. This was my favorite play of the game, though. I tweeted this one out. The parry together, then getting picked off by 3 different players. The grenade landing perfectly. Sherrick stays alive. The push continues, and buff enjoyers roll. As we get to the later portions of this one, walk me through it, DDK. Who had the best highlights in the second half?
Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be buff enjoyers overall. I think you know, there's definitely some honorable mentions. I think to some of the performances that ABL had. I think with Pocket you can always get some flashy stuff, but Listic, I think with those flying strikes again, and I think especially that double kill that he managed to get early in the game. I think that was like one of the coolest plays, and you don't often put a lot of weight on double kills, but he converted that also into the Guardian. That was like the moment where that first Guardian did go down. So for me, that really encapsulated his value through that one highlight in that early game. So I'm gonna go with that one.
I like these call outs. ZP, question for you. Chad was talking about the gun Ivy, the paradox. What was a bigger issue? Which one do you try and focus down, if either, going into a game 2 for Abrahams?
Well, I think in terms of what to look at, I think giving up Paradox right now is actually more painful than it was before, because Holiday has actually dropped in value from what we've seen so far, not getting hit as much because her early game value went down a lot with the changes to barrel scaling and the changes to her gun damage early on. So I think if there was a key mistake made in the draft coming in from Abrahams, it was probably giving up Paradox in the first place. I don't think you want to give up Paradox when Paradox basically maintains like 99% of the power that the hero had before the most recent patch.
All right, we've got some new subs rolling in. A big shout out to everyone who just joined the crew over here at Deadlock Night Shift on twitch.tv. We are rolling strong. Thank you to everyone, especially the members over on youtube.com/Deadlock Night Shift. And of course, the one viewer on Kick. I don't know who you are. You're probably part of the crew. Thanks for joining us. In the meantime, we got to give a shout out to the great talent. We're going to have Jake on the show a little bit later. He looks like DDK, but he's got fluffier hair. Dan, you weren't as brave as Jake, but on last week's show, Jake said he would be willing to dress up as a cat. We are now 517 subs from seeing our man friend turn into a kitty cat.
Yeah, and I think we also, he was under the impression that he gets to pick the cat suit. So I feel like we need to like nip that one in the bud, because from what I understand, the choice is either ours or the communities. I don't know which yet.
Yeah, apparently I mentioned I would cover myself with green jello. We're going to talk about our viscous cosplay and more. It's Night Shift number 5. Make a drink. We'll be right back with game 2 from EU. Look at Yamato. We just jumped through the wall and entered your bedroom. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's Broadband Puckett. We are strong over here. All girth, no dearth of action. We got DDK and ZP. And as soon as I said Broadband Puckett, I started freezing. ZP, we're excited, though. We're going into an EU final with a match 2. And this is definitely going to a game 3, right?
Very likely, based on the history between these two teams, where now Buff and Joyers have showed their hand. They show what they like to play. Abrahams, now we'll see if they have the answer in terms of adaptation. I think the obvious notes here, if you are coming in here as Abrahams, is you say, okay, we're not going to let you get the Paradox because Paradox may just be too good right now after Holiday got thrown a little bit into the dumpster. And on the same note, maybe we try and get the GT for ourselves because it was using the GT that they beat Buff and Joyers last week. And now Buff and Joyers has used the GT as a key part of their composition to beat them. I think one way or another, you want to flip that script if you're Abrahams.
Great talent getting some major buffs, but it's the Mo and Krill that looks the best these days. And DDK, I'm told if we hit 600 subs, that is officially, let me count, 116 subs away. We're giving away the Deadlock Night Shift Mo and Krill skin for free.
Ooh,
or we're giving it away at the end of the night. But if we get to 600, we're going to do it right away. And a lot of people in chat should be excited about that. We love the new Mo and Krill skin. Big shout out to Ozzy the Lion behind the scenes. ZP, can you tell us the lore behind this? How did this idea come about?
Yeah, I mean, the lore just came about that a Mo and Krill 1v1 just feels a lot better with a custom skin involved. And, here at the Night Shift, we kind of went with that, high-class, speakeasy, little bit mafioso vibe. And it was just like, I went to Ozzy and I was just like, hey, can we get Mo and Krill in a suit? And he did one better. It's just like, I'm going to go a little bit extra on this. We got the tie. The tie moves around. You got the Krill skin with the extra glasses there as if he's ready to serve you the finest martini you've had in your life. And yeah, it's just a cool concept. And look, it actually works out quite well on Mo. You'd think for a guy rolling in the tunnels, he wouldn't be dignified, but you'd think wrong. Mo cleans up pretty darn well.
Yeah, I'm going to order a drink from the guy on the right and get thrown out of the bar by the guy on the left. I love that we have a gun just randomly pointed at their head as well. Shout out to the amazing designs. And once again, this is Night Shift. It's a community show brought to you by some of the biggest and best casters and talent on the production side from around the world. We're all here because this is a passion project and we love the dedication the community has shown. Big shout out to all the new members over on YouTube. We've passed the 5,000 follower goal over on Twitch. We are now nearing 500 subs. If we get to 600 subs, we're dropping some skins off on everybody in the chat. Before that, though, we got to watch some more shows. We got some more gameplay coming our way, and Buff and Joyers are about to decide who gets hit with the first ban. DDK, what do you think the challengers this week will do first?
I got better things to do.
Well, there you go. Abraham's been answered. The question's been answered. I feel like a GT ban is definitely something that could be of interest. I feel like the GT is just a problem when Buff and Joyers have that. Obviously, Listic played extremely well in Yamato as well, so I wonder if there's even an argument from that recency bias there that you might be tempted to take away the Yamato, but it's still the Billy that gets the priority here. Is Billy too good, apparently?
Yeah, this is kind of the same thing we saw from the previous game, except different teams with the bans. ZP, before we jump deeper into the draft, chat is already spamming it. Release the Mo. Hashtag release Mo. We can't see any hashtag release Mo's if you don't have a sub badge next to your name. And if you have Amazon Prime, you could get a free sub badge. All you got to do is put your Prime to use over on Twitch, sync your Amazon Prime in your Twitch channel, and make it happen. It's free, it's easy, and we've got Paradox locked in as the first player for Buff and Joyers. They clearly had success with it in the first game. ZP, it's time to run it back.
Yeah, but I think you're getting a difference here. The difference is going to be the GT locked in from Abraham. So they decide, no, Buff and Joyers, you don't get to run the entire series using our own secret weapon against us. And now I think, unless Abraham's were to take Viscous, which would be a little unreal, Buff and Joyers is probably going to respond with a Viscous pick of their own for sure, because D-Mov needs to play something. We'll see what Abrahams decides to put in here with the GT. They decide they want to go with the Kelvin. They lock in Saint's comfort pick. They make the Amato if Buff and Joyers goes for it a little bit less good. I don't know entirely what Buff and Joyers is going to pick here, but I can assure you one of the two picks should be a Viscous. If not, I'll be surprised.
Is that to Vic who just hit us with an 18 viewer raid? Thank you for joining the crew. Welcome in, everybody. Mo and Crew has a brand new skin that we're dropping at 600 subs over on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. Help us get there before the end of the show, and you could be dapper as hell in your next game playing as Mo and Krill, just like the Buff Enjoyers. Back to the action, though. As they lock in Mo, they go back-to-back in DDK. I have a feeling it's more firepower. No. The swords are coming out. They like jumping through walls, apparently.
Yeah, and I think it's a smart choice because, again, it was something that was really strong for Buff and Joyers in that last matchup. It helped them to just dominate the mid lane. That was the key to them getting that first tower down, was that Yamato play from Listic. And then, I mean, they got to avoid that second round ban because that's, I think, a chief pick that would come through for it. So yeah, Buff and Joyers are going for that. And, ooh, you don't often get to see the combo of Shiv Kelvin, but here we go.
He did get buffed. Like, Shiv did get buffed, and together and Shiv go very, very well together. So I'm not too surprised to see this. Also, I would think Viscous is going to be the ban here. Like, that'll be the price Buff and Joyers is going to pay for prioing the Mo and Yamato. But no, actually, okay, I'm wrong. So this is kind of interesting, given that last week, Abraham's part of their victory was denying D-Mov the hero he wanted to play most. They've done a little bit of that in the GT, but surely they're giving up the Viscous in turn. However, they decide, actually, we still think Pocket's really good. We don't want Hoot to play it, so they're taking a different approach.
Good one. Wait, you serious?
We've got a bunch of awesome folks chiming in. Godhand, Rust Survival, Virtual Shaman, Roadman. Thank you all for the subs. We are now 6 away. Promise FGC. Thank you for finding us on Twitter and coming and checking out Deadlock. This is basically League of Legends meets a first-person shooter. I should say a Dota meets an FPS. You've got elements of both. Teamwork is the superior strategy at the end of the day. You're going to see 2-2-2 splits throughout the lanes and then occasionally some solo play. DDK, what do they know about these compositions, though? Viscous, my favorite character because he turns into a green goo ball and disappears a lot.
Yeah, I think like the sustain and like the front line with the Kelvin Shiv Viscous is going to be super oppressive. And so that's going to, and then you'll have the Grey Talon raining down extremely powerful like spirit damage from the back. So Abrahams have a really nasty comp already.
I think when I look at this too, is that I wasn't sure if they would pick both the the GT and the Viscous, but there's no reason why they can't work together on the same team. And hero pool wise, Abrahams can split it out in that way. So I think the Viscous pick here is also a deny pick to make sure that Buff and Joyers couldn't come in and play it. Now for Buff and Joyers, you're gonna have to put D-Mov on something that D-Mov isn't necessarily maybe, it would probably be the Paradox here. I'm not sure D-Mov was going to be the Paradox if they had the chance to pick the Viscous or the GT, but in this case, yeah, I think D-Mov just ends up on the Paradox and turn. Holiday, not dead yet, but now a lower priority with her early game power hit a bit.
Hayes is back in, Holiday locked in. Each team is going to go with one more character selection. Quick shout out to some VIPs in the chat. We got Coppet hitting us with the Prime, one of the lead Face It admins. I told you we got the best of the best from around the world of esports. Drifter, a brand new character, can showcase what they can do potentially in the jungle, and Buff and Joyers will be locking in their final player. Final shout out goes to my man Nimby. Back when we were getting DDoSed in some of the biggest esports events on the planet, we're getting taken down by douchebags from a basement. Nimby and crew set up Blackstar, a group that shut down all of those evil doers on the internet. And since then, you've been able to watch your broadcasts uninterrupted. Not only is it Drifter, though, it's Paige back to the games with DDK and ZP we go. Who won the draft, DDK?
I mean, I kind of feel like I like Abraham's lineup maybe more, but I don't know. I think partly it's because I don't know what to make of Paige just yet. I don't know that I've seen a great Paige performance, and so maybe Buff and Joyers can convince me. But I feel like Abraham's got the edge here, CP.
Yeah, I like Abraham's comp a little bit more too, although the Drifter, kind of an X factor. I don't know what to think about Drifter and comp. I mean, we saw it get played once in the Challenger match. It didn't work out, but I'm not sure Lotos was the most comfortable with it. So, Abraham's doing perhaps a little bit of a gamble, but one that may pay off because I do enjoy the rest of their draft. And also, I think GT may just be that good, undefeated on the night.
As we jump into game number 2, shout out to Gray Mara. We got Void V, Bubba, Skeptical, Ales, Pick 26, and Jaws of the Void. We are now over 500 subs, 100 away from unlocking the new Mo skin, and halfway to Jake becoming a cat maid. Back to the casters.
All right, we're getting into it here, Dan, and to no one's surprise, take a look at the lanes here. What does Abraham's do but drop Holiday GT in mid? That is a scary lane by any stretch of the imagination, and sure, Holiday may be hitting a little bit less hard, and the barrels might not be knocking you up as much, but there's still a lot of power to spare in that lane, and already you see the poke coming in.
Yes, yeah, indeed. And one thing that we have to also mention is that Listic on that Yamato is on the left lane as well. And so we'll have to see who gets the edge off of these early range exchanges, but already like good pressure and like some decent chip damage coming onto the Guardian very early on, which is really what Listic was able to facilitate previously. And Listic's paired up with Paige. And so, this will be really, really scary actually, because I feel like the Yamato with the barrier, with Paige's barrier, is actually going to be very annoying.
Yes. I think Paige, from the lanes I've seen work out well with Paige, is that any hero that's naturally going to be getting more in your face really benefits from being with a Paige, because you just get to get beneficial HP trades. Like ideally you get barrier and you want to trade that barrier for real life. And heroes like Yamato or a Billy or an Abrams are heroes that work out well with that sort of life trade philosophy that Paige can bring to you in a lane.
Well, speaking of priority there, I think we're going to get a lot of priority in the right side lane from the Kelvin Shiv combo, the most classic combo that you can roll. And the thing is this combo is it's a lot of sustain. Shiv's very tanky. Kelvin provides a lot of chase down. You get the bleed damage from the daggers from Shiv, and suddenly you just have this combination where it's like they're very hard to kill. They got a really big damage output, and you can't get away.
Yeah, and I think given the general buffs that Shiv got, it wasn't the most massive, but it's still pretty substantial, I would say. So, I mean, the lane may be back in its ability to sort of push limits and get in your face. And you kind of look how Together and Saint are playing it right now on the map. They're about as close to that tower as you could get all of 3 minutes in. So already trying to bring back the old pressure of the Shiv Kelvin lane.
That tower's almost at 50% health at like the 245 mark. That's actually insane progress from Listic and Obi Kim. In the meantime, the mid tower here for Abrahams, it's taking a little damage, but it still feels like that Listic lane for Buff Enjoyers on the left is doing by far the best. And I suppose maybe the best competition it could have is the right side lane with the Shiv Kelvin combo, which is in the hands of Abrahams. So to me, ZP, hold the phone. The flying strike on in, and Listic delivers yet again.
Yamato moment, but equalized on the opposite side of the map by Together. Kelvin Shiv lane getting some work done. See if Drifter right now can go back in. Looking for the Page, low HP, just needs to land a few more claw shots. Gonna find it. But now, can you escape the dive from Listic right now? Listic looking healthy. Drifter, not so much. Jam side, pretty low. But also, I have to say, we haven't really commented on it here, but Jam side on the Drifter is interesting. The cube, though, giving a little bit of survivability. Listic goes down. Saf, right cube, right time. But I was going to say, Dan, is that jam side style is usually one that's not super active. It is more, farm the entire game. Is that the style we're going to see at Drifter, where in theory you'd think Drifter would be a little bit more, active in the early to mid game?
Yeah, it's definitely... Well, hang on. We might have another situation here. Looks like the Kelvin and Shiv are going to be able to, deal with the Mo there and beat that bat, so never mind. And they've done some decent damage also to the tower on the other end of things as well for Buff Enjoyers. So, again, bar that little gank from the Drifter Viscous off the rope that took down Listic previously, they still managed to get a 445 tower, which is really quick still, ZP.
it's quick, but also I'm curious who's going to do the roaming here. Like, but hold the phone. We got a frozen shelter right around the Guardian for a little bit of pressure here on the Sherrick. Sherrick looking low, able to dive down though, get a little bit of disruption and a scorn. And now, up in the air, we see the airdrop getting Sherrick back over in on the Guardian. The things you do to try and shake some pressure in what has been an unrelenting Shiv Kelvin lane. Sherrick still low on HP after all those shenanigans. Quick little wall jump into the emergency parry, but nowhere to go when it's all said and done.
And here we go. Still an impressive force here, the Shiv Kelvin. And it's looking really easy there. Nice execution coming off on to the Ivy. Zergy gets taken out. And Kelvin, Shiv still doing good work. But they haven't taken the tower down. But on the left side of the lane, we've got some very deep action from the Yamato. Listic again. Still causing problems here as they are super deep. Listic and Obi Kim. Got to be careful though. I mean, there's no assistance. It's still a 2v2, but... Okay, Paige in a bit of trouble. Listic just, it's like, I'm fine, so everything's cool. Like, I feel pretty bad for Obi Kim there.
Yeah, and again, the only thing about the lane and how it's set up that I think is a little bit rough is that I don't know if there's a natural roamer between the Yamato and the Page once you win Guardian. I think you actually just get stuck in lane a little bit longer than, you know, some of the other combos because you want your Yamato to just get as much farm as possible. And, you know, I mean, maybe once else involved, you can do some stuff with Page, but it's not as, you know, natural as, say, having the Holiday go and roam once you win lane.
All right. Slice and dice. Doing some damage. Some annoyance there from Zergy with those Kutsu bombs. And in fact, getting pretty aggressive there just for the moment before backing out. Just really trying to make sure that the Kelvin Shiv lane can't push that tower down too fast. Incoming bird, though, is going to be extra pressure damage, which should allow these waves to keep crashing on the Abraham's tower. Or rather, sorry, the Buff Enjoyer's tower, as Abrahams keep pushing it.
Even though it's been a losing lane, I have to say that holding out against the Shiv Kelvin lane this long has still looked pretty good. Ooh, Killing Blow just out of the range of the execute. Jericho's still maybe going down the DOT damage. Looking really close either way. Still trying to defend tooth and nail. Frozen Shelter, though, comes on down. While he may be comboing in the freezer, it's not going to be enough in this instance. And surely this is going to be a moment that the Guardian finally falls. But a good fight from Buff Enjoyers to make it last as long as it did.
Oh, he got stunned instantly before he could get to the zip. R.I.P. I mean, that's something that is really why the Kelvin Shiv can be so strong. You feel like you finally killed the Shiv, and then the shelter pops, and then you are just absolutely wrecked. So it really can throw off your sense of how the fight's going. And so there you go. There's somewhat of an equilibrium there then, ZP. If you've got, you know, the Listic lane with the Yamato on the left doing really well, the Shiv Kelvin lane doing well on the right side for Abraham. So feels like we're in somewhat of an even space, with mid hotly contested still.
I think it's a little bit better than even right now for Abrahams. You take a look at who's getting the farm. I mean, look, in theory, Drifter should be a monster if he gets ahead of the game, and Jamside is looking like that here and now. ABL, though, caught out a little bit lacking by Hoot. Going to lead to some mid-guardian pressure for Buff Enjoyers, where desperately they need anything to go their way. And, I mean, clearing out mid does give them a little bit more room to exploit the map. So I think in terms of objective, you know, progress, actually a slight edge to Buff Enjoyers now after getting middle, but we'll see what they're able to do for it, as Listic maybe deep diving a little bit, but no, not yet. Decides maybe not the hero to go in on in Drifter.
I see Holiday.
When we've got a potential opportunity here for some good damage. There's a sleep dagger. That's going to set up the fight. In comes Paradox, and it's an easy finish there for Who. Yeah, so Sinner Sacrifice was, Steel was punished. And Who's going to be really key on this Haze. Plays a lot of Haze. A lot in pub games. So Who is definitely remarkable. And this has been a slow start, though. And there's a combo coming on through. Shiv Kelvin, not really a fight you ever really want to take. These guys are inseparable. They're basically conjoined twins.
Yeah, and for good reason, where you get the Frozen Shelter out of Shiv, who's nearly about to fall together. Finds a Killing Blow once more on the Sherrick, where, you know, Sherrick falling a bit behind the game. I mean, Mo can be pretty tanky, but 6.2k versus 10k Shiv, you can be cut to ribbons relatively quickly. So this is kind of a problem where your combo just becomes a I guess we kill Mo now scenario. Not the best spot for Sherrick to be in. I think he's like 0-4 on the game right now so far.
Yeah, together. And I mean, Jam side, we haven't really talked about Drifter too much, but Drifter could end up being kind of a problem too. It feels like you really need to see Hoot and Listic be able to catch up a little bit. Zergy doing a good job getting farm, almost at 10k souls, which is somewhat comparable to some of the heavier hitters on Abraham's, but we will get collected here. That position 1 on the left side by Buff Enjoyers, but they do not currently have control of the right side lane where the deposit point is. And so the question is, are they going to just force Abraham's to rotate a little bit, threaten the drop-off, mess with the rotation, so that they commit?
We've lost me. But I think it may have been Dan. We'll give Dan a moment to recover. As Listic gets caught by Saf, and Abraham's continuing to have nice map control here. Even as Buff Enjoyers, we see them around with the Urn and the lasso. Gonna connect. Is Valthru gonna be there? Combo in onto the Holiday in turn, so TAS may have bit off a little bit more than they can chew.
Yeah, everything sounds fine on my end, I think. I think I'm here.
You're back.
Okay. All right, well, that drop-off is just certainly not going to be happening. Control still maintained on the right side lane for that Urn deposit. So at this point, he starts to get to that territory for Buff Enjoyers that you just need to force the fight or just drop the Urn at this point. You don't want to be wasting time. But the map control is crazy strong for Abraham's all across the map at the moment. Here's some Listic farm as well. The team fight might be brewing. Hoot's looking for something, finds the Kelvin there, but where there's a Kelvin, there's a Shiv.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you used the conjoined twins analogy earlier, because when you look at the minimap this game, it's pretty close to accurate. I mean, you could convince someone that doesn't play Deadlock that it was a two-headed hero that both players controlled at this point. But certainly, I mean, when you have the Kelvin for Urn fights, Buff Enjoyers doesn't have anything obvious to immediately take things over. At a bare minimum, they're going to wait until they have Page ult up to make it a slightly more palatable fight, but I don't love the Urn options right now for Buff Enjoyers, and based on their hesitancy so far, Dan, I don't think they love it either.
Yeah, just kind of forcing Abrahams to respect it positionally, but you have to be careful of the dives that can come through here. Kelvin does have the Frozen Shelter up, and that is the ultimate insurance policy for a diving Shiv. Still dancing around with the Urn at this point, whilst you've got Hoot on the haze. It was in mid. It's being looked for by the Owl. Owl looks like it will miss. And getting some free damage onto the Walker. In the meantime, Abrahams with all the controls, EP.
I love how the Owl, like the worst case scenario, just trolls someone's like, oh, you thought you were about to head out of base? You were done with the fountain? How about you go back into the fountain for another 3 or 4 seconds? Why not? But yeah, I mean, the map control from Abraham's has been pretty significant so far, especially the fact that, it was often mentioned here, the Shiv Kelvin lane has had absolute dominance where they go. And I mean, Abraham's just parked the Shiv Kelvin at the Urn turn in. So Buff Enjoyers have had to reserve some of their gameplay resources here. They're having someone just babysitting the Urn, and it's given up some map control in turn. TAS, meanwhile, sees the opportunity. Magic Lasso connection on the Hoot, immediate fall through there, and could just lead to this mid Guardian falling, and does.
Yeah, nice little win there for Abrahams. Buff Enjoyers do have quite a few players still in the mid position. And it's collected, though, by Abrahams now, and they still have control of the drop-off point. So right now, Buff Enjoyers have a hard decision to make. Do they try to challenge for this, or do they just give it up for free? And I don't think you ever want to give anything up for free at this level.
I don't think you want to give it up for free. They have all ults available, but it is still, I mean, you have to fight the Shiv Kelvin duo that is ahead on the game. Are they going to do it? They're sitting here. The Owl's coming in from Abraham's, trying to set the tone. Meanwhile, you have Sherrick, who's looking for the combo. Instead, goes for the combo. Rescue Beam, though, comes out in turn. And the combo down to the wayside. Urn still in progress, still being held here by Abrahams. There's a Shiv Kelvin right now going for a bit of spacing, and it's more than enough space for TAS to get the turn in. We'll see what else develops in this fight, but Abrahams, they've already gotten what they need, Dan.
Yeah, managed to get in, get out, and now the question is, any opportunities here for Buff Enjoyers in the pursuit as we see the retreat, but they've been lured. It's a bait into the Kelvin's frozen shelter here. This is where Shiv can do all of his work. Getting a little bit stuck though. Kudzu bombs forcing them out of position. Nice addition to the roster here, these Kudzu bombs. And there comes the stun from the stone form and that brilliant trackball aim with the gun Ivy coming on through as well. But we got the 1v1 there. Drifter as well. He's going to find Hoots, and Hoots in a lot of trouble. You can't escape this. And that Walker's going to go down.
And this was a tactical decision being made in terms of splits for Abrahams, where they said, okay, we want to get the Walker and commit a little bit less to the Urn fight. They still get the Urn, they get the Walker, they lose out on some kills, but you look at the state of the game, you're actually completely okay with these decisions. I mean, the only downside is that you got so darn far ahead that Buff Enjoyers now gets a friendly side Urn, which probably will not be contested, but may be answered by a mid-boss take.
Yes, this is pretty bold, and with the Urn turning happening, that's one of the reasons why there's confidence here for Abrahams to go in for this. They know that Buff and Joyce had to protect the Urn drop-off. And are they going to get here in time? They are coming, Buff and Joyce. Are they going to make a play for this?
Dan, are you with me? I stopped hearing you for a moment, but maybe you're back for me. I saw your light going up, so I didn't want to gaslight you anymore when apparently the problem was on me.
Oh, I wondered. I felt like everything was fine on my end. I just looked at the throw. I was like, oh, they're gonna challenge this CP.
Well, and I was just like, I can't hear Dan anymore. I must take over. But apparently I'm hearing you fine now. So we've recovered. But I'm not sure Buff Enjoyers is going to recover from this here, Dan. They've given up Rejuvenator, and you've had the two-headed monster. The Together Saint combo. Shiv Kelvin has been the star of the show so far for me, but also Jamside kind of looking a little bit scary on the Drifter.
Yeah, he's looking super scary. He actually has a gun buff right now as well, I believe, that was collected, so that's always going to make things even more painful. And Abrahams is so tanky with just like Shiv Kelvin take up so much space that it gives Drifter, your Talon so much room to work with to find good engagements and really just pump out the damage. Buff Enjoyers need a really good paradoxical swap isolation or a combo isolation pick off to get a fight started to have a chance here.
Hoot running for their very life here at the moment. 120 HP. Gonna take a little bit of refuge into the smoke bomb, but you still got ABL on the hunt. ABL though, looking low in turn. The owl out of the closet into the parry. Wait, it looked like a parry. Now off the other way. There's no way. Is ABL actually gonna escape here through the veil? I mean, this is a valiant effort, but it's just not enough. The HP, not enough to support the juke attempts. But while ABL was doing those acrobatics, look over here to the right. Just a rotation from Abrahams and Shiv leading the way. The Walker goes down. And I just kind of feel like Buff Enjoyers is continually getting bullied here, Dan, from this Abrahams front line.
Totally. Yeah, it's just that it seems like the Shiv Kelvin right now, the way they're playing, is really, really good. Love the right-click movement. Here you get all that extra velocity that you can then slide with. That's really, really fun to see, that Shiv movement.
Things are a bit rough for Buff Enjoyers here, where on paper it doesn't seem like they are that far behind, but in terms of objectives and also the pace of the game and the fact that they're staring down the barrel of a 20k Shiv, where you got a 23k Ivy, but the win conditions for a full team fight kind of rough at the moment for Buff Enjoyers.
On the move. This is the perfect spot.
There he is over the top. Just air supremacy. Aerial supremacy. And the pressure continues on this Walker now, forcing a response from Buff Enjoyers. They have to try to defend this. Oh, big damage coming on in, and with a nice bird finish, there is nothing that Zergy could have done there.
Dan, where did Zergy's HP go? Zergy was full HP, and a dash and a power shot later. That was one dead Ivy. That was an Ivy where if Zergy's supposed to carry the game, it's not going to happen with focus fire from Abrahams like that. Combo comes out, cube out in turn, and a frozen shelter. Obakim feeling awfully frozen out. Jamside Able to find one on the outskirts, and the Walker HP just continues to get whittled away. Final Walker for Buff Enjoyers is gone.
And still oppressive forward movement here from the Shiv. Killing Blow used, and they have just such an insane amount of sustain that's available. It's such a great balance of tankiness, healing, utility, damage in the back lines. And they're going to get out together here. Pick up that Walker, fall off, and very limited losses on the way out. And that's like really usually how Buff Enjoyers would want to get something back in this, is to punish the retreat, but they've only found the Viscous.
I mean, the best
All right,
here,
gentlemen, if we could just chime in from the chat, I'm seeing things like Kelvin ban incoming. This is definitely a game 3. Is it too early to call, or is it looking like the chat's right again, ZP?
if there's any team in the game I would never bet against for a comeback, it would be Buff Enjoyers, because they have by far the most comebacks in Deadlock history as a team. However, they got to find an answer for what has been a frontline that has just simply ragdolled them across the map in every fight. Upside is, economy-wise, they don't really seem to want to fight the earns on the Buff Enjoyer side. So in terms of raw souls, it's within reach, but Dan, the way it's been going in terms of the team fights has been anything but.
Yes, it is really not the best look at the moment. I mean, the soul difference isn't insane, but it's just this comp difference. The way that it's being played is so excellent from Buff Enjoyers, making their way forward though with the barrels here, trying to chase down Buff Enjoyers as they try to get out of this very desperate situation. This is not how you want to do it. There's a shield to keep Moat alive for now, but oh my god, the screeching sound of the bird is nightmarish. So it searches for its target.
You know, Dan, here's what's striking me, the way these fights have been going down. This doesn't feel like a game where the soul difference is only 15k.
Yeah.
If you were just to look at these team fights and how they've transpired and how one-sided they've been in most cases, I would put the soul difference closer to 30 to 40k. The way Abrahams has been playing this comp, it's just continually forcing backwards movement out of Buff Enjoyers, and they haven't even had time really to set up things like good paradox picks, because they just got this guy together, who's on your screen right now, running at them in most of the fights. If it's not together running at them, it's Tass setting up the fight with an early Magic Lasso or a Spirit Lasso pick. Been infected by, you know, another caster. It's a Magic Lasso. Now, I want to call it Magic Lasso, even though it's Spirit Lasso, DDK.
It's a magic Spirit Lasso. Shout out to Twitch. We're over 2,000 viewers. YouTube keeps popping off. Reminder, if you're here for the first time, hit that join button, hit that sub button. Subs are 25% off on twitch.tv. DDK is bringing you play-by-play. Back to you, Dan.
Yeah, the chase now. Oh, nice catch as well, coming in from Taz there to isolate one of these players. But it's the entire team of Buff Enjoyers that are looking to potentially actually decide, you know what, that choke point doesn't look so good. And with the mid-boss now spawning, the next fight could end the game if Abrahams are on the worst side of it, as that mid-boss is the prize to the team that wins this next team fight. And there's an engagement. The cube comes on in from Sap to keep the protected player there alive for a bit longer. But Buff Enjoyers, they're going to go in his EP.
They're going on in. It is more of the same. The frozen shelter comes out, and we got Mo and Krill, Snazzy Duds and all, just getting chopped once more. And you look at the HP bars here. Abrahams has never looked healthier. Together has never looked buffer. More bad as the killing blows just continue to rain on in. And look at the HP here, Dan. Not even scuffed.
Yeah, they can actually even leave some players to just decimate the base whilst they also get mid-boss at the same time. That's the spot that they're in right now, which is actually so ideal. You couldn't really ask for a better position, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Together. Straight in on top of those shrines as the rest of his teammates take down the mid-boss. He's got the Kelvin with him in the base to keep him protected, but obviously, as you guys can see, everybody is currently in a respawn mode.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I know like some of the animations are still a work in progress. What's going on with Drifter right now? Like this ice skating going on is actually unreal. I think I've never appreciated, since I haven't really seen much free cam of Drifter, just, you know, Drifter in an actual fighting him in my game situation. But Drifter says, I will reject the concept of friction, slide around and wave my hands in the air like I just don't care.
He definitely doesn't. He definitely doesn't. And I think if this game is just one which it looks like that's what's going to happen, it's going to be the first time Drifter's going to win a map in Night Shift, I think. So he's got a lot to be waving those hands about.
Oh, it's going to be 1-1. We saw the first Drifter game earlier today. Didn't win, but right now, up 32k, 4 rejuve stacks. Everything is going the way of Abraham's, and they were winning these fights with ease when they were up only 15k, Dan. I'm not quite sure what Buff Enjoyers needs to do with this level of deficit. We're also, by the way, you run the Mo and Krill for picks, but can't say enough about how Saf's cubes have just really ruined Sherrick's day when Sherrick isn't getting thrown into the freezer.
Totally. Yeah. Boom, clear out some waves. All right, well, the deposit attempt is going to force a team fight. And we got the rejuves on board on deck here for Abrahams. So it's going to be a tough one for Buff Enjoyers. They'll see what they can do in this fight, though. Oh, actually, some good focus fire on Shiv. That's that haze damage accruing. He's got to be really careful here. There's a Warpstone, and he's got his little buddy, the Kelvin. Obi Kim keeping him alive. 500 HP, there's that frozen shelter. Now you definitely can't kill the Shiv. Here is Listic though, just popping that shadow transformation, the ult to try to stay alive and just juking right now. Shiv, I don't know, still just somehow alive, just doesn't seem all that bothered by any of this.
Also, the problem is, even if you do kill together there, he's on the Victor juice right now. Still has a rejuve charge, Dan. It's going to get right back up. So it kind of shows how cursed this win condition is for Buff Enjoyers. I mean, what they would need to do would just, defy expectation. Abraham's, though, looking very good, only losing 1 rejuve charge in that entire battle. Buff Enjoyers nearly full cleaned out in turn. First stage patron going down. And with 2 rejuve charges still left, well, 1. We'll see if Abraham's decides to stay. Certainly still feeling like they have a game-winning advantage here, Dan. And they decide, go on in, unleash the Drifter. Let's finish this one out and go to a map 3.
There we go. Map 3 on the way between Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers, making sure that this one goes all the way for the money match here this week.
1-1. We're all knotted up here on the Night Shift. Number 5, presented by Intel. We got Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers fighting for the EU crown, and with 2 wins each, 2 shifts each. What a way to decide it all, as we will be going into a game 3. Before that, though, we got to take a look back at what we just witnessed, because game 1, 23 minutes. That's all it took. Game 2, Abraham is bouncing back. They do it in just under 27 minutes. DDK, what was the difference in game 2? Because you had a lot of familiar faces, some similar heroes, and I think this is the first ever time we've seen Drifter win a game on Night Shift.
Yeah, but I think it's all because of Together on the Shiv. Obviously, he's just played that. Having the Shiv Kelvin combo was really powerful. They used it to its maximum extent, got massive pressure off of it, got an early. Actually, the first tower went down for Buff Enjoyers with Listic, but the thing is that after that point, yes, you get the Oberkim and Together combo of Kelvin Shiv. They take their tower down and they move around the map as a duo, and any bit of pressure that they try to apply ends up being extremely successful. Whenever they were going for objectives, they were undeniable. You'd get shelters coming out like this to allow really deep dives, and also to convert on way more damage than you would ever hope to see out of your opponent. So yeah, for me, it's all about the Kelvin Shiv.
ZP, as we take a look at some of these Shiv highlights, it was so fun to watch this character. What did you see from Together from the Abrahams? Can he keep this up, and do you think he'll get a chance to play Shiv going into a game 3?
I think he's back on his Shiv game, and that means Abrahams, if they can draft the Shiv, they're going to draft it. Look, this team literally went through 2 months straight where they picked nothing but Shiv early in the draft and had a lot of success with it. Yeah, yes. I mean, this is Together's #1 all-time hero, and I think the buffs that came in the last patch have pushed him back over the edge again, at least if you get Saints backing him up, because it wasn't just a hero combo that you had between Shiv and Kelvin. I mean, this is a lane that Abrahams have run together a lot. Together and Saints have natural synergy if they can run these two together. And also, if I had to give another shout out to someone on Abrahams, I gotta give it up to Saf, who anytime Sherrick thought they were gonna get something done, got a combo in the right place at the right time, Saf was there with green gooey goodness to just ruin what our dapper mole was trying to set up.
Get cubed on, bro. Saf and the Viscous getting it done. Jam side was popping off when it comes to some of these objective numbers. Also very impressed with the gameplay on Drifter, the new character. But you said it was together on the Shiv. Did he earn your MVP for game 2? And DDK, who's your favorite so far from both teams going into a game 3?
Oh, yes, it's a tough one. I think... Oh, it's so hard with these teams, but both of these teams were able to find places in the draft which yielded success for them. So in terms of my favorite going into the third map, I do feel like Buff Enjoyers could put Abrahams on their back a bit, because Abrahams just had success with this lineup, the Shiv, Kelvin. That is easy to deny and to break up. So for me, I'm gonna edge Buff Enjoyers. I think they've also had lots of success with Listic, regardless of as to what's going on. I think that's a positive sign. So that's, yeah, I'm gonna lean Buff Enjoyers, but it's honestly so hard to call.
There's a conversation over on YouTube. Final one I want to have with you, ZP. Connor Gay says, am I the only one who thought Drifter would struggle in pro play with his isolation and everything? Clearly, I was wrong. And ND Norman says, ABL GT, Drifter against Yamato early lane, Shiv and Kelvin and Viscous, rather. It's purely a perfect draft from the Abrahams. Did they win that one out of the gates based on comp alone?
I think the comp was very, very favorable to them, especially in the fact where they were... I don't think Buff Enjoyers actually may have expected Abrahams to go with both the GT and the Viscous at the same time. Again, I think it gave Sherrick, like, incredible matchup issues. Also, I think on some level, you do have to wonder, was the gun Ivy worth it? Zergy was actually quite ahead of the game at points, but it did not mesh well at all with what was going down for Abrahams, where there were multiple team fights where we would see Zergy be at full HP and then a Shiv dash and a power shot later, and that gargoyle was out of the fight like that. It was actually absurd, I think, the focus fire that Zergy endured and the non-factor that Ivy was as a result. So I don't know if the gun Ivy actually held up in this game.
I think you all owe our Drifter and the Abrahams a follow. If you haven't already, follow the channel as well. It's the best place for all the Deadlock action. This is shift number 5, and the night shift continues to clock in after this. Chicks did Deadlock. Wow, I can't even speak. It's a lie. DDK and ZP and all the bros here watching some video games tonight, and we've got some good ones on our hands. Once again, Abraham's going up against Buff Enjoyers, formerly known as Virtus Pro. So we've seen this fight before, but now they're playing for the best team in Fight Night Shift history. ZP, who do you give the edge to through 2 games? Who's looking stronger tonight?
Honestly, I think if Buff Enjoyers gives up the Shiv Kelvin again, it's going to go the way of Abraham's, but they're not going to give up the Shiv Kelvin again because there's one element to that combo that you attack when it is giving you trouble and you get rid of the Kelvin. You don't fear the Shiv anywhere near as much if he doesn't have Saint sitting there giving the most timely support of all time. So the adaptation we are going to see coming in here, I think it's going to be a first ban Kelvin, but it will potentially open up the possibility of seeing a Billy or Abrams in this next game.
I was the one in the chat who said ban Kelvin. I know nothing about Deadlock. I've only been here for 4 weeks, but I'm learning it quick, DDK, and I've been taught by some great ones from the EU. Let's find out who they want to play as we get into the next round of draft. Is there any character that you think is a must-have that you need to put on the field tonight?
Well, I think it's, from what ZP's saying, I totally agree with him. I think, you know, there's going to be access potentially to a Billy, to a GT, to an Abrams. These seem like really top picks at the moment. So one of those is going to be available for a first pick, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. I don't think we're going to see the first pick of Mo, which we saw previously. I don't know if that's as worth.
Yeah, the Mo didn't seem to work out so good. Will we see a Mirage in the future? Is there going to be more bebops like we saw in game number 1? ZP, predictions, because the buffs, the nerfs, they're definitely impacting our comps tonight.
They really are. And Abraham's, okay, so Buff Enjoyers decide they want to go second here. And I think that to me signals that they're going to first ban Kelvin and they're going to look for pretty high value on the turn. Abraham's, the one piece that they're going to be able to get here is probably going to be either a Billy or an Abrams in turn. In this case, probably going to be the Abrams. So I'm expecting first pick Abrams for Abraham's here and a ban of Kelvin from Buff Enjoyers. I mean, Buff Enjoyers could also angle to pick the Shiv if Abraham's first picks a Kelvin in turn, but I just don't know if you actually want to mess with that at all when you can take out the Kelvin here when it was the number 1 thorn in their side in the last map.
It's been all Billy. I was going to say an Abrams, but instead Paradox is coming through. Buff Enjoyers taking out Paradox. Was he an issue in the previous game? I felt like he was on the Buff Enjoyer side, DDK.
Yeah, I mean, they picked him up because generally teams tend to prioritize him in the days when Holiday was banned, or in this case now Holiday's been nerfed. He's got the priority. And so this is how it all makes sense. They've picked the Kelvin, which kind of forces Buff Enjoyers into a spot where they kind of need to pick Shiv if they want to avoid the Kelvin Shiv, which is kind of like devious in a way. So I'm super curious how Buff Enjoyers are going to deal with this. They could just let the Kelvin Shiv happen.
Fax, who is our top Patreon as well as top donor in the chat, is asking, do VIPs get link perms? Chai, I don't know what this means, but I think we should hook them up. Thank you, Fax, for being in the chat. Thank you for everyone checking out Deadlock's EU Finals. We've got a Kelvin locked in. The Abrams comes through. Buff Enjoyers gets to double up after choosing to go second. ZP, who do they go with? Who do you pair it with?
They go with the GT, which has been the meta pick, but that means they give up the Abraham's or the Shiv Kelvin lane on the other side. It may not be as ugly to deal with because it's not gonna have the GT backing them up. And for Buff Enjoyers, you've secured Listic's one and only Abrams, which is the comfort pick of comfort picks going all the way back to the beginning of Deadlock competition. So, I mean, Buff Enjoyers has gotten more things that they're comfortable with, but they're also leaving open the absolute disaster of dealing with the Kelvin Shiv once more. And now I'm curious, do you go with the Viscous here to just short things up, or do you go with the Mo and Krill to get the front line?
Take the stick.
Get the goo. Yeah, it's got to be the Viscous. That worked out so well.
We getting Viscous.
Oh, Pocket.
Trio that had
right.
the chat chatting.
Dude, Pocket's getting packet loss. Pocket loss is what we're getting.
Pocket loss. Well, it is a loss of Pocket when we can barely hear him when he's just getting destroyed internet-wise. But I see his camera recovering. Maybe.
Stop downloading porn. Hello. Check.
He's back. I think he's back.
Yelled at my roommates. It's my wife,
but also
and my daughter.
But
Yeah, it's fine.
they've given up the Viscous and GT, so we've kind of reversed course here, where Buff Enjoyers got key parts of what Abrahams had in the last game.
Yeah, this is looking kind of nice actually for Buff Enjoyers. I felt like the Viscous would have been a nice pick, but Pocket is obviously really, really strong. So we'll see how they decide to develop the rest of the roster around that. Okay, so Holiday is probably... I'm curious, do Buff Enjoyers... Oh, well, Holiday's been banned. Okay, so both initiators have been banned. So we might see a Lash, but with a Kelvin out for Abrahams, that's obviously a nice way to deal with that potentially.
Put us in the fight.
So Abrahams could be in a good spot to pick that one up, and maybe Buff Enjoyers would think to deny it. But I feel like we might see a Lash here, because it's also good to deal with Talon too.
You might see a Bebop, but I'm not sure if you're going to see it from Buff Enjoyers, because if you think about hero pool wise, you know, oftentimes if they play a Bebop, it would be Demov on it, but they've already shown their hand the Viscous, so probably not. So yeah, they're going to go with the Lash.
I saw Hoot was streaming him. Hoot was streaming him.
I
Be
think-
done. By the way, chat, I see you all. Sorry for crapping out. I'm going to let the casters take it over here until I get my internet sorted out. In the meantime, we are now 89 subs away from dropping the Mo and Krill. Yes, he's banned in this game. You won't see him on the map yet, but you could get the new skin as Bebop is locked in, as I thought, DDK. They're looking to just run the same comp they did in game 2.
Yeah, that Bebop coming out is I think like you're saying, ZP, especially in the fact that you don't get the Lash, pretty good potential option with the recent buffs, and obviously to deal with Grey Talon as well. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, shoring up the front line for Abrahams makes sense, where you get the Amato towards the very end. Also, a pick that could have been picked up by Buff Enjoyers, given that they still, you know, maybe want another frontliner. This maybe is a game where they end up going with the Geist to shore things up at the very end. But Bebop for Abrahams makes sense. With Paradox and Holiday off the board, you're going to get something that Taz can play. But the Mina coming on in. Mina, of course, thought we'd see a little bit more of her based on the buffs. Still, I think, radically strong in lane, and, you know, gives Buff Enjoyers even more of an early game presence.
I think the doorman's coming out. It's not happening. Sorry, chat.
Nope. Yeah, I kind of like Mina as well, just because she's really good at just like the ult is a really good tool to shut down the escape options for heroes like a Yamato or a Pocket. If they get in trouble, you drop the ult on them, they're just absolutely destroyed. And obviously, Pocket being weaker to spirit damage as well. Like it feels like a nice counter in some respects.
Helping people's what I do.
Ivy coming in at the very end.
All right.
Yeah.
Gun Ivy, of course, right?
Yeah, it's going to be Gun Ivy. Saint is on the Kelvin, and Saint, even the best of times, really has not been the biggest fan of support Ivy. So it's going to be Jamside on the Ivy in all likelihood. And when you put Jamside and Ivy together, catch them in the jungle until they're at 35k, and then they'll probably be in some fights. So that's how I see that one going down.
All right, it says that Abrahams are looking for hook into murder, DDK. I assume that's Bebop, who's got initiate, right? How does this work out? Ideal situation for Abraham's early game.
Yeah, that hook's available very frequently, and so you can always get a lot of picks with that and just throw out a lot of Hail Marys with it too to try to get that initial connection. You don't have like the lockdown combo that we saw where you get the hook into a combo from a Mo and Krill or something like that, but you have a lot of damage output regardless if that hero is going to come on through. So, however, you know, I think there's going to be more escape opportunities if there are hooks, so it won't be quite as potent without the lockdown.
Is it Listic on Abrams or Mina? Because he won while playing as Mina back in week 3, ZP.
I think it's got to be Listic on Abrams. I mean, Buff Enjoyers, they do have the ability to switch around who's on the frontliners and how they're playing it. But in recent times, Buff Enjoyers has kind of gone back to the tried and true, and they've decided, actually, Listic, you get to play the Abrams. How dare we ever take you off your most beloved? But we'll see. I mean, Buff Enjoyers, they are a team that can surprise you as to who is playing what. But I don't know if they're going to shift that one up here tonight.
And Demov was playing Paradox previously. I've also seen him win MVP awards on Viscous. Does he run the Viscous or the Great Talon? And if he's on Viscous, who runs Great Talon?
It's a good
Back
question.
to you, ZP.
GT's going to be Hoot, I think, in this case. Like, GT will be Hoot, D-Mov on the
makes
Viscous.
sense.
It could go vice versa, but I kind of doubt it. I don't think Hoot has done as much on the Viscous, and we saw Hoot on GT earlier in the night. So
Chad
that
is
what I'm
apparently telling me
expecting there.
Zergy is going to play all 6 of the characters. It is fine. Buff enjoyers are ready to take on Abrahams. This is our EU final. Some fantastic commentary from DDK and ZP. And if you're just tuning in for shift number 5, we've had some buffs and some nerfs as we wait for this game to kick off. Quick reminder, some characters just got stronger. Shiv is one of them. DDK said the Shiv Kelvin combo is what won Abrahams the game 2. They got it with their first and second pick. Are they favorites, DDK, going into this game 3?
Well, I'm actually going to leave you guys because I have to jump off. But Jake is going to take my place because he is significantly more handsome and will hopefully will have more viewers follow him. So that's good.
Shout out to Jake getting us over to 600 subs. We're on our way to 1,000 sub catsuit from the man who joins the broadcast live. Zambi is here celebrating already. Jake, they're ready for the catsuit. ZP, are you ready for this game 3?
I am ready, just as the chat is ready for the catsuit, Jake. And Jake, that's why we had to bring you on a little bit earlier here. It's just a little bit of catsuit marketing. Am I right?
Get the people hype. You know, you got to drop those. We need some big gifteds coming in, right? We need some heavy hitters coming in, some high rollers, swinging it around. But let's see how the Shiv Kelvin lane goes. I mean, I do think that is potentially a strong play for Abrahams. Overall, though, I think Buff Enjoyers used a lot in this draft, just denying picks. Like, I feel like this Lash pick was mostly a denial pick, and I feel like the draft they're left with does feel a little bit more awkward, where Abrahams, this looks very comfortable for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to stack the deck with what is objectively a pretty strong middle lane between the Yamato Bebop. Of course, dealing with Mina GT on the other end. I don't know. Between the two, the level of burst damage of GT Mina getting out of control actually feels a bit wild to me, Jake. Like, it's winnable on either side, but you do have to play against that lane with the utmost of caution.
Yeah, it's true. You know, I think it's up to the Bebop to land hooks, but if you get hooked in on either of those characters, I mean, even with some escape potential on something like a Mina, like, you know, in the early levels, you don't want to skill that juke, and even if you are getting away, like, Yamato's still going to be able to put damage on you and trade with you aggressively. So, I'm a little scared for GT in this lane. You just can't ever get hooked, it feels.
Also, you look at the right, we have our objective survive lane for Buff Enjoyers up against Shiv Kelvin, where given that the buffs on Kelvin or buffs on Shiv, Jake, they do seem to be significant enough that this lane is back to just being a full-on terror the way it was a few months ago.
Yeah, and I think the way that they play, they really understand that it's not just a laning combo, it continues to be effective deeper into the game too. And, someone like Lash potentially is going to have a pretty hard game here. Sharik, I think, has kind of been sacrificed at the altar of the draft here. And playing against this Kelvin is going to be tough. One good thing for players like Zergy and Sharik is there's not too many hard stuns on the comp for Abraham. It's pretty much just the Ivy Stomp with the statue. And so, I mean, expecting to see Kelvin by knockdown and things like that, but they might be able to get some of these big ults off, especially on the early levels before that knockdown comes up.
Things getting a little up close and personal here on the left side. Viscous Abrams applying quite a bit of pressure early on. So, another lane where things can get a little bit ugly. You get puddle punched into shoulder charge, and suddenly your time in the lane is over. You are immediately brought back to spawn. It's a lane that can be deceptively explosive, but I feel like that's half the lanes that Viscous can be a part of. It's just what he does, Jake.
Yeah, it's definitely a really difficult lane for Pocket in particular. Trade in the mid lane, though. Honestly, I'd call that nice for Buff Enjoyers. But Yamato did put a lot of damage down on GT, so maybe slightly Abraham's favored.
Meanwhile, looking at the timer on the right-hand side, I don't actually expect Buff Enjoyers to win the right lane, but I feel like if they stall it out and don't lose all that quickly, I almost feel like you count that as a win when you're up against this premium of a lane combo. You keep your expectations somewhat realistic.
Yeah, if you could stall it out, though, I'm worried. I mean, Seven's already really low. This is not the best hero at recovering in the lanes. And, Shiv went the same build last game, right? Just rushing the Mystic Shot. He has a pretty serious nuking threat. And it's going to be hard for Seven to walk up at any point in this lane. I mean, I think Lash can take a little bit more liberties, right, with the mobility potential. But, man, look at Seven. He just can't trade with the Shiv.
It's tough, and you see it reflected in the hero HP, but it's soon going to be reflected in the Guardian HP if nothing changes. Middle though, this is where Mina can get real aggressive with the rake, comes on in, and you can go from mid HP to just dead. That is how explosive Mina can be, but the hook could be coming out with a little bit of damage at the end, and doesn't time the Sanguine retreat there, Jake.
Yeah, just a little bit too early on that one. Takes the bomb damage, but that's still a big kill onto Sap. I mean, I think shutting down this Yamato is a super high priority in mid lane, and we talked about the threat of the hooks, but it seems like, once you get ults online, I'd say, I start to favor this Buff Enjoyers lineup more. Sharik does go down in the side lane. Seven managed to heal up during that. But still, man, just the pressure is immense. Together keeps landing these knives onto Zergy, and every one is just so painful, right? Really punishing his ability to regen and stay effective in the lane.
Also, Jake, the lane's about to get so much scarier because ults are coming online, and that's where you really get the big synergy between a Shiv and a Kelvin. Just the ability to drop a frozen shelter, and Shiv gets to do whatever he wants. But the chase down, Taz gets in the back by an owl power shot, finishes it off at the end.
I like the Taz tried to turn, tried to, throw a hook and maybe put some counter damage down there, was definitely dead to rights. Knock on the lash, but a little bit more damage on him. But I mean, Shiv is just doing whatever he wants in this lane. When you farm the enemy small camp right when it comes up there, that's a pretty bad sign for the enemy in this lane, that they're not able to keep control of even that crucial resource.
Yeah, particularly when it's a 7 in the lane too. And a 7 normally, that's a 2-second affair. And you go, well, I don't want to have 2 seconds with Shiv having full access to me. That just sounds like a bad time. So, yeah, together gets a bit of dominance, as it were.
Pocket in real trouble in the side lane, though. Dimov really leveraging that early strength. Abrams behind tower as well. So this is really the weakest lane for Abraham's, the one that you need to be winning as Buff Enjoyers. And they actually are doing just that, right? They are putting a ton of pressure on in this side lane. And so, I mean, we talked about the threat of the lanes being super deadly, but if you open this Guardian, if you allow Viscus or Abrams to start rotating and getting active, then I could really see a serious recovery here in the mid game for Buff Enjoyers.
And based on how Buff Enjoyers normally plays, it's going to be Dimov that's going to be the active one. However, Listic 30 HP, a little bit of movement, not enough to get away. ABL chases that one down, and do you get the goo ball on top of it? A little bit harder to chase down Dimov here, but taking the turn to the left, not a lot of options to escape at this point.
Yeah, Pocket should be able to get this go. Oh, the parry isn't enough. Dmob somehow gets the counter kill, shuts it down, and if he escapes, surely not, right? Okay, Ivy does get the counter kill. But Abrams is coming back. I'm not sure Ivy's getting out of this. Yeah, Abrams knows. A juke from Ivy though, and he didn't have pin up. Oh, maybe he thought he had it online. Coming up the zip, just had it down from the last respawn.
It was just 4 seconds of doom and enough to give Ivy a new lease on life. Shiv Kelvin right now, though, going for a little bit more dive. Parry into the Guardian, pressure into the 7. Death Slam, though, rotation, trying to slow this lane down a little bit, and they just walk it off, Jake. No one wants to chase after that.
They're so confident. Both ults have been expended for Buff Enjoyers. They've done everything they can to try and delay this tower push, but now they have neither ultimate online, and they're up against both. So together and Saint, they just weathered the storm, continued pumping those heals and that tankiness. Abrams, though, is showing up to bring a 3v2. If they could shut down together, this would be a huge shift in the early game.
Well, the freezer of fun. Sherrick didn't really find it that way. Goes down immediately. Listic going over and in. Is this going to be the muscle they need? The takedown together. Again, low HP. The shelter's already gone. 10 and down. Listic tilting the tables on the rotate here.
Yeah, it's still nice, and those expenditures of ultimates from Sharik and Zergy ended up still being enough to hold their tower. And now with Abrams rotating back, it's going to be a little bit more awkward for Shiv to continue to fight. That being said, I suspect Shiv is going to be able to just come back in and continue brawling in this lane. Even at 3v2, I feel like Shiv Kelvin are just going to keep trading, and that's some of the strengths for Abrahams, that they're able to stay in. Look at this aggressive jump, dismounting the zip, continuing to harass on their tower. I mean, he knows there's potentially 3 players here. He's not scared.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they should have a little bit of, scared here. Neither ult is back up. There's no frozen shelter. And once more, Lash comes on in, makes it a 3-on-2, and together gets real low, goes on in, and gets taken down in turn. Not quite able to make it a trade onto Listic.
Yeah, just stacking stuns on him, right? He doesn't have any way to purge those off just yet. Definitely a debuff remover game for Shiv, if not also maybe a counterspell. Saint does kill Listic, though. That's a big trade to be finding on. I mean, remember, Abrams won his lane and started rotating, getting active. Dimov has farmed a ton in this time, but I mean, the rotations I don't think have been nearly as dominant as you would have liked for Buff Enjoyers wanting to take that win in the side lane.
Mina versus Yamato, a little bit of sanguine back and forth, but flying strike over and in. Mina's frailness kind of getting exposed here. 50 HP and a Dream taking a little bit of cover behind the barrels, but not enough, Jake.
Yeah, the Shiv bleed. I mean, damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Shiv 100% dives tower there if you don't end up going down anyway. Catch is found here on the side lane. A couple parries here. Abrams struggling to get connections, but the Kelvin Dome, there's just not enough follow-up. It's just Kelvin trying to dance his way out of this. Saint, a lot of wall jump. See if he can slip away, but yeah, the tower here is still healthy, but maybe the dive proves a little scary. Yamato shows up to bail out the teammate.
Things still hot and heavy here in the right lane. 3 for Buff Enjoyers here and around. Permanent residence, perhaps, for Sherrick right now, just trying to shore up what was a pretty rough lane by the matchup, turning into a 3-on-3 here in a moment. And, you know, Jake, the thing that's been interesting to me in this game is just the rotational differences here. You don't always see a side lane turn into this 3-on-3 brawl before the 10-minute mark, but it's where we are at the moment.
Yeah, and Abrahams has, I think, gotten the better of these trades, right? Like, even though Buff Enjoyers is finding some kills here and there, Sharik has been really punished on a lot of these trades. He's died a ton on the Lash, so he's kind of going to be an ult bot this game on Lash, which we talked about it in the draft. He's put in an impossible situation this game because against the Kelvin, I mean, and honestly, against Bebop, against Ivy, there's a lot of heroes that are really, I mean, Lash just is going to struggle this game. I just don't really see easy targets for him.
Oh, he's so dead.
Yeah, this guy's dead. I mean, look, the bats are in the air. This guy is as dead as anyone's ever been. And I don't know, unless he has some instant cast barrier, I just feel like he's gonna die in like before he could cast a spell. Even if he cancels flight and instant stone forms, I don't see it. It's so fast to be dead.
Even if you do stone form, I mean, Obakim probably has Sanguine up in a lot of ways to chase down. Like, there's no way. Like 3, 2, wait,
okay, no,
dead.
Yeah, you got the barrier there, procced at the last second.
Big bag too, at the very end.
I do think Obakim needs to have a pretty big game here. I feel like getting some back. Obakim and D-Mob are kind of the saving grace here for Buff Enjoyers. They are going to bring a ton of damage into these fights and maybe allow them to get some counter trades, especially in the early game before, you know, some of that nuking starts to fall off.
Chase down. Listic looking pretty low. Only upside, no flying strike up, but yeah, together just... You think you're good, Jake, and then you just see a Shiv come out of a dark alley. I mean, it's thematic. It's kind of where you'd expect to get cut up by Shiv, at the very least.
Another factor in this game I'm just thinking about now is it's pretty much all spirit damage out of Buff Enjoyers. They're very, very heavy all in on spirit, and so I feel like there's a world here where Abraham's, you know, once you start getting like maybe a frenzy, maybe a spirit resilience up on the Shiv, I'm foreseeing issues in the late game because of that heavy emphasis on spirit. The itemization could be really strong here for Abraham, especially, you know, people like Yamato just have inherent spirit res, right, on the ultimate. You see he's even building a bit more of it on the side with that Ench barrier and the spirit shielding, so they really are able to itemize efficiently in the early game, and that's kind of contributed to this moderate lead that's formed.
Also, in terms of big gets, letting the enemy Yamato of all characters take your double vault sucks. Because you talk about the way Yamato uses the golden statue buffs, short of a character like Warden, I mean, she may use it better than Warden overall, just every stat being very, very effective on her. So, yeah, I mean, if Saf is just able to go around the map, which he is right now, grabbing vaults, it's not going to end well.
Big lash ult, big connection on 3, though. That's a huge find. The 7 stun falls up, and it just peel ult for now. Keeps Zergy alive, but I think without that, probably does die. I mean, that might be the biggest slash ult we see this game, to be honest, with how many tools that he has to worry about on the other side.
More inaccurate lash ult, not a selfish ult, I'm just trying to save my team ult coming on in.
Counter initiation is value.
Uh-oh, Listic going low, killing blow available, and just instantly shut on down. And I don't think there's going to be a punish for the Shiv here, backed up by the Yamato. I mean, 11k Shiv, 10k Yamato, you know, a frustrating front line for Buff Enjoyers to deal with.
This Guardian's going down, but a big rotation here is coming in from Abraham. So yes, you open that Guardian up, very crucial for Buff Enjoyers, but they're getting flanked. They're going to get caught in a team fight here. And yeah, Zergy sees, I don't know that there's a way out of this one. Trying to zip. Okay, wait, a quick dismount. Maybe there's a way.
Zergy's just feeling right now,
honestly.
Jake. It's 11K. It's too early for Zergy to get out of bed. Like he's like, I'll fight when we get closer to 25, 30K. This is not, you know, part of the 7 mantra to get pressured this much this early.
Those are nice moves from Zergy. Honestly, he's like dead to rights there. Just perfect dismount, perfect movement to slide out of that one. And that could have been real trouble, right? You really are always talking about how much Zergy farms. I mean, you're relying on him to get huge, right? To be that win condition deeper into the late game.
Let's go mid.
Abraham's working on a 6K lead at the moment, but also more importantly, looking to keep the two-headed Hydra of Shiv Kelvin together. Where even into the mid and late game, Jake, they don't split up from each other all that often.
Yeah, I mean, Shiv's this hero that, right, in order to burst him, you kind of want to go all in with a ton of support and just commit everything on him, but Kelvin just inherently responds to that. Obakim, looks like that ult got juked, but Jamside ult caught in the silence. Couldn't get the stone form off, and Hello Bebop has escaped with the urn. That's a nice pickup. Remember, Jamside is, I mean, you're not necessarily reliant on the gun carry Ivy here in this particular game for Abrahams, but nonetheless, he is still their primary farming core.
Now, rotating over, and this is what Abrahams was able to do last time around, where they have control of the urn, and they're just going to leverage Shiv Kelvin to be the scariest front line ever. You know, objective is walk at them. However, Death Slam coming in from Sherrick on the rotation. Yuto gets caught into the backline. ABL just doing terrible damage with the pocket. Now looking for the Mina. A little bit of extra mobility. Up and around. Chases down Obakim and gets a 700 bag on top. That is a robbery from ABL.
Oh, Forsack's pocket is huge here. Saint does go down as well as together in the other side lane, so trades are pretty good. Seems like they're going slightly the way of Abrahams, though. Zergy needs to get out of this one. He's so low HP on the 7. They're trying to hunt past and get on top of him, but the pressure is on Ivy. She's doing everything just to evade and survive, but for the parry, it's little. Now it seems like Abraham's on top of him and will get that finish.
Still starting to brawl together is back over and in. The respawn times just aren't that long at this point in the game when you're deep in the enemy territory. So in the end, it is Abrahams who get the urn, should be able to get the turn in here, one would think. Certainly have the personnel over, so ABL gets a turn in. I still wonder how Saint and Together died there, where I think Together got split off in the middle of it, because neither used ult in the last part. At the very least, like, Kelvin didn't use ult. Shiv might have used ult, but Saint didn't use shelter at all there, Jake.
Yeah, it's surprising, you know, to get nuked before the shelter. There are a couple, I think I've seen like a silence somewhere. I'm sure Buff and Drawers are running some silences in this game particularly, like in order to burst people like Yamato, Calvin. There's a lot of these, you know, even Pocket, a lot of people who are somewhat vulnerable to the silences. So it's definitely something for Buff and Drawers to look at to get some of these mid-game pickoffs. Abraham's, of course, going to start itemizing against that as the game progresses. As we're kind of reached that point, most people have the core items. Mina gets a big ult, lots of damage on this Shiv. Should be dead on his screen already. Yeah, with that bloodletting. Big nuking follow-up. And we talked about Obakim's threat in a big game here. Owl catches maybe one more. Can Abrams get the follow-up?
Getting the motto would be huge. Safto still shout transformation in tow. Not something to be underestimated. Tash just flying by and jump scare off the hook. Just a little bit off. This time around, not grabbing Mina. But now if you're Buff enjoyers, you kind of wonder, Jake, you get the pick off. What are you looking for in the map? And, you know, ideally, it's just a little bit of jungle in this instance.
Yeah, the jungle's starting to run thin. I mean, there's not so much left to clear on the map. So I guess you're going to grab some Sinners on this Abraham side on the left. But seems like both teams relatively content to trade farm. I mean, slight advantage here for Abrahams. But I think they know a team like Buff and Dragons, you make some mistakes here and they're going to be right back in the game. Abrahams does have all 6 ultimates online. So if they wanted to go for maybe an aggressive challenge here, maybe look for the enemy doubles, they could. But Buff and Dragons are hunting. They want to fight in the mid lane. Looks like Buff and Dragons is going to start to invade on this Yamato.
They're looking to invade, but do they know what they're going after? They're going after Yamato, Shiv, Kelvin. Quick burst damage on the Together. No frozen shelter. No frozen shelter dropped immediately in response, and we'll keep Together back at a reasonable HP. Buff and Drawers will see if they can still make it happen. Death Slam in from Sherrick over on the side. Buff and Drawers trying to work the outskirts, but Sherrick's nearly just down. Yeah, I think ABL got in there, dropped the affliction, and things are going from bad to worse for Buff and Drawers as the fight evolves.
Yeah, and continue pushing forward. Together's realize he's not going down on HP, continuing to walk up. The Bebop laser over the top from Taz creates space, and they're going to go straight down into the mid boss. more crucial, I think, than that pickoff is the key ultimates that were deployed, right? You don't have to worry about the Owl, the Viscous Ball, the Abrams ult, and Lash won't be there for this contest. So Abraham's gonna gamble that the Yamato ultimate is gonna be enough. D-Mob looking for some cheeky value in the flank, but just gets picked off, gets instantly responded to. 7Stun's gonna hit on a few players, but there's just no follow-up. And although you're stalling a little bit for Buffenjors, isn't gonna be enough. Yamato ulting in the side angle, does get nuked down though. The big pin from Listic was enough to get him out.
Listic coming on over. How's this going to go down? Stormcloud could be massive here. However, Rejuvenator, 2 for Abrahams, 1 for Buffenjoyers. Stormcloud, is the fall through going to be here towards the end? All Rejuvenators are already gone. It is a bloodbath on both sides. Both teams down 2. Neither teams with the Rejuve left here, Jake. And the contest from Buffenjoyers pretty good given the circumstances.
Zergy won that, right?
Nice value from Zergy and Obakim, right? Huge AoE damage with those ultimates on the grouped up players trying to get the last hit. But I think even more important was Listic picking off Saf before the fight even started, right? You were relying on Yamato to be the one to just rip the ult, get those rejuve secures, be able to fight through everything. But they nuke him down, and then when he does pop up, he just has 1 HP left. They instantly finish him off. So the kill onto Saf before the fight really began was crucial. ABL gets parried, trying to get that Spirit Snatch hit off, but knocked under the low ground. Seems like he will escape.
Sometimes muscle memory can be your worst enemy. ABL on the dive, but Hoot was ready. Gets the parry, gets himself out of the danger zone where, you know, if you notice on the minimap, ABL has really been testing Hoot. Anytime that Hoot is around in a lane solo, it seems to be ABL's favorite target to harass at this point, Jake.
Yeah, Pocket has really bad spirit resist. Like, I think the natural spirit resist is negative, so you really want to be nuking him any chance you get on GT, right? Get his HP low so that he does die in that like 1 stun combo, 1 silence combo when you catch him a little bit later. So it's definitely a good target for Hoot. Fighting those parries will be key, but I mean, ABL's getting a pretty solid net worth lead, so that matchup is not going to be a fair fight in the next few minutes if they continue to take it. I think ABL is going to be a really key player to watch. Like, a huge affliction is a problem for Buffenjoyers.
I mean, one of the main reasons why Pocket does get a lot of the draft value that he does is the team fight value on top of the skirmishing. Now, a little bit of pressure here on the Obakim. Obakim getting assaulted from all angles. I mean, you're a little bit slippery as a Mina, but there are limits to that escape power, Jake, and they're being tested now as Obakim just goes for the hide here through the veil, and that maneuver may have saved Obakim's life.
Yeah, together gets healed up. Seems like both teams gonna lick their wounds and just take the reset. But the nuke onto ABL, they do catch him down in the side lane. Counter move though from Abrahams, getting on top, trying to catch this Lash. Looks like the Majestic Leap though is getting him out of trouble. He wants a little bit of this fight, but there's quite a few players here. See if the catch from Abrams is good. Stone form forced out of Saf, and he has the pin. Just follow up here.
See the chase down. Warpstone used a little bit off target, and once more it is Jamside running for their life, and the Nox Nostra, the last little bats, enough to take it down. But while this has been going on here, Jake, Abrahams, they do get urn control. We'll see how they set things up here as Shiv Kelvin maybe looking to pick up the scraps and defend this right walker.
Yeah, this is a key fight. Lash looking to get in over the top with the ultimate. Does find 2. Big connection. Shiv Kelvin, they do have ultimates online. Those aren't easy kills. You can see Abrahams, they just shrug off that initial damage. Saf is here fighting as well. And Buffenjors using their mobility to escape, but it's not quite enough. ABL catches up, nukes down Obakim. They're looking for more.
Zergy right now is looking for an urn intercept too. Off over, checking Tass in turn. Doesn't want Tass to get the free run over. Tass sees Zergy, Zergy sees Tass, and Zergy now though gonna break away over the mid, and you got the clean break for Tass, whether they realize it or not. They could just turn this urn in, Jake. And I think they're very well aware of what they got.
Yeah, he's got a nice patience. Decay thrown. Looks like a fight's being attempted. Zergy committing in heavy, but beautiful rescue beam from Kelvin here up onto the roof. I just don't see any follow-up here. Lash doesn't have ultimate. Great Talon Bird does come in, but you just don't have the finish. And look, yeah, Together knows it too. He's coming right back into the engagement. Looking for a potential execute here. Players starting to get low.
Lands
Couple
knife.
vulnerable ones who can't really challenge this.
Lands knife and the dash. Would really love a frozen shelter. Gets it. They waited to the last moment and realized, okay, we can do this. They do. A little bit of step into the Spirit Snare, decent HP, down goes Sherrick. And now, Abrahams, they're just able to move forward, get additional pressure here onto the mid walker, be the first walker of the game. And honestly, Jake, at this point, they need the item slots.
Yeah, and Sap is playing full confidence here on the off angle, pushing people back. Buffenjor's players so low, right? They've done so well in these scraps using their high burst damage heroes, but the front line a little bit weak and now starting to buckle under the pressure. And Taz gunning down this tower, a knockdown as well on Bebop, so you can expect to see probably quite a few knockdowns in this game for Abrahams. And just like the items are starting to add up, the team fights starting to look more and more inevitable with Together just seeming unkillable with Kelvin behind him.
And this was the risk of not first banning Kelvin. I mean, when we went into the draft, Jake, I truly thought Buffenjors would open with ban Kelvin because it really limits the effectiveness of Shiv if Together wanted to play it.
Oh, dying is so bad here.
Ooh, yeah, getting chased down. I mean, it just adds on to the pain. But yeah, I don't know. The bans here, I think, were a little bit questionable. I think they first banned Paradox instead. And, Buffenjors came in and said, we can beat the Shiv Kelvin. But the way this game has gone, Jake, I'm not sure they can.
Yeah, we're reaching that point where you got to start questioning it, especially with Yamato on top of it. And Saint has Refresher online. What a bit!
Oh,
a
no
huge
way!
hook. Oh no! Okay, around the corner can't be pulled. That's so lucky. Losing Listic there would have almost certainly cost a few walkers. Mid walker is an interesting scenario here, right? The Abrahams have taken the mid walker, but not the two side walkers, and so definitely going to see a lot of split map pressure as Dimov cleans off the enemy side walker. So 2-to-1 walker advantage at least playing in Buffenjor's favor.
Jake, Zergi's getting kind of fat.
I was going to say, chat is saying Zergi late game, no worries. This is all Buffenjoyers. Where does he get too fat? Like, how long can you let this game go if you're Abrahams?
I think it'll be interesting to see how the battle goes. I actually think you're kind of okay with this on Abrahams because Ivy has kind of monstrous single target DPS in terms of just like hard shooting the 7. The key is going to be locking him down. So I think once he, Zergi has the space to build something a little bit tankier, like an E-Shift or an Unstoppable, maybe I feel a little bit better. But right now, he's kind of all damage. If he's not doing damage, if he's getting stunned or controlled, then the Leech and the Boundless aren't going to be doing too much for him. So definitely interested to see what he buys here. Does he go for escalating or does he, go a little bit safer? Yeah, it's going to be the E-Shift. So maybe he can survive in something like the Kelvin Dome, can outlast maybe the Yamato ulti. But the last few fights have been really positive for Abrahams. And with mid-boss coming up soon, I expect that to be the next key point of contention. Are they timing the spawn is about to come up right now?
They have to.
Yeah,
be.
they must be, yeah.
I think this is smart. I mean, Sherrick's not going to be there in time for the fight. There's not going to be the Death Slam. And if Buffenjors go in, they're still going to be going into the Shiv God. Okay.
It's a good fake, though. I think they're coming for the fight. Knockdown's being triggered on the high ground. Hoot's here, but hey, there's no one to shoot. Buffenjor's getting juked in this fight. Abraham's looking to get the chase down on the high ground. The Frozen Shelter completely isolates Ivy. The Great Talon is trapped in the corner. And then Demon's down.
He just got completely worked by the outside of the freezer, completely unintentionally. However, the isolate doesn't immediately result in elimination, but now it does. Listic caught towards the end. 2 of Buffenjors down. The fake paying dividends. The chase down now in progress. And Obakim not going to be long here. Taken down at the end. Together getting into his groove here on the Shiv. 3 down for Buffenjors. And if you're Abrahams, Jake, you just go right back to mid.
Yeah, mid-boss is going to go down very easy. Still a bit of map control, a bit of walkers. I think Buffenjors has to attempt this. And look at this, Abraham's reading this as well. They're ready immediately for the counter engage. Together here, continuing to control that high ground. Does take a lot of damage. They're low HP. They're trying to think about, I mean, it's actually really nice that Buffenjors are able to harass a little bit and escape there because a lot of low players on Abrahams. I think there is a window to maybe get in for a challenge here.
The owl.
But the margin is so tiny here for either team, right? Buffenjors trying to pull aggro and stall as much as they can, whereas Abrahams would love to drop the reju, but they're kind of low on a lot of players. They've got to be worried about this GT bird.
This GT bird could outright kill half of Abrahams right now, or at least 2 players, and where it's at. So, along with the poke coming in for the power shot, so Hoot doing God's work and just delaying things out. Sherrick up over the top. Anvil gonna ruin his day, ruin his idea of going for the Death Slam. Now having to take cover underneath. Not the greatest spot for a Lash to be in, but time has been bought here, Jake. Buffenjors, they're back up to full strength, and now they want to finish the mid-boss.
They're going to go for it, taking the gamble here. Yamato forced to use ulti by that Lash ult, so they got some value in that GT trap on the pits. Going to give the advantage in last hitting to the Buffenjor squad. 1 rejuve goes Buffenjoyers. The rest on the field going 2 for 2 now, but 2 Buffenjors players have already lost their lives. It's a knockdown drag out in the pit here with Zergy, big ulti over the top, but immediately canceled. He's not able to get that big value, and Abraham's up 5 versus 3. This could be the game, ZP.
Yeah, 3 down and no frozen shelter, no problem. Abraham still looking reasonably healthy. Jamside may have had the run, but together doesn't know the meaning of running. Ford cuts down Zergy, and once more, the Shiv is free to play. Buff Enjoyers down 4. I will say though, Jake, still within range in terms of souls. They may get the urn on top of this, or at least earn control. And they make sure that Abrahams doesn't have the rejuve at the very least for this push. So things could be worse for Buff Enjoyers, all things considered.
Oh, nice spell parry there from Hoot. Blocks some of the damage from Pocket. I think that could have potentially nuked him if he doesn't find that counter spell. And a lot of the Abrahams players are kind of bruised from that fight, especially with Hoot continuing to spam power shots from the fountain. And Abrahams aren't going to be able to get those mid guardians they were hoping for. They get one side walker, which is pretty nice. Buff Enjoyers, though, have done a great job stemming the bleeding from some very difficult fights. However, you got to remember that previous fight was with 0 frozen shelters, right? Or there was the big fight with double frozen shelter, and now that's going to be the key tempo for Abrahams. When they have the double frozen shelter, I don't know how you play for Buff Enjoyers. It's so hard to get isolated for that incredible duration of time. So maybe we could check Saint, see what the cooldown is on Refresher. I think that'll be probably the trigger that makes Abrahams look for maybe a game end or maybe a walker take. If Saint has that Refresher online, it's just so challenging to try to continue an engagement as Buff Enjoyers.
Also, the way the draft went, there were games in the past where Buff Enjoyers was able to use things like a holiday to isolate Saint and get rid of the frozen shelter before it began, but you don't really have a ton of very reliable pick opportunities here, like maybe a death slam from Sherrick, but that's a lot less reliable than Holiday rolling up and spirit lassoing you to your demise. So the idea of taking down Saint early in these fights before the shelter can enable together to be a monster of monsters, it's not easy.
And Jamside's not into this fight. He could fly over if he wants to, but there'll be a moment here for Buff Enjoyers. Taz, this wall jumping, looking for any hooks. Such a huge threat on the Bebop. Has Toxic as well. Abrams in a bit of trouble. Tried to stay a little bit longer. Nox Nostra dodges the knockdown though, and a couple big kills. Abrams down 2 players. Buff Enjoyers looking for maybe a team wipe right now.
Massive Nox Nostra from Obakim. Did tons of damage. Silenced people. Stopped them from getting their abilities off. Shiv, Kelvin, they're both dead. No frozen shelter was used. The initiate for Buff Enjoyers, just tremendous here, Jake. Gets them right back in the game. 185k to 190k. That was the breath of life that Buff Enjoyers needed to keep this one close.
Gotta tell you, Obakim is just doing God's work right now on the Mina. So many times this game, it's been his silences with Nox Nostra that have led to these early pickups that have turned team fights around. And now, against all odds, despite being really unable to team fight and take some of these big ulti challenges, they've been just finding the pickups that have put this game right back on even footing. And in theory, this is probably a little bit favored for Buff Enjoyers right now. I still think Abrahams have monstrous team fighting, and at some point, once they get, whether it's the debuff removers or Unstoppable, something to deal with these silences, just get these Kelvin domes off, there's gonna be problems for Buff Enjoyers, but maybe they can win before that happens. Maybe they can continue to find these burst pickoffs.
I mean, this is a big swing. They get Walker, they get Urn on top of it. They're just waiting. Urn goes in, and yeah, I mean,
feeding ability points to Mina here, so she gets like more. Because like I thought, did someone else bring the Urn to that 99% of the tournament? I'm confused. I dropped that.
I didn't see closely on that. I mean, it's possible, but
Spirit Burn is a nice find. I mean, this Mina does crazy damage. I almost feel like, yeah, Max Nox Nostra. I wonder how buffed that is, right, from his love bites over the game. I feel like Obakim kind of needs to be the hero right here. Zergy is also, I mean, ridiculously huge now, 43k. Listic grabs Spellbreaker. When I see them all, the full lineup of Enjoyers, I think they can absolutely win this game. I'm just wondering, like, if you get Kelvin Dome isolated, how do you ever not start the fight down 1 or down 2 players? If somebody gets Kelvin Dome 2 times in a row with like a bunch of Abraham's players, I feel like they could play from a pretty significant net worth deficit and still look good in the team fight. However, Saint's going to get hard focused. Maybe he won't be able to get those off.
I mean, ideally, you do kill Saint early, and immediately, Tass just evaporated. Hoot with the burst damage, and here comes Zergy, Stormcloud over the top onto the wounded members of Abrahams. The frozen shelter is out, but together, super low. Not enough to save him this time. Not off that opening. Not with the burst from Hoot, and with 3 down from Abrahams. Buff Enjoyers, they get to move forward here, Jake.
Yeah, Zergi's taking control of the game now. I mean, now once you can win the fight in the Kelvin Dome, you're still finding these pickoffs, right, with the Phantom Strike from Listic. And now Abrahams has really been on the back foot for quite a few fights. They went from being in a commanding position, looking to take base Guardians, potentially threaten the end of the game, but Buffingers was just so clean dancing with the enemy around the mid boss, right, delaying that take that really Abrahams just never got that critical mass to try and close out the game. Buffingers going to go back shop, but go ahead.
Look at the timers right now. Mid boss is up in 20 seconds. If Buffingers realizes this, they actually have a window to burst down mid boss before Together Insane can really get to the middle. I don't think they realize the window that they have here.
Are they ready for it? If he goes down right now, yeah, I think they are timing it. They're timing it. At this level,
they can burn it with
Nox. Timing it. He's going to instant Nox Nostra on this, 3 seconds, and I think it will just be dead before anyone can contest. And now you're kind of looking for Abrahams at a patron defense, right? You might be giving up first layer patron, trying to just make a clutch hold. This could very easily be Buffingers taking the series.
Also, that is the ridiculous power of Mina when you're farmed into the late game. The ability to just annihilate the mid boss faster than I think anything else in the game pays off, because they only had a short window to get that done, Jake, without Together Insane coming in the contest. But that's the power of Mina in this situation.
Yeah, man, Mina is a serious problem right now, and Abrahams, I mean, they are a little bit stun light in the draft. I talked about, okay, maybe the items can resolve that, but something like Knockdown, right, with Mina being able to dodge those, not nearly as effective. I wonder if they need curses or something of that nature to really catch and lock down these players. But now you're starting to worry about, there's just a lot of different problems in the game now. You're trying to deal with Hoot being in huge damage from range. I mean, D-Mob is 41k. D-Mob does pretty serious damage in these fights. Maybe we take a look at the D-Mob build. I think he's full statted, man. If he's got like Phantom Strike, Warp Stone, he presents a huge problem looking for stuns in those fights.
It's also more disruption that could just interrupt Saint before things go down. But I don't think Saint has gotten souls in the last 8 minutes, Jake. That is where Abrahams has just been stalled out on economy. And now pressure coming into the shrines. Seth looking for the interruption. Here comes Nox Nostra over the top.
It's not the
bat
best.
Still piling out, and yeah, I mean, not the highest value, but still enough to find ABL. The threat of the pocket is gone. The affliction was dropped, but Buffinger is still looking mostly okay. Frozen Shelter gonna be dropped here.
Oh, Zergy inside the shelter. Death to my enemies. He's killing them all. There's no stuns for the 7 ult. They're out of gas. This is it, man. This is game. Buffingers holding the defense for so long. And a signature comeback maybe on the cards right here, ZP. 45 seconds. This one's done. Buffinger's the champs. Oh, man. Is that a manner pause?
That was a manner pause. I think Buffinger felt a grudge. I think they thought...
I will say Abraham's also paused at a pivotal moment around the mid-boss. Hook into the
lag. So good. I don't think they like the pause at mid-boss. Wait.
Oh, bad blood.
Okay.
You guys, bad blood is being formed between these teams right now. Buffingers take the win, and it is a salty one. Abraham's going to be licking their wounds, going to be looking for revenge next. You better believe it, but it's Buffingers, our champion, in Night Shift number 5, presented by Intel.
Yikes, ZP! I came in thinking this was all Abraham's. Chat said, look out for Zergy late game, and who is it sealing the deal? Mr. Zerg on the trackball. Wasn't just him, though. Obi with a phenomenal performance on the Mina. I heard you talking about that over and over again for the noobs out here who didn't know about Obi and the Mina and the potential for a late game snowball. How does she work? Why was she so impactful, ZP?
Well, I think it comes down to the fact that Nox Nostra is this unique combination of silencing abilities and heavy burst damage. And you got to think back to that fight that happened in middle, in the right lane, where it was just the right place, right time for Buffingers. Obikim lands the best Nox Nostra of his life, sets up for 2 pickoffs before the Together, Saints combo can really get going. And off that team fight, I mean, everything goes well for Buffingers from there on out. They get a walker, they get Urn, they catch up in souls, and they continue to get these early engagements that don't let Abrahams hit their win condition of Shiv and Kelvin just setting the tone. And none of that would have been possible without Obikim having repeated very good Nox Nostra uses.
Jake, there's a few people in the YouTube chat who are a little shamed because they said as soon as they saw that Together got Shiv again and that Saint was on the Kelvin, that this was Abraham's game. They were up pretty big in the middle of this one. Seemed they had everything going their way. Was it a Shiv like character fall off, or just the Buff Enjoyers winning some crucial team fights?
I feel like Buff Enjoyers played some of these really difficult scenarios just picture perfect, right? Think of that moment when I think Abrahams uses the double dome, right? The double frozen shelter from Kelvin. They get a couple pickoffs and they look to convert on mid, but they can't convert on mid because 3 standing players from Buff Enjoyers just keep poking from different angles, threatening them on the mid boss without being caught, right? And repeatedly, Abrahams gets off the mid boss, looks for catches, and they just can't find any of those 3 players. I think it was Zergy, Hoot, and maybe Dima. I can't remember who the third was, but they stayed alive. They prevented some of those mid boss takes, and that key power spike for Abrahams at the mid game when they're supposed to be getting rejuves, getting decisive team fight victories, and just ending the game, they weren't able to get it over the line because Buff Enjoyers were just so nimble, so evasive, you couldn't close out on the victories you were earning on the team fight.
$1,000 matchup, and it is going to Buff Enjoyers, their 3rd championship here in the 5 weeks of our night shift activity. And as we take a look back at some of the best moments from both sides, ABL get in the pocket. You saw Saint on the Kelvin, and then of course together on the Shiv. Players to watch early on the other side. Who is doing work from Buff Enjoyers, Mr. ZP?
I think the unsung hero at points, in part because there wasn't a lot of flashy owls, but I think the glue that kept them in the game, even more so than the Nox Nostras towards the middle and end, was probably Hoot, where so many times Abrahams could have run away with it, but Hoot was just an absolute menace, landing power shot after power shot, whittling down the health of Abrahams to make it so that they couldn't come in and, you know, easily run away with the game. And that's the power of GT's poke. And of course, Zergy, as you got into the late game, the looming threat, the 7 that eats the jungle and eventually eats you should the game go on too long. 45k souls at the end kind of says it all.
And yes, Hoot's parents did name him knowing he would be a future great talent superhero. Let's take a look here at the finisher from Zergy. I'm told we have our MVP selected. This is a big question for me. Who do you go with? There's so many pop-off players, both sides. Of course, Buff Enjoyers probably going to earn the MVP award because they won it all. Jake, who did you put your award to as we get another 10 gifted from my man 99 Lives? We're closing in on that Mo skin release.
You know, a series like this, I feel like it's always hard to call MVP because so many players across different games have different sorts of contributions. You take a player like Sharik, who kind of got shafted this game in the draft, right? I think Lash was a pretty rough Lash game from my perspective looking at the draft, but he still made it work, didn't overplay it. It was nice. So there's a lot of players to praise, but in the end, we got to give the MVP to one single person. Let's see if we've got it ready. We can roll it. It is Obicam.
Game on.
I felt like in this game in particular, right, they were falling behind at so many moments, especially in the early game. And it was Obicam playing. I mean, typically this guy's on quote unquote support, right? Comes out on more of like a nuker harassment carry and has a huge game with big pickoffs at crucial moments, right? Stats wise is not going to blow you away, not going to be super impressive, but I don't think Zergy gets to this point in the late game where he's able to take over without the playmaking from Obicam in the mid game. That was when Abrahams were strong. That was when Abrahams were supposed to be able to win the game.
Right.
And a couple of those big team fights came out of Obicam to really turn the momentum around and keep Buff Enjoyers alive in the series.
Chat is demanding that we already nerf Obicam, or at least Mina. Let's take a look here at some of the best moments in Z Pizzle. Talk to me about Mina, because she got improved coming into tonight's matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Mina, the devs looked at her win rate and saw, wow, people really love this character, but wow, is that win rate bad? And she got pretty big buffs across the board. Nox Nostra got a lower cooldown, her scaling got way better, and Love Bites takes one less shot overall, the trigger. The end result is that she's way more damaging, way more bursty, and has the good stuff up way more often. Also gets more healing off her rake on top of it. So yeah, Mina is just a much bigger threat. And the question was, how would it show up at the highest level of competition, which is what we have in Deadlock Night Shift? And the answer is, showed up real well in the clutch here for Buff Enjoyers and saved them from what seemed to be an all too certain demise from a Fed Shiv Kelvin. So yeah, Mina proving her worth, proving how she has been an effective addition to the game, and Obicam really did play it to the perfection as we went from the mid game into the late game.
Drifter got a win tonight. You just saw Mina get a win. The new character's getting a lot of use, and Billy even won some MVP awards. Mina, our MVP tonight for EU as they get the job done. Jake, I want to ask you a little bit about the rivalry that we are seeing here in Europe. You mentioned it. There was some BM pauses, some back and forth communication between the players. Is this something that's usual, normal? How do I get those guys to lose their mind even more if I'm buff enjoyers?
Oh, you know, there's some memes going on there, some banter for sure. I mean, look, you had like for Abraham's, maybe they had some bugs in the mid game where they did pause for a bug. It wasn't a super crucial moment, right? So it's a bug, it's lag, whatever. And I kind of believe him in that case. However, you're going to be a little salty about that. In the moment as buff enjoyers, you're going to be like, how can you pause at this moment? Your up players were harassing you from different sides in the mid boss, where the pause gives you a moment to talk about, oh, are we going to go on this guy? Are we going to finish? Like, what are we going to do? It actually is really meaningful to pause there. And so I think buff endurers, even if that is a legit pause, they're going to be salty about it. And you know what? I judge this. I rule this as arbiter of bad manners. I rule this as acceptable counter BM from buff enjoyers, because the game was over when they started BM pausing. So it was a little toxic, but you know what? I'll accept it this time.
Here on the night shift, we have no rules. Do what you want, gamers. We're here to play. Congratulations, $1,000 dished out to buff enjoyers. Abrahams, though, for their hard work, will earn $0, but they did catch a few subs. So thank you to all the gifted subs. 99 lives, dropping a few on our heads. Fax hooked me up with my personal sub. And ZP, for all those who didn't know, we do this every week. So if you like the content and you hate ads, it's a great time to sub, because it's up to 30% off over on twitch.tv.
Yeah, great time to sub. And also, going there also could get the most skin out a little bit faster. It's coming out at the end of the night no matter what, but hey, if you want it right now, just a few subs away, and you too can be the most dapper Mo around. And all in all, ridiculous game. And by the way, yet another buff enjoyers comeback. They are the comeback kings of Deadlock.
Yes.
No other team comes remotely close to the amount of comebacks they have engineered over time.
Okay, question on that. Does that mean that they are the best team late game, or that they are the best game at pivotal moments of flipping the script? Because as you mentioned, they've won 3 times. I feel like 2 of them were comeback wins, Jake, where they were down at least in a game 1 in the series.
I mean, to me, this game 3 was really a story about continuing to fight against a huge power spike in the mid game, where I thought this game was wrapped up. I thought Abrahams had just, like, the refresher on Kelvin. I just thought, okay, look, how do you fight anymore? Like, anyone who goes in, Listic, how do you play the game? You're just going to get instant domed and 1v5'd as Abrams. You just can't fight. But somehow, whether it's building the silence waves, finding Phantom Strike pickoffs, they're able to start playing around it and really denying the value. And they gave up Shiv Kelvin this game. They made that choice, right? Draft-wise. They just gambled that they had the response, that they could be able to weather that storm in the late game. And today they were right. But nonetheless, I don't know that this is the end of the together Shiv. I don't think you take this game as together and say, oh, I guess I can't play Shiv anymore. I think this really was just down to the wire in beautiful execution by buff enjoyers to get the win.
In the meantime, we have to go to a break. Hopefully, we'll have an interview ready for you on the other side. If not, we'll be kicking off North America. Final thoughts on EU ZP. Were you surprised with the end result?
I'm never surprised with the end result here in EU. The one constant that we get is incredible games here at Deadlock Night Shift in the EU. We saw big meta changes from the patch, and we saw Mina rise to prominence at the end of those changes. We saw the resurgence of Shiv Kelvin. I mean, we had so many storylines here, but the one thing that you could say at the end of it, it was a fantastic series, and it just makes me look forward to NA to see what North America is cooking right after this.
Reminder, we are going to dress ZP up as Abrams. He promised to paint his skin with real paint blue. And of course, Jake is about 400 subs away from purring live in your bedroom. We're going to a break. When we come back, we'll tell you all the details. Hit the sub button in between. See you then. Sorry to interrupt your gooning. It's time to break down more Deadlock. We've got Jake and ZP back 3 minutes and 9 seconds early to be exact, because we got our special guest up and running. Shout out to Solomon behind the scenes who brings in Obi Kim live. Obi, congratulations on the win tonight. Not only did you win $1,000 for your team, you earned our MVP with your performance. How did you feel about that game 3 in particular? How did you guys mount that comeback?
Hello, hi everyone. Thank you for congratulations. I'm not really sure if I was MVP that game, but I appreciate this thing. But about game 3, it was actually so hard to come back at one point, but we did some very good decisions, some very good counterplays with Silence versus Kelvin. So their main idea of fight was not working, and we can do more plays. Actually, we just win only because of Kelvin was not in fight, and actually so happy about this win, because we lost last one. I don't want to lose 2 in a row for sure.
Right. It has been back and forth. You have won 3 weeks now. They have won 2 weeks. Is there a rivalry brewing between the players? We saw some BM towards the end of that game.
I'm not sure if it was BM. This guy just losing, and it's kind of easy to have some emotional things to say in chat. I don't feel like it's something very bad, but probably you need to keep it with yourself. So I'm not sure.
It's very diplomatic
we got Intel
response.
paying bills. Yeah,
fair enough. I mean, I think for you guys, right, you're always going back and forth with this team with Abrahams. How much do you guys scrim against each other in terms of being the top 2 teams in Europe and kind of continuing to elevate? And how much is there an element of trying to have something new or something secret coming into the night shift and wanting to actually win this money match?
I can say we are not screaming that much with Abraham's team, especially because I think somebody of them kind of biased to play all the time. So I cannot I'm not sure how much we're gonna play after this fight night, but right now we wasn't playing that much. About some tactics or secrets, we have some secrets. We are not how to say, we are not leaking on screens, but it's especially not that big, so can do the insane difference. It's small things what can do small performance boost, but we are not doing some secrets usually, but it depends on situation.
If I was going to look for some of these secrets and I'm in the public and I have access to these games, which characters should I watch?
I'm not sure, but the mini hero can be really good. Can be so much better than a 6-pick spot.
Okay, I like that. ZP, go ahead.
Yeah, my question to you is one thing that seemed a little bit suspect, especially because you guys got super behind, and you did adapt with silences, you did adapt with some really well-timed Nox Nostras, but going back, was there a point in that game where maybe you looked back at the draft and went, man, we should have banned Kelvin? Because I feel like it's not just Kelvin and Shiv being particularly good as a combo right now, but those are the biggest comfort picks for Abrahams historically, especially Saint and Kelvin are kind of one and the same. And if you guys had banned the Kelvin, I feel like you wouldn't have had to deal with a lot of the way that the early to mid part of that game went down.
It's actually so true, but if you're looking for proper draft, it's probably better to leave Kelvin and just play around it. But if you want to play against Abraham's team, yeah, it's for sure a good idea. It was kind of bad situations on our left lane. What happened? So Shiv and Kelvin was actually so much stronger than it can be in average game. So we just probably need to work with their strongest part, work with our weakness, so we can actually be better in total, after all.
I know we have to let you get back to the team, and of course, North America is ready to go. But while you've been interviewed, we've gained 30 subs on the Twitch channel. I have a feeling that people can watch you and your team other places. Do you have a stream?
I'm streaming like if I have a good vibes for it, but it's not always. You can catch up me on my Twitch channel Obicom, like Obicom.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Before you go, there's been a lot of buffs. If I suck at the game, who do I play tonight to rank up?
You can play Billy. Billy is good.
Thank you, sir. We're going with the GOAT. That was Obicum, and we are done with Europe as we have a 3-time champion reclaiming the throne, formerly known as VP. Buffed Enjoyers get it done. Obicum, congrats on the win.
Thank you, everyone.
Amazing stuff. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to North America. ZP, you excited for the second half of this show? I know you're done with the cast-in, but this show is just beginning.
Yeah, and I think what I'm excited for is that Scrimbucks, alert Scrimbucks, but people are saying Sneaky Golem is very strong. Could give Hydra Nation a fight if they get past Maht's fan club. So I'm curious to see if the Scrimbucks Express is true, and if Hydra Nation will be taking the task. There's a real possibility.
Game on, baby. That is the great ZP. He has all of the insider knowledge. Thank you for setting up tonight's matches. We're going to a break. Take a look at what happened, though. Week 4 of the night shift.
Welcome back to another match of the shift for Deadlock Night Shift number 4. This week, our main focus was on the North American Challenger match of Melee Creeps up against Little Troops. Now, Melee Creeps back in action here, went against their former teammate Apache Pop, all meeting head-to-head to see who could take on Hydra Nation in our finals. Let's see which team made it out. Melee Creeps with an early game comp, keep the pressure on all lanes. A scout getting the first kill of the game and the first Guardian 4 minutes and 30 seconds in.
And then all you see here from Little Troops continually giving up space in the middle as the Guardian gets pounded, and oh god, he actually landed that, Jason.
Melee Creeps continue to dominate the early game, getting all 3 Guardians in 7 minutes. After getting a first pick on Fish Cake, Little Troops get down their first Guardian of the game, but maybe at the cost of their right lane Walker. Won't be here in time to help him out. So going to come out of the Walker. The chase continue to go down on Apache Pop to secure this kill, and secure Walker on top will be phenomenal, but Maht has rotated in, not in time to save his teammate.
That is a wild chase down deep behind the Walker, and the Walker is just continuing to get pummeled, even as Ivy taking damage in turn. One has to think that this Walker, if it doesn't fall now, is going to be pretty soon to fall. A little bit of evasion right now from Ivy, back and forth. Trying to make most of the 100 HP of the returns. Deciding to come back on over. Still wants the Walker here, Jason. This is highly aggressive, but if they get the Walker, it's definitely worth it.
Realizing this 9k lead is getting a bit out of hand, Little Troops group up for a push on the right lane Guardian to close the gap.
But Melee Creeps deciding, no, we don't have to give this up for free. Swap coming in early. No swap up right now for John. Just aerial mobility, staying alive way longer than you'd expect. May have bought time for the rest of his team to turn the tables.
Oh, is that a slowing hex coming through as well? Melee Creeps look to run the urn over to extend their lead, but get into a fight mid while pushing the left lane and leads into a rejuve take. Maybe the plan out of Melee Creeps is just to avoid the team fight, and maybe for Little Troops, it's just to kind of survive to get to that point to team fight.
Speaking of team fighting, it's starting to get hot and heavy here in middle. Ball opening up here for Scout for disruption. Saya goes down. Saya was looking for lasso into the back, wasn't able to find it. And now under pressure, Fish Cake gonna have to drop Shout transformation, throws himself into the freezer, and this Kelvin play may be enough to save Paradox under the Amato dive, times out the rest of the Shout transformation. Paradox though still pretty low. Maht will pay the price in the end.
Now on the push with Rejuve in hand, Melee Creeps look to take the last Walker of the game and tunnel through Little Troops base.
They handle it. Their Walker is what's at stake here, Jason.
Well, they do kill the catch on a Scout. Necessarily the best target to do so since he has Cube. He's going to have his Goo Ball in just a second. He actually gets burst down here, has a chance. Again, the Rejuve going to get him back alive yet again. His teammates going to be rotating to help out. They do get the finish on a Scout, so 1 kill has been confirmed. Man advantage in the hands of Little Troops, but again, they still have so many players to deal with. I hear Shadow Transformation going off for Fish Cake. This mid Walker is going down over time, and Melee Creeps starting to come back in this fight.
Apache Pop, the storm has been quelled. The Walker is going down. And now look at this full bullet haze, completely operational. But again, the bullet dance just stymied by elevation yet again. Freezer being put on out. Rhino desperately trying to save and support the team, but you look at the HP and Little Troops is getting whittled down left, right, and center. Renon is still absolutely healthy, laying in the bullet damage.
With the Rejuve now gone, melee creeps try to go for an earn deny, and little troops chase it down for a fight. Renon technically can become immune to it if it times it perfectly, but we do see a fight breaking out on this right-hand side. Finally, little troops trying to put the pressure on as they get initial kill on the Xenon. Just as we talk about Stride not really being too scary, one kill is a good start, but they're not outlasted. The damage coming back their way. Sai turns it back onto Maht, and Sai's continue to push in, gets the catch onto Stride, pulls him back into his team and says, you might get one kill, but you ain't gonna get more.
Barrel about to come back online.
I kind of called it early here, ZP, but it looks like Stride might be able to escape.
Maybe not.
Okay, there we go. All's right in the world now. After getting a pick on Sion being down 25k, little troops keep track of mid-boss spawn timer and try to rush it down before MC could respawn.
They had the timer, and they're immediately going for it as soon as mid-boss spawns. But you take a look at what's going on. The rest of melee creeps all heading on in, and maybe elevation won't hurt Renon this time. The bullet haze good to go as the mid-boss gets taken on down, but here comes the team fight over and in. Yamato opening up Shadow Transformation. Melee creeps just taking free real estate here at the moment. Pajipop drops a Storm Cloud off to the side. Is it going to be enough? They are able to get a few hits on the Rejuvenator. All of it, in fact, towards little troops. So the Storm Cloud doing massive work here, Jason. And melee creeps not quite able to be the fearsome force that they thought they might have been.
They forced the team fight off the back of the Rejuvenator. They're exactly what they were looking for with the initial kill they had on the side to kick this one off, and they're going to come out relatively clean. From being 25k ahead to being equal in souls, the game is starting to slip away from melee creeps. Onto Floss to deny the earn turn in, but they do pick it back up and get the secure on top of this. So that's that soul deficit they were behind him with like 20, almost 30k. It's completely gone now. Just see another team fight break off of this.
Fish Cake just gets slaughtered right outside of the dome, and it is getting worse before it gets better right now for melee creeps. As you mentioned, the lead evaporated. Scout taking refuge in his own cube. Now gonna have to goo ball away as a pure escape maneuver.
This is exactly what you're looking for little troops. Good affliction comes through. Catches quite a few players on the side of melee creeps. Walking down to half HP, and honestly, if you're MC here, you almost just need to back away for they get a catch. Maht again, another catch comes through, and Strike closed it down. He talked about Maht as being one of the players to really look out for, and honestly, his paradoxical swaps have been opening up these kills and these team fights now here for little troops.
And it's just kill after kill coming in here, Jason. Stagger after stagger. The parry onto the Viscous ends up saving Stride's life just when you think Stride is about to go down.
Melee creeps try to stop the Rock, getting an earn turn in, but it just leads to a fight that they couldn't win. Turn in, but they're going to maybe lose a player. Someone getting caught out, completely surrounded by little troops, and you do not want to be going down a player here, especially the great paradoxical swap coming through directly onto John.
I think John's a bad early target, though. Still has a swap in reserve. Stormcloud comes out into the frozen dome on top of the two. However, knockdown going to be ending the storm. A little bit of adaptation here from melee creeps, who are pretty wounded overall from that engage. No one caught, but half of melee creeps is at half HP, and G-Freak now saying, let's change the equation. Death Slam comes out, puts Scout super low. Scout not dead, but not long for this world perhaps either. Renon caught on the side. John goes down, swap not enough to save. And with melee creeps having two down, with mid-boss now being up, little troops are going to try and get a little bit extra here, Jason, then go directly mid right after.
Being this late into the game, one team fight can spell the end, and melee creeps won the spelling bee on the other side. So I think they did a good job of like preventing him from getting stronger in this game.
Melee creeps trying to go for a bit of an ambush here. Up in the air is G-Freak, finally out of the CC, going for the Death Slam, picks up two. Gets hit with the knockdown. The Frozen Shelter, though, being over the Death Slam targets, ends up with two down right after. The combo between Lash and Kelvin really paying dividends. And with two down, melee creeps may be facing the beginning of the end. Little troops still with all six up. They lost two charges of Rejuvenator. That is a price they're more than willing to pay as they pick up another two. And Jason, we're heading into the end game.
Yeah, the end game. Well, we're heading into the next game at this point, man. The base garden's going to be going down. The shrines, they should be taking a few seconds here. I mean, look at the respawn timers as well. The rejuve is still there for another 2 minutes of time. This patron's gonna fall, and I think they just go for the finish here. Like, they have everyone up. They have the dome to heal up as well. Even the health over there to get everyone a little bit extra topped off and healthy. I think this is it. Like, little troops said, they pulled off the comeback here.
Yep, they're going to sit here and immediately unload on the patron. Scout's going to try and delay a puddle punch, but there's only so much a single Viscous and Haze can do. The patron getting burned on down, and that is going to be little troops defeating Melee Creeps, moving on for yet another match against Hydra Nation.
Even though Melee Creeps did let things slip through their fingers towards the end of the game, it was still great to see what they could do all coming together within just 1 week of time and not much practice. But for Little Troops, the real challenge laid ahead. Another rematch against Hydra Nation. And if you want to see how that played out, make sure you guys go check out the VOD and like and subscribe here to the Deadlock Night Shift.
That's right, we're celebrating Intel Gamer Days as you are watching Night Shift episode number 5. It's Shift 5, and we've got some fresh staff. Jake, who just joined us for the EU final matchup, and of course, the regular face, Jason Kaplan, with the best stash in the business. Cap, I want to start with you because you just recapped what we saw from North America last week. What are you excited about, though, tonight?
Well, ZP's been giving us some rumblings about a new, I wouldn't say super team, a new team coming out of North America that could potentially rival the Hydras in NA, because it feels like every week here at the Deadlock Night Shift, we're just giving them $1,000 every single time.
Yep.
And we're looking for that new team who can take them down, and maybe Sneaky Golem might be just it.
Sneaky Golem trying to be that squad. Let's take a look at our NA format and how it's going to work. Jake, as always, this is our challenger match. It's a best of one. Get it done. Make it quick if you can. Sneaky Golem taking on the Maht fan club. And I felt like Maht's fans were also taking over our chat last week. A lot of them spamming the subs. And of course, anytime Maht did anything on screen, they let the rest of the chat know about it.
You know, honestly, I think both of these teams is exciting to have a week in NA where we actually have some pretty solid teams in the challenger bracket. And I think, you know, Hydra Nation, they've been on top for too long, right? There's been enough time for teams to say, you know what, hey, we want some shots on goal. We want to take on this top team in North America. And I think they're going to be facing a stiff challenge today. I'm excited to see, well, who comes out of the challenger match and how that money match goes, because, you know, Hydra Nation, it's challenging to stay that far ahead for that long. It's easier for other teams to maybe copy you, catch up to you, and maybe Sneaky Golem could be just that squad.
All right, now Hydra Nation will be playing the winner of this match, but let's start with the Sneaky Golem League DMB. We got Rocker, Xeno, Goober, and Ranger. Kaplan, of these 6, who do you think we should put our camera on first in game?
I think it's a very tough decision on who to focus on. I think just if we're talking about playmakers, Xeno is definitely going to be one of the people we have to keep an eye on. He did play in the one-win bombshell with Hydra Nation, I believe it was, or the conglomerate of what became of like one North American team back in volume 5. Maybe ZP can correct me on that. But he is, and was at least, a little bit of a one-trick pony when it came to Yamato. So I'm not sure if he's been able to flesh out his hero pool a bit to be able to play a lot of the other carries that you'll potentially see, especially when things get nerfed or buffed. But I'm going to give it to him, but I also want to give a little bit of some flowers to Goober, because he's definitely been one of the unsung heroes in North America. In my eyes, he's almost basically just as good at Viscous as Dimov is on Viscous over in Buff Enjoyers.
That is some high praise. Dimov, of course, winning multiple MVPs playing the Viscous. Goober, known for the goo ball. Will he be able to pop off? Will they feed him? And will this go to late game? Because so far in Goober's recent matchups, they have been too swift to really get anywhere. We take a look at Maht's fan club. There's no Maht on this, of course. It's Arctic. We got Koner, Division, Erebus, Geo, and Jarate. What do we pump for, Jake?
Yeah, I'm excited to see if they can take on, you know, the Sneaky Golems roster, because although Sneaky Golems is a new team that we haven't seen before, in the night shift, there's a lot of familiar faces that have been on many different top teams. So for Maht's fan club, these guys I think are definitely going to be punching up, and it's going to be on them to show what they can do and make this a competitive match here, especially, if they want to really put the screws to Hydra Nation. If they can win this challenger match, you need to look pretty dominant here for either team really to come out of this one.
And Jake,
will we get a Mo and Krill? Sorry, I needed to cut you off. Why? Because we need to plug the fact that subs are currently up to 30% off on twitch.tv. And if we get 70 more, that's right, we're at 530. If we get 70 more subs, we will be dropping the brand new Mo and Krill skin for everyone here in all of the chats. Kaplan, sorry, thoughts on our NA teams?
Yeah, so Jarate actually has a little bit of background when it comes to playing competitive, at least in our, well, not DLNS. It was back in Deadlock Fight Night. Played with Troopers in Paris. And on that team was Flaws, which we do see now, you know, kind of rising through the ranks, Rhino, and even Maht. So he's played with a lot of the kind of new coming stars we're seeing in North America in the past, and now trying to make a name for himself with a lot of like high level players who haven't really played much at the high level competitively so far in Deadlock.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt to the competitive environment, because as much as like, you know, they're ranked is one thing, but there's such a different environment when you play as a full team, right? In terms of the communication, the cooperation, you can really change the level of plays and the level of risk you're willing to take if everyone's on that same page. And so I think that's especially what I want to see from these teams as they come here to play in the night shift is how do you bring it together as a team? We know individually we have a lot of strong players. They're very experienced. They've been grinding a ton of Deadlock, but how do they take it to that next level with the team play, with the strategic coordination?
Jake, I've been a professional all night. Can I go off the rails for a moment?
Always, Bucket.
What ranked player got put into competitive gameplay that had no place in competitive gameplay because they played like a ranked player?
In Deadlock, I'm not even sure. I feel like everyone's.
I was thinking like your career history. I feel like a few have been on your teams. I was hoping maybe we'd get a clip for social media.
I don't want to throw any stones. You know, I don't want to throw any. I'm not going to name names here. I'd say there's been some matches where our whole game plan has been to shoot one player, but you don't want to be that player. That's a bad sign. It's a bad sign, guys. Don't be that guy. We'll be talking about Jake's decisions and the people he's played with more throughout the show. Jason Kaplan, we are waiting for the NA teams to get into it. And here it is. The 1v1 is ready. I got DMB and Amber. On the other side, it's Arctic. Game on. Ding, ding. Who's winning?
Can I tell you in like 10 seconds? Can I wait for them to lose a little bit more HP first? I mean, it's got to be DMB in my eyes.
The mind games are crazy. He keeps heavy meleeing away. But it looks like DMB has a slight health disadvantage. Both have parries up now. A lot of parry faking. Oh, and there it comes. Big parry. Now, that gives a big advantage, but it's not over yet. Arctic still has a bit of HP to work with here.
Oh, it's over.
Yeah, it should
Parry's
be.
gone.
Should be a cleanup. Ooh, that's a parry. Okay, nice read from DMB. Doesn't melee into that.
Wasn't even worried. I feel like I partially got that win as well, as so did DMB.
Yeah, we should give you some of the prize money. Like, I'm sure they're down with that. They're down with that.
Do we have to call him Matt, or can we just call him Maht the rest of the night to trigger chat? Because I'm down for it. Maht's fan club taking on Sneaky Gump. You guys suck. You're not even subbing with your Prime. Look at you, OG Chino. Look at that thing. It's just sitting there, not used.
Use your Prime.
You click on it. It's free. The money doesn't go to Amazon. It goes to us, and we spend it on casters' food and water and places to live. But here we go. The Viscous is going to be banned by Matt's fan club. Kind of a bummer. Are they targeting Goo on Sneaky Golem? Is that what's happening out of the gates here, Kaplan?
Yes.
I will say I played a game with Goober. I played a game with Goober the other day, and he was on Bebop, and we absolutely destroyed the lane in the game. So, you know, I think
you carried Goober though, right?
No, I think he was like 15-1 on Bebop. I was like 11-2 on Yamato. It was pretty good, but he was absolutely dominating. We took Walker at 10 minutes. I'm saying that. We took Walker at 10 minutes before the laning phase broke down.
But now I know you're lying because
it's going to be banned. Paradox.
You were playing Yamato, not Warden or Viscous. So now I know
I've been learning Yamato. This is my new character. I've been trying her out. Just a lot of fun.
So we just sitting on the Xeno cam so you can learn some Yamato tonight? I'm down. I'm told he's one of the best. Observers.
Let's see it.
Give North America what North America casters want. The Yamato cam. And Mo and Krill is in. If you haven't heard about it, North America, we got a brand new skin. Thank you to Ozzy Lion getting it all done for us. It's available to the chat at the end of tonight's show. But if we get to 600 subs, that is 70 subs away, we're dropping it early. This band continues. And I've made a request to production. Can we speed up each pick? What do you think is the minimum amount of time you would need to make these selections, Jason Kaplan? Because I just finished a whole bunch of American fantasy football drafts, and I think 15 seconds was the fastest that anyone could handle.
I think we have it at like 22 seconds right now. It might be 26. I think we did speed up a little bit, but to be honest, it takes a lot of like consideration of what kind of comp you're trying to adapt to what they're picking, trying to put people on heroes they're comfortable with. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to, one point in the game where we're giving like a minute per pick or a minute per ban for teams just to really think things through. When you have like 50 heroes in the game, there's so many synergies that kind of work and intertwine with each other that you have to really be methodical. You look at any MOBA, that's exactly how it plays out.
Shush, wow. Catching the sub. We're celebrating dubs here. Jake, are you excited about the Abrams?
I think Abrams Mo is a really nice opener, even with characters like Yamato and Pocket, right? Like yes, if you never get caught by Mo, you're looking pretty good. But there's a point in the game when, once Phantom Strikes come up for both these heroes, it's going to be really awkward to not be initiated on and caught. And, I think that gives Sneaky Golem right now, it looks like a lock on the late game. Like I feel like once you get online with some of these pickoffs, it's going to be so hard to fight against them. That being said, Maht's fan club, a lot of tempo in this draft, right? Like Yamato Pocket, if they can come out of the lane strong and can keep snowballing the game, they could just get such an insurmountable lead that, even combo isn't necessarily a deal breaker for you in the team fight. Seven, I think, is pretty decisively the strongest late game carry right now. Just gives you the most. The stun is really high value. Great AoE damage rather with the power surge, and then of course the ulti over the top. We just so ridiculous. If you don't stun that ulti, you cannot play.
Big shout out to all the Prime subbers. And Jason Kaplan, I wanted to ask you about the Yamato pick. Was that so you don't have to ban it? Xeno might be a one trick on the Yamatos. So do you just use this because it's a strong character, or is this a counter selection?
I think it's I don't think she's necessarily a super strong hero at the moment. Maybe with like the tweaks we had come in, it did ramp her up a little bit, but I think it kind of works both ways. We're not too familiar with Maht Fans Club like hero pool across the board, so maybe they have a player who likes to play Yamato, so you get to take it away from Xeno and also put it to a player who can play her to an extremely high level. So it's kind of a win-win situation, I'm gonna guess, for Matt's fan club.
I feel like
Holiday
every
is finally
team
in tonight.
has a good Yamato player. You just need it. Yamato is so relevant competitively. Like the ability to shrug off all stuns and debuffs is so potent, right? Especially once you get towards that later game. If you're leading the game, or at least at a pretty high level in terms of farm, you're going to be a huge problem. Ivy, I don't really love taking the Ivy this early. I guess Ivy is a nice option for relatively consistently stunning the 7 ult or breaking the Mo Krill combo, but I feel like Ivy doesn't really feel like a prio draft for me right now.
See, what I'm kind of confused at is the lack of Billy, first of all, in this game.
True.
But also looking over at like Sneaky Golem's side, DMB, well, there we go, speak of the devil, or the goat. It's so weird for me to see DMB go from like a Wraith player who would solo push lanes to then like a Warden player to now a Mo player as his like prior hero, his preferred hero when we saw the rosters. So he's really switched up his kind of role across the teams he's played in. But to like lock in a Mo Krill and Abrams as like your 1 and 2 pick to me is so weird to see right now. As a
seasoned hero shooter player, never trust the players when they tell you their preferred hero. About 50% of them are hard trolling you with their preferred hero. So we'll see. Maybe DMB will play it. I mean, it does have that really potent individual pickup. And right now, I mean, honestly, Matt's fan club, like, I don't know how the hell they're going to be on a side lane at any point in this game. Like, the pickoff threat is obscene from the Sneaky Golem team, which is going to force Matt's fan club to be more grouped up, which, tends to be less efficient, tends to lead to you falling behind. So I really like the Sneaky Golem draft. I feel like they got so many strong options. They got great global presence, great pickoff, and great late game, great nuking. They have everything. Maybe a little heavy on the spirit damage is the only thing I could criticize them for right now.
Kaplan, we got Shiv as the final pick. Both teams locked in. Who do you think won the draft?
I don't really know. I think Maht's fan club can have a lot of snowball potential with like the Shiv, the Yamato, the Pocket. Like you have so much potential to just completely steamroll a game. A Sneaky Golem have such a beefy front line, and I'm curious, are they going to go something similar to what we had Buff Enjoyers do with having 2 silency waves plus the Nox Nocturna out of Mina to completely shut down anyone getting in melee range? If Pocket goes in, you're not gonna be able to case yourself and get away. If Yamato goes in, you might not be. Actually, I think you can't ult through that. So yeah, you'd be kind of screwed. Ivy, you're not gonna be able to.
If you get silenced, but there's a little bit of a wind up on Nox Nostra, so Yamato can rip the ulti instant, and then you don't get silenced.
I mean, if we have 2 silency waves on Mo Krill and Abrams, and then the Nox Nocturna on top of that, there's so many silences. I think that's one thing that we need to focus on in the last match is that they really shut down Kelvin by, as we heard Obakim talk about, of not allowing him to do anything, not allowing him to get his heals off, his ultimates as well. So something similar here. If Shiv, if he's silenced, he kind of just sits there and doesn't do much because he can't ult, he can't dash, and he can't throw his knives.
Deadlock may have the smartest community because I just mentioned Prime subs give you free subscriptions, and we just saw 6 in a row. That's Kazor's coming in with the prime sub. That's 7 in a row, Jake. The community is learning. The chat is evolving. We do this show every single week, and now they don't have to watch any ads. It's genius maneuver.
You gotta be subbed, and honestly, for us, it really allows us to keep running, the Deadlock Night Shift, continue providing you guys this top tier competitive action for a game that has inspired so much passion. I know for me as well, like I've just been totally addicted to Deadlock pretty hopelessly for the last year or so, ever since it came out, and it's just been grinding it nonstop. So it's great to see the community passion for this esports event, that we're able to pull it up here from the grassroots. And the subs allow us to keep doing it, right? They allow us to build that sustainability and look ahead to the future and keep doing this, keep having this weekly format for the best players to show up and show what they've got, and for the best teams to clash and show the team side of the game, which, even if you're pretty high ranked in pubs, I'm pretty high elo games, but you don't see the level of team play that we get in Night Shift. You don't see that level of strategic coordination. The draft, I think, is also really essential, really allows you to learn more about the game when you see these top teams, which heroes they want in the draft, what's priority, how they like to put a team comp together, because you better believe draft is going to come sooner rather than later to Deadlock overall. And that knowledge that you get from something like Deadlock Night Shift is going to be a lot more valuable once you're able to have those more balanced team comps.
Kaplan, we're about to rip into this game. Big shout out to everyone tuning in across all of our platforms, everyone on social media, everyone tuning in on YouTube and twitch.tv. A quick reminder, Kaplan does these awesome recaps and they're on YouTube. Also, every single game that we broadcast, available on YouTube. And Jason, I heard that we also do some interviews, also available on YouTube. Where can I watch all this content if I only know how to open twitch.tv?
You can just scroll down below the stream and hit the YouTube link. That's right there. And you can go subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can also become a member and also just watch all our videos, because we're putting up a lot of good content.
That's right. And it helps us get ads, which bring in more sponsors like Intel. Tonight's episode is presented by Intel. I'm not sure what the stall is, but we might as well give a shout out to the people who made tonight's show possible. $1,000 has already been paid out to Europe. $1,000 guaranteed to the winner from NA. And we are guaranteed to see some of the new heroes in action once again in your NA Challenger matchup. Billy will be played by Matt's fan club. On the Sneaky Golem side, we have Mina back in play after winning the MVP award for Europe. Jake, you just cast that map. For anyone who hasn't seen Mina with the new buffs, what are they in store for? How was she used to really bring the game back for buff enjoyers in that final?
I think after the recent round of buffs on Mina, it's really upped her laning presence, that she's a much more consistent damage dealer in lane, can really hit those nukes, especially against, heroes that are bigger and tankier, heroes with bigger models that are easier to hit. So somebody like a Shiv that is going to take a lot of damage in the lane, but relies on tanking through it. Well, Mina might be able to just overwhelm that, especially because it's not going to be a Shiv Kelvin lane. It's not going to have that ridiculous level of sustain. So Mina's harassment, in the mid lane in particular, we saw last game, proved to get some early kills. And then Nox Nostra, before you have debuff remover, before you have tankiness items that allow you to escape, feels like it's just free kills. It's a really powerful way to take the mid boss, one of the fastest ultimates in the game for just hard clearing mid boss or hard clearing objectives. So I think the lower cooldown on that is also going to be pretty valuable. I think Obakim's right. This hero maybe should start going a little bit higher in draft prio. Getting it 6th pick, I feel like is a steal for Sneaky Golem.
Jason Kaplan, did I abuse my powers? The most evil person ever made on twitch.tv said I would sub, but I think that is a worthless use of money. It's Prime. It's free. Was banning him too far? Should I have just timed him out?
No, I think a ban is very suitable.
Okay,
I have to ask you a favor, actually.
Make a new account. Come back in. You only have 5 followers. It's fine.
I have to ask you a favor, Puckett, because I know you do all these great shout outs to everyone that's subscribing to the channel. There's one sub in particular I want you to give me an extra special shout out to a guy named Jev, who I used to play World of Warcraft with 2-3 years ago, and just happened to see me here on the show, be like, oh, hey, I know you. So give him, for me personally, as a favor, can you give him a special shout out?
Hey, Jev, thanks for subbing to the Night Shift, you filthy animal. Welcome to the crew. I hope you wash your hands. Get back in the kitchen.
Wait,
was that good? Can we clip it?
Acceptable. Yeah, acceptable. We can clip it.
Yeah, make him cook. Yeah, let's get game on. I'm one take wonder, ladies and gentlemen. I do bachelor parties. Bachelorette parties are better. Jake and I are a traveling duo at times. And if you really have the money, Kaplan will fly from Europe to attend the Night Shift festivities. We do this for $1,000 per region. Imagine what we could do in the city of Las Vegas. We got Mina, Great Talon, Holiday 7, Abrams, and Mo Krill for Sneaky Golem. On the Matt's fan club side, Shiv has been a dominator and then got dominated. Billy has been an MVP, and Ivy looks pretty good with the gun build. Will the chick with the sword that goes through walls do damage, or will the Pocket and Paradox combo be the players to watch? Solomon, I am out of Phil. I don't know what you need from me. There's no one like ZP talking to the players, and once again, it's North America that can't get the game started. Europe had their game started within 7 minutes of the draft beginning. What is happening with your region, Jake? Every week they're getting worse at starting.
Indefensible. This is a poor showing from Sneaky Golem to open, but I think this intro playing does suggest to me that we are going into our challenger match. Sneaky Golem taking on Matt's fan club. And Sneaky Golem, we heard the little sneak peek there.
The Thanos glove. I didn't see the Thanos glove on Kermit. This is incredible. Sorry, back to you.
That is a fantastic team logo. Well done, well done. I also like the Sneaky Golem logo. It's kind of dope. Reminds me of vibes.
Some character in Clash Royale, like the Golem in Clash Royale, which I guess why it's called Sneaky Golem. That does kind of make sense.
Let's see.
Who has the
We're
best
loading
logo in Deadlock right now, Jake, in your opinion, since we do have a pause coming? Oh, not really.
I think the Hydra Nation logo is pretty fire. I'm not gonna lie. I think the Hydra Nation logo is pretty fire. Crazy Hydra. Then again,
I enjoy
Matt's fan club. Kermit with the Thanos glove just tickles me pink. I mean, that's something. It's a work of art for the people.
I'm trying to think, what would he want if he snapped his fingers?
What would Kermit Thanos snap?
Yeah,
he would Thanos snap to obviously kill half of the population. As
I don't know, Miss Piggy always gave him a hard time, so maybe just get rid of her in his life.
Thanos cut Miss Piggy in half. You know what I mean?
What? Jason, you got a dark Kermit lore here. Kermit's a good guy.
I mean, you can only be pushed so far before you want to stop Miss Piggy out of existence, or just turn her into some delicious bacon. Because who doesn't like bacon? I guess if you're a vegan, you're not a big fan.
All right, these lanes, interesting lane. Paradox Shiv in the mid lane, interesting. I don't feel like this is a particularly synergistic lane here.
I thought it was going to be Paradox Pocket in mid, to be honest, or like together.
Yeah, we could see that. I'm curious to see how Pocket does. We've seen Pockets have, I mean, ABL had some huge games in Europe where he like got off to a crazy snowball. I've also seen Pockets have really terrible starts off the lanes and just be very slow to get into the game and be particularly relevant. So I'm really curious to see how Connor does here. Mokro taking some big pressure early on in the lane. Rocker not being much help, but I mean, at this first couple waves, right, you can't really do meaningful Guardian damage. So I think it's totally fine. Just play this one passive, get a couple items up. Ranger on Mokrill. Usually we see Mokrills like rush a Quicksilver reload to do a little bit more damage with the first skill. Of course, you lifesteal a ton on heroes with that, so you're able to restore a lot of that lost HP.
You know, Puckett asked me when we're in the draft, who am I really looking towards for Sneaky Golem side? And I said Xeno under the assumption of beyond Yamato, but him on Mina, if we're talking about like the skill potential of some of these heroes, I feel like Mina might be exactly what he would like to play and might be able to pop off and show us some amazing things. I'm really curious because he also went with a headshot booster as a first item. So he's a little bit of a difference in what we've seen in the past. Like the spirit you can buy early on does help quite a bit. Also Mystic Burst helps quite a bit later on. So I'm kind of curious to see how he's going to build Mina, but also how more important that he plays Mina in these situations.
Yeah, lane's going very even for the start. DMB on the Abrams, pretty interesting. See what he can do on this hero. It's been kind of the jack of all trades recently. A lot of hero flexibility. I think Abrams particularly hard hero to pick up, especially in competitive play where you seem tanky, but like ultimately you make a mistake with the charge, you find yourself caught out of position, you're just done for on this hero. So laning phase is a strength for Abrams, though, one where he should be able to keep that lane prio in and allow League on the 7 to just continue putting damage down. But against Ivy, pushing the Guardian early, good luck with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential for kills here too with the static charge plus the shoulder charge out of DMB, so we could see some kills come. But it's also, like you said, very difficult to ever shove a lane completely into that Guardian with those Kutsu bombs going down a division. You also have some decent wave clear out of Connor as well. I'm also really curious how this Shiv lane is going to work out for Arctic for Matt's fan club, because without really like any proper support for a Shiv, it can be a little bit of a downward spiral for you if you have a really bad start to the game. And I mean, luckily for them, they're actually the ones being aggressive here in the mid lane. The only lane to actually be aggressive, as you can see, this right-hand side completely shoved up into their own Guardian.
Yeah, rush cold front on 7, so he really does want to play this tempo game, continue to put that pressure on, and Pocket relatively weak, right, to that early pressure. See if they're able to actually get this Guardian down or get some of the early kills. Pocket has to be so careful. You get hit by that cold front, it's a huge damage swing in the lane, especially this early as the first item. But 7 also pretty low HP, right? Didn't go for that opening regen item, so we'll see if the Gambit pays off here for League.
And it's cold front early on. Very, very interesting. I guess that's for them. They really want to keep this lane shoved as much as possible and deny any sort of freedom for Division. And of course, Connor to get around the map onto. But interesting enough to see Holiday being played after the recent changes to her, making the barrel knockups a little bit different, a little bit not as strong as before. Really interesting to see her still being being used as Connor. Well, he's going to be used and abused as he does go down as the first death here so far in the game.
That's painful. His cloak got like stuck in the wall or something after he got pinned by Abrams. I think he would have been able to play his way out of that. So kind of catching an unlucky there for Connor. And we talked about Pocket being kind of weak in the early game. Division's going to get a bit extra farm out of this, but it gives a key opportunity, right, where you're able to send a full HP wave under tower. Pocket's going to be coming back, though. I think 7 is a little bit too low to push that issue. Now we're going to check out here in the other side lane. Girardi taking a bit of zoning pressure. Looks like ults are going to come up just a little bit earlier here for Sneaky Golem. See if they want to try and pressure for kills. Gio and Girardi both relatively low.
Also, in the meantime, Arctic did get the buff on the left-hand side. I didn't catch who got on the right, but I want to assume it was League. But he's actually being chased down on the right-hand lane. He's going to go down from this one. Connor does get the kill and at least get some respite, considering he died earlier on in that lane. And still a lot of action happening here towards middle. And again, we've also seen some buffs to Great Talon. We saw Great Talon being using great success for EU, as Rocker's going to be picking this one up on his 3.6k souls. And of course, is out online in the mid lane. We've already talked before in the EU portion of the show how deadly that can be.
Yeah, a lot of regen as well in the Shiv. He wants to continue to play this tempo. Ranger's done a really good job, I think, of just continuing to keep that wave push out, playing his life on the Mokril. It's deceptively hard to stay alive against some of these heavier nuking lanes, especially since Shiv is, he's going to always hit his knives on somebody like Mokril, right? It's so hard to be evasive against that. Paradox as well does do a ton of damage pressuring that.
On the move.
Not quite a lot of burst yet coming out of these charge shots. There's the combo behind a wall as well to follow up with the owl. The dash going to come in to get in some distance, and it's only going to catch the owl over onto Everest. A lot of damage being done, but no kills. And as you can tell with that combo coming through, that was something they were definitely looking for. See, the pressure's always in their face. And speaking of pressure, Xeno, I don't know how he actually gets around the corner to survive here in time. Yamato Jirate on 20 HP. I don't see him escaping this one. And Goober's able to turn the tides of that fight and get himself the kill.
Great lasso. The trade comes in as well. Xeno, so double kill there in the side lane. Matt's fan club dying across the map. Ranger is the counter kill in the mid lane, but that's a pretty expensive one. It does get them a mid Guardian, right? So that there is some nice value here. I don't think Rocker's going to be too mad at just farming up mid after losing the Guardian. Now Ranger's going to be able to free to get active with the combo. So although you lose a mid Guardian, I actually think the game state is pretty comfortable for Sneaky Golem. They have the right heroes to be able to adapt to this.
Yeah, I feel like actually both teams have some good heroes that they could use to rotate off Paradox to look for the paradoxical swaps. Mo with the combo. You do have some kill potential to both those two heroes. And the dive going to be coming on towards his left-hand Guardian, already below half HP. And Ranger thinks better of it. Backs away towards his teammates. And Paradox off to the side, I think, might have gotten a swap here onto Mo. But Ranger,
so
he's
tanky,
maybe going to go down from this, because he's actually just burrowing away from the entire team of Matt's fan club.
Burrow in the early game, how Burrow at any stage of the game is actually so tanky, right? So hard to continue to nuke him down. You really need that heavy spirit nuking to be able to put counter pressure on. No Nox Nostra available here, but the combo here catches Paradox. That's big. He wasn't able to get any of his skills off. Swap did not come down. Now Billy in the sights. Mina does find that love bites. The power slash from Yamato is enough, but I think Goober has the HP to fight this one out. Has a bit of a net worth lead on the Yamato, close to another lasso. Now 7 forced ult as well in the side lane. Pocket's in trouble. Yeah, I don't know if you're able to outdamage this. Trapped under the bridge. He should be caught here. Low skills. Juking? No, no way.
Just ring around the rosy there, and eventually League just falls from the high ground to cold front him out of existence. And, so, and still consistently, we're seeing kills go the way of Sneaky Golem. But honestly, Jake, look at the souls between the two teams. It's still relatively equal. I would say mostly because that one Guardian has gone down the mid lane for Sneaky Golem, but we're going to see the right lane be pushed immediately, and this should not last much longer than this.
Yeah, I think they can just take it right here. Billy's trying to do what he can, trying to challenge us. He doesn't have ultimate to get a catch here. DMB, maybe he's going to be able to get caught. A little low HP, but I think the dismount on the zip here is going to be enough. Seven's going to be happy. The counter push coming in from Matt's fan club. Seven has some pretty potent tools. If he can get this next power surge online, they could be going for the defense. But it looks like for now, Sneaky Golem content to maybe get the trade. They're overloading on that left side of the map. So I think the onus will be on League just to try to stay alive, do what he can to clear waves without overextending here.
League has such a big soul lead over these two players trying to crash on towards his Guardian. Looks like it will live to fight another day. The chain gang going to come through to pull Abrams in as he's trying to dash away from this one. Very low on help with a stun, connects onto two players, but then you're going to see Division come out of nowhere on that Ivy, still looking for this kill. DMB will eventually fall. League can't do much more than that. And he's going to need some rotation, some help here on this Guardian to keep it alive.
Yeah, and it looks like catch on the other side of the map. The lasso was good from Goober, who's taking over the game right now. 9K souls on the Holiday. Has had a fantastic early game. And Holiday, not just a catch hero, right? If you get off to a really good start, you do pretty insane spirit damage. I mean, I think it's like the best rapid recharge using hero in the game. And even with some pretty heavy nerfs hitting Holiday recently, this is big that Goober's able to have such a hot start.
Definitely. And obviously, he's already made his impact known in this game so far. I'm still going to be eyeing over towards League as well. 9.4. Zeno at 9.2. When you look on the other side where the souls currently are allocated, luckily for Arctic, able to keep up here at 8.5. Gerard at 8.3 on the Yamato. Buffs to be spawning in. As you can see, both teams positioned on the right-hand side, but left can be completely left open to Sneaky Golem. And casting for Zeno. I think you're going to be pretty happy with that here, Jake.
Yeah, I wonder if Arctic's just going to die to this. If he's not careful, Nox Nostra could just solo kill him here on that side lane. Big pressure from Matt's fan club on the right lane. They do find Rocker off the back of that. But it brought a lot of heroes to that. Bringing 5 heroes to get one, you know, it's like, yeah, it's a kill on the board in theory, but usually I think you're going to pay more than you get in terms of that loss from the other side. Abrams on the flank. Abrams, if he can get this catch. Chiv looks like he's dashed away. Maybe he's outplayed this one for now.
Wow, I'm actually really surprised.
While we wait on the action here, boys, quick question from chat. Why is Seven strong in lane and then seems to get even stronger towards endgame? Is that accurate? Coming from Handicap Yoshi.
I would say Seven's not a particularly strong laner. I think he's up against a really weak lane in Pocket Ivy. Is like just strikes me as a pretty defenseless lane that doesn't have too much counterplay. Especially with a very strong laner paired like the second stun like Abrams, it makes Seven look really good when he can just be a turret and deal damage. But under a lane that like attacks you and pressures you, Seven doesn't have much mobility, right? Doesn't have much survivability to take those trades. Doesn't have much nuking burst damage. Kind of just only has his stun and a little bit of spirit shred, which is nice, but not game breaking. I think when you're able to win your lane as Seven though, you're feeling amazing because it starts the snowball rolling. You can hit the jungle running with some good farm, have some key power surge items, and then you hit a much earlier power spike into that late game.
The second question is, Jason Kaplan, did you know that in the Muppet canonical lore, Kermit was somehow involved with 9/11? He looked back at his life before he was born, and if he wasn't born, the Twin Towers would still exist. Thank you for our YouTube comments and Twitch comments. Back to video games.
That's a little too much internet for me today.
Yeah, I'm just gonna close my my Twitch chats now, my YouTube chats out and reading more of that stuff. I did want to point out though, League. I think one thing that you mentioned, Jake, was really important about talking about his strength in lane. It's not necessarily one of the strongest laners, but it's about the partner he's with. And like you said, and set up with the Abrams, like the potential of hitting a static charge stun into a shoulder charge it's so easy. You're not going to miss those shoulder charges. And we saw for Connor before, you're just locked down forever. So like Seven does get a lot stronger depending on who he's paired with. Like Kelvin, I mean, he's decent, but you pair him with like a Shiv, you become even stronger. And well, that's a combo to death here. Girardi's going to pop the Shadow Transformation to survive a little bit longer. Goober comes in as well, and he keeps himself alive for a little bit of time, but not much longer than that.
A little greed from Goober, holds the lasso, but they still get the Yamato kill. Now let's see what Goober can do elsewise. Abrams taking up a ton of damage, trying to pressure the urn, but forced off of it. Has to ult, fully passive, just trying to get out over the barrier. The affliction ticking down against him. Mina has big damage, looking for the Nox Nostra here on the players inside the small room, focusing the Ivy down. Has the confidence that the team is going to be able to finish these kills. Paradox not able to play her way out of this, and I wonder even Ivy could be in trouble. Do you want to chase this? No, a little bit caution, the better part of Valor here for Mina. He's going to take the reset. And League barely wins a trade onto Arctic. He is going to get counter killed here, but man, both teams just throwing numbers into these fights, throwing bodies, not allowing anyone to escape. And the early Spirit Snatch for Yamato really does provide a lot of damage this early in the game.
There's also a lot of spirit damage on the other side too, so the resist helps quite a bit as well. While that was happening, we did see the urn actually get confirmed for Maht's fan club, I keep calling him Maht, I don't know, it's all from yesterday or from last week. Maht's fan club getting the urn turned in and actually taking the sole lead, though it hasn't really felt like they have the sole lead. We kind of talked about earlier on in one of our EU games with Together just snowballing on that Shiv. Either way, they do sport a 3k lead, and gotta take a quick look at where the souls are. Pretty even across the board. It's about, I guess if you're a Sneaky Golem fan, it's about watching League and seeing where does he continue to excel his farm. Is he going to go full Zergy to continue to build up the steam he needs to carry this game?
And a catch here, Billy trying to ult, trying to get the Mina. It does pull her right back in, just barely caught her with the last moment of that ultimate. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Okay, Geo in with that over the top. Goober looking for counter kills, doesn't have the lasso, but is onto a nice streak. And meanwhile, there's a big push going on for Sneaky Golem in the right lane. They're putting a lot of walker pressure on. Yamato doing what she can to defend. Has ulti, but doesn't really have the damage to threaten these players. A combo, is there enough follow-up? Does he have the ulti to get off? Just barely gets off, but do they have the follow-up nuke? Counter spell, gets a little bit of a heal off. Power slash as well. Okay, Yamato holding the line. Pocket here for the bailout, and Mo's in trouble.
Or is he? Jarate just trying to survive. Torment Pulse going to be taken out from both sides. Survives on 1 health. I guess that was the affliction over on top of that, getting him extremely low HP, but he's going to survive for now. But he is deep in enemy lines, enemy territory, and I don't know if he's going to get away
Saving
from
Private
this.
Mo. I mean, if he just waits for his burrow, he should be okay in theory, but he's also in such a dangerous location. There's a lot of downtime. Yeah, can't even hope to contest the buff here. I wonder if this Paradox, she's looking for him. Maybe she hears him. Mo is trying to do some serious trickery right here, but I think he's going to teleport out and be just fine. Okay, yeah, he's going to get back to his side of the map. So Ranger going to be happy to get out of that one. But Matt's fan club has earned this as a pretty respectable lead here. Not much, right? But they were in a little bit of a soul deficit for a while there. So they have kind of turned the narrative of the game. That being said, I think Sneaky Golem really comfortable playing for the late game with the draft they have here. The pickoff threat is only going to get bigger and bigger as they get more and more key items on all of their catch initiators.
Let me ask you your opinion on something, Jake, 'cause I think we've been seeing more and more of this. We saw it in EU. I've been seeing a lot more on some streamers as well, especially Zara, if he's here in chat. I've seen him pull off this quite a bit, but Veilwalker is starting to get some extra popularity recently. The heal you get when you go in through the Veil, the extra stealth, obviously, the move speed. Kind of an interesting item, and we see it picked up for Paradox.
Yeah, Paradox definitely a natural Veilwalker user, right? You know, being able to set up a little bit earlier, but now Mo getting a big counter combo. Oh, the shot does delay the heavy melee, so it doesn't connect onto the Ivy, but just delays the inevitable here. 4 kills across the map. Multiple fights going the way of Sneaky Golem. There's a thought about going for the mid boss here. Do they want it? Shiv now showing defending that side lane, and it seems like Sneaky Golem are going to pull the trigger. They do have Nox Nostra if they wanted the hard nuke mid boss. Mina's a little bit away, but lanes are in a great spot to go for an objective.
To say, do they have the damage right now? Ardic's going to be coming on over. You can see mid boss below half HP. That's going to be a battle going on between Geo and Xeno over in the subway. And looks like Geo will just back away. Maybe to look for the contest here, but that's going to be 7. Join the party. Lee going to be here once again. Gets here in time. Billy going to be going in with the chain gang, and well, he gets blown up. And there's going to be Raju falling to the ground. Jarate pops the Shadow Transformation at probably one of the worst times to leave himself in a 1v5, and he's going to fall on top of this. That's 3 kills and Riju picked up in a massive swing in souls here for Sneaky Golem.
That's just the worst case scenario, Jason. You can test the Riju if you don't get a single one, don't get a single kill, and lose 3 players for the trouble. And the lanes were so strong for Sneaky Golem before that fight. They're still in a pretty comfortable, even position as they go to start pushing. League thinking about harassing this Walker, but instead, I mean, I think they have the right read. Matt's fan club is predicting the push. They kind of lean towards that side of the map. And now this is just a free earn delivery for Sneaky Golem, allow him to continue to expand the lead. There's also a lot of jungle on the Sneaky Golem side of the map. So there's a thought to just not even push here, right? Just to continue to play this slow. They are splitting, so trying to play that efficiency game as well.
On this right-hand side, though, a fight might break out. League did pick up Veilwalker. That's the second of the game we've seen for Sneaky Golem. Maybe looking for a catch. They're going to most certainly take down this Walker, and immediately Matt's fan club backs away to give this one up. So that's another flex on unlock for Sneaky Golem. And of course, that soul lead continuing to grow. And they're even contestant left-hand side jungle, and as you mentioned, maybe backing away into their own. Though I do wonder if they have their eyes set on another Walker anytime soon.
I mean, they're just going to play for pickoffs, right? You've got Lasso into combo. Anybody who gets caught by that, especially with Rejuve online, where you really don't want a full team fight, you're just dead. And this is that huge problem. How do you play the lanes? Yamato could be in trouble. Tries to counterspell, tries to block combo, but Mo doesn't take the bite.
That would have been a sick counterspell, though, if it actually worked. Another Veil Walker coming in.
Yeah,
this time for Goober, which that one's expected, right?
Holiday's probably one of the most natural Veil Walker builders in the game. He's looking for an opening lasso here. Players are coming to collapse. Big commitment from Sneaky Golem on this left side. They're expecting a team fight here. Only really League playing the right side of the map, playing that efficiency game on the 7.
Oh, a little bit of a catch on a Goober. Not really too worried as the lasso comes through and connects onto Girardi. Gonna look to back away. Let's be careful. Division there. The shot transformation gonna come through, and the Ivy stomp as well. And Goober is just trying to jump completely out of this situation. Use that Veilwalker heal.
And he's got Rejuve. I mean,
distance.
Even if he dies here, he's absolutely gonna be turning this one around. There's full desperation, and Maht's fan club can't even get a single kill there. That is really devastating. The game is getting pretty firmly out of control here. I think there's going to be a base guardian push here. Definitely an option here, especially if League getting into the fights. He's going to be taking that mid guard, the mid walker rather. And so Sneaky Golem just doing whatever they want on the map right now.
I think this is where we kind of expect Sneaky Golem to have an easier time. It's when we get to these late game situations, or even to like more of these situations where they have control of the game. They're very seasoned players in the competitive scene. I mean, DMB and Rocker both played on Hydra Nation in one stint. We've talked about like Goober having an extensive background as well, not to mention the other players. So when they get in control, they know how to take that control and finish off the game. And I feel like that's where Matt's fan club is going to fall behind. So not having a strongest start in the laning phase is just going to snowball into a tougher and tougher game.
This is an interesting Mina build. I feel like Xeno's gone for a much more defensive Mina. We've seen a lot of people build like a really heavy emphasis on spirit nuking, and there's a lot of survivability items here on Xeno, a lot of mixed damage as well. So, you know, really just playing for that value, right? Knows that he hasn't even maxed Nox Nostra. Interesting. So it's just prioritizing mobility, prioritizing being able to dip in and out of these fights. And I kind of see the vision, right? You have so much catch and combo. You don't necessarily need Nox Nostra to be, you know, setting people up with silences.
Oh, okay. Well, Erebus is going to go down, try to use the pronounceable swap to stay alive. And DB just being that front line for themselves. The urn currently sitting in towards middle, though. Not in anyone's hands just yet. But with that initial catch, I mean, it's a 6v5. They also still have Rejuve for a little bit of time. And it just finished off. I mean, I did say a little bit of time, to be fair. And Billy Gio just trying to back away, but straight into a lasso with a catch. And Goober, just stop moving. Let your teammates get this one. He's going to go down. And now it's back to a 6-on-4. What is there to take? Well, maybe some more base guardians. And League, he's going to be joining the fight with 28,000 souls. And there's a silencing wave coming through as well, as we talked about before. Just really limiting any sort of escape potential and kill potential. Just increasing here for Sneaky Golem.
Yamato trying to get her ulti off, can't even get it, can't manage to escape that silence from the Nox Nostra. 7 ult over the top, just used for siege at this point, and the game is well and firmly out of control. I'd say this one's over. Matt's fan club just unable to really team fight at this stage in the game. The Sneaky Golem draft has come online, and they have so many stuns in these team fights. I mean, there's a reason Matt's fan club didn't get a single ult off in that last fight. It's because they're getting chain CC'd, silence, into stun, into hex, and you just can't really fight like that.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we've not really seen, to be fair, in Deadlock so far over the course of this last year plus couple of months. We've never really seen the abuse of Silencing Wave, because obviously it's a newer item coming through, but we've seen the abuse out of like Healing Nova, oh my god, the Restorative Locket. We've even seen some abuse. Abuse is a strong word, but the use of certain items like the, I cannot remember the name. The item that heals you and pulls you back.
The Rescue Beam.
Rescue Beam, thank you. We've seen like teams run like
some of those items I feel like
before.
were like you would just like instantly rush them at the start of the game, and they were still efficient and also value in the late game. But silencing, I feel like, is more just teams getting a little bit better at team fighting, understanding it's so valuable to be able to just add almost like an extra ability to disruption. There's that catch on Yamato, forced the ulti. She's so low. She's healing a little bit up in the ulti in the transformation. Maybe Girardi can escape. Super low HP. Yeah, Billy pulls you in, but do you want to pull them in at this point? I mean, the players are so strong at Sneaky Golem. Continue to fight this one out. 1-for-1 is good, though. Nox Nostra over the top, making it just impossible for Shift to play.
The fact that Xeno's not being focused whatsoever, able to just sit there on the high ground, popping that ultimate. just really working out extremely well for Sneaky Golems, looking to maybe close this game out. Obviously, the Patron's still alive. The last one to come through, I think that was counterspelled or missed. It was one of the two. But either way, it doesn't work out here for Goober. And even with the 5 players left alive, they're really not, like, for sure going in for this this Patron for the finish of the game. But finally, they do pile in. And it looks like Sneaky Golem will advance through into our match versus Hydra Nation after this for $1,000 on the line presented by Intel.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good fight here in the Anthem Mass fan club, but it's just the network lead is overwhelming. Way too much damage onto the Patron. And really a masterclass game from Sneaky Golem. They didn't force anything too early. They were comfortable to let the lanes go relatively even. And it just felt like once the draft came online, they had such a clear vision of how they wanted to execute these team fights, how they could always get opening pickoffs. And honestly, a lot of this game was just a rollover because Mass Fan Club just couldn't team fight. Once all these stun pickoffs, is like every fight is just pickoff into pickoff into pickoff. You're not really getting to take an initiation. You're not really getting to actually use your skills in most of these instances. And, you know, honestly, that's the mark of a strong team for Sneak On. They don't even let you have a chance to come back in the game.
Flex on them, baby. League DMP, Rocker, Zeno, Goober, and Ranger earning an opportunity to play for $1,000. It's the Night Shift, episode number 5, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a brand new challenger. What do we think of League and Crew? Do they have what it's going to take out a team like Hydra Nation? Hydra Nation has not been touched by anyone, Jason Kaplan, but this squad looked pretty strong.
I don't want to judge them off of that game alone. I think they, in my opinion, they were going to win that game 99% of the time, unless they extremely lost in the early game, just because they're more field tested, they're more seasoned as players, they know how to play together as a team, and they know what's important when it gets to the late game when it comes to like any of this macro. But as a challenger for Hydra Nation, I mean, ZP did say apparently they've been beating Hydra Nation more than they've been losing in scrims. But then again, I hear that a lot in esports where teams say, yeah, we've never lost a scrim in our entire life, and they go into a tournament and lose the very first match. So yeah. I don't know how to really take that, but we'll see.
As we take a look at some of the best moments here, Jake, was there an individual performer or was it just teamwork that was the difference in your eyes?
I mean, realistically, this game is way more about the team play, right? Even the drafting, I would say, is a key factor here for Sneaky Golem. But, you know, in general, this is what you want to see in the challenger match for a competitive money match in NA, right? You know, honestly, if there are two teams that are just going scrappy back and forth, you feel like neither of them are going to have a shot against Hydra Nation. I can believe the Scrimbucks, the way this game went, the way that Sneaky Golem executed, I can see that they're playing actually on a pretty high level right now with really nice team play. Really nice. I like the build choices too. Like somebody like Mina not being greedy with the build and prioritizing that she's just tanky and hard to pick off, knows that, okay, I might get chained in my Billy quite a few times here. I need to have strong counters to that and to able to play her way out a lot of those situations. Goober had a really nice open to the game. You know, really, I feel like cracked things open early to be that first player out ahead. And on Holiday, it's such a threat. She can always show up in your lane and just turn around what looks like a good team fight and drag you into hell.
This Mina build is the worst I have ever seen, LOL. Is that really a bad build or is it just a selfless build, Jake? You were just touching on that.
Yeah, like I wouldn't build this in your pubs if you want a hard carry because you're not really going to do enough damage for that. But at the highest level, like, you got to understand, I think utility defensive options become a lot more viable when your whole team is playing around the same vision, right? Like, you're gonna have damage from other players that are prioritizing it, or maybe you have a way to respond to that lack of damage elsewhere in your team comp. So it's just a different game when you're playing in a team environment where you have, the item build is not just on one hero, right? It's across the entire draft.
All right, Kaplan, we have our new challenger. Do you have an MVP? Who did you decide on from the Sneaky Golems?
I think it's the guy right behind you, Puckett. If you haven't noticed, I think he's been here all show long. It's Goober coming through, man. I think he deserved it. Opened things up extremely well on the Holiday. They got the first tower with relative ease as well over and towards middle, I believe that was, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, he didn't die a single time. 12 kills, 12 assists. The Veilwalker was nice. The lassos were spot on. Pretty solid play overall.
And they tried to ban him out. They got rid of the Viscous. They were scared of his best hero. And Holiday just got nerfed, and he's still winning MVPs, Jake.
Yeah, this is just a disgusting beatdown, of a game. Not only opening up the game strong, but closing it as well. Won his lane, took that win into key team fights, 12-0 and 12, man. Like, you can't do much better than this as far as a game of Deadlock goes. Definitely one for the record books here for Sneaky Golem, and a great start for them as their first showing here in the Night Shift.
The Goobster getting the job done against Maht's fan club. Yeah, suck it one more time, chat. We're done with the NA Challenger matchup, but we got $1,000 battle still to come. Jason Kaplan, is Goober the player to watch, or who else do you have eyes on moving forward?
I think it's got to be Xeno in League. I think, for instance, if League's going to be playing 7, you got to be able to fight with the best. And Leffa is definitely going to be one of the best. And you're going to need someone who can play a 7 to carry games. And then Xeno, I didn't think he played bad. I don't think he necessarily played anything exceptional, but I don't think there was really any opportunity for him to do anything exceptional in that game. But I want to see, like, what has he been working on? What has he been in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber training? Because the Yamato can't just depend on playing that one hero to be effective across your entire career. You got to show you have the depth. And I want to see a little bit more out of him.
All right, the highlight for me of the highlights was definitely the slow motion of Mo and Krill with our brand new night shift outfit. If you guys want your own Mo and Krill dappered up as a mob boss, all you got to do, help us get to 600 subs. Where are we at right now? 545. That is 55 subs away, and we still have a best of 3 to go. It's your NA final coming up next. If you think Jake's hair is sexy, you want to see him dressed up as a cat, get us to 1,000. We'll get there. It'll get weird. The night shift get weirder every single week, and it gets weirder after the break. We'll be right back.
when I say that.
Yamato's down. That looked easy. Feel what I'm capable of. Way.
Maybe old, but he's still dangerous. A sword was never going to be enough to stop us.
Hope you don't mind the pickup.
I see paradox.
I see the trust fund, baby.
Don't go running off on me. There's the
Welcome back. It's the 5th night shift, and I had to use the pliers and put them next to some players' teeth. But we got this next match coming. Hydra Nation ready to take on the sneaky Golems. Jake, before we do Torture, we have to talk about some amazing content coming up from our friends and sponsors, Intel. Intel, of course, has Gamers Days, but not only are we in the middle of the Gamer Days, we also have Gamer Weekends. What is happening with Intel Asus and the Republic of Gamers this weekend?
Well, of course, we've got Project Night Shift we're coming at you with Marvel Rivals tomorrow. We've got, same format as Deadlock. It's going to be EU and then NA. And then Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be back with Counter-Strike. We've been playing Counter-Strike the last couple weekends. Big tournament there. It's brought to you by Asus and Intel. And then also, of course, we're going to be back next week, Wednesday night, for more Deadlock Night Shift action. So we've got a whole suite of tournaments, lots of different products for fans. And we really appreciate the community coming out to support us across all these different events.
That's right, and we've got sub buttons everywhere. Project Night Shift is the second channel. If you haven't heard of it, drop a follow right now. You, of course, are watching Deadlock Night Shift, and this is Jason Kaplan's favorite place to be. Jason, why? Because we get some new comps every week. Or why do you love Deadlock so much? You've been raving about this game for months.
It's a sick game. I just want to, before I go into that, did you notice that Project Night Shift's initials are PNS?
I did. I put that in the chat earlier. Yeah. And in fact, I hope it shows up on camera because I take a lot of notes, mostly of like people who sub here. But I was drawing our logo, our potential
like
logo.
A detective,
Seriously, it's like
can you see that? Can you see that?
That looks good to me.
I think this could be our logo, guys. If you like the Project Night Shift, drop a sub. Create a logo. Be awesome. Use your creative powers for the greatness of the world and mankind. Jason Kaplan, you were surprised that I knew about the penis, didn't you?
You know what? Something about the penis is just really good to watch and really good to enjoy sometimes. Then I'm actually really curious if under that logo of penis that you have like a grocery list there or something. I don't know what you had written in there. I don't know if you can show us.
Yeah, these were all of our subs. Yeah, we have Copper Prime. We've got Gray Mana. Void hit us with a sub a little bit earlier. We got some more subs coming in. We'll talk about them, but I'm told we have to talk about these rosters. Let's take a look at North America's greatest team and their challenger tonight. Representing the throne, Hydration, Lef Rokane, AVG, Lomain, and Lord NM. Let's start with you, Kaplan. Favorite player to watch on our team that refuses to lose in North America?
Oh, you know what? I feel like everyone out there says Lefa, and I'm a little bit biased towards my pick. I gotta say AVG. I don't know. I feel like he's like one of the most level-headed and like thorough thinking players in Deadlock in North America. He can play basically everything. I love seeing him play individually when it came to melee creeps and the potential he can do to carry games. I like to see how he's melded in with Hydra Nation. I feel like this might be a very perfect team for him considering the overlap of heroes he has compared to everyone else on this roster. He might not get necessarily like the focus on when it comes to star power, but I feel like he definitely can be the unsung hero for the team quite a bit.
And Jake, Hydration is the player I've been familiar with since the start of the Overwatch League. He has been the name of this squad. Is he the player to watch, or is it AVG or someone else? You agree with Kaplan, or who do you like on this team?
I mean, Hydration's great for the sheer hero versatility. The guy plays, seems like pretty much the entire Deadlock roster, and I think that allows Hydra Nation to often have a draft advantage. I've been a big fan, though, recently of watching Lomain. I think he's the most recent addition to this Hydra Nation roster, and he's looked really solid on a lot of these heavy playmakers that tend to be kind of hard to slot into a team, right? In terms of getting a catch, getting an initiation, whether it's with a Bebop or a Paradox, something of that nature, and starting that fight off. And the team has really gelled around him nicely, and it's made them look pretty devastating. I will say, though, as much as everyone talks about Lava, I think this guy probably mechanically is the best player in North America right now. Just raw aim, raw skill mechanics. He just always puts on a show, and so whatever he's on, I think he's probably gonna have a pop-off game.
Jake, just keep your eyes in the corner. Did you see it? Did you see it?
I'm scrolling up in the chat right now to get to the top. Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a cat suit inbound. We are about to drop a Moen Krill at 600 subs, and we are now at 596 thanks to Tetsio dropping off 43 subs here on Deadlock Night Shift. I have to think it's due to my logo drawing skills that really had a big payoff in the chat right there. Maybe they're excited for some cosplay from Jake and Jason Kaplan and our friend ZP, who could cosplay as Abrams at 750 subs. This is a wild day, Kaplan. I'm loving what we're seeing here. Thank you, Tet.
Yeah, I feel like, you know what? I'm gonna have to take over in this one, Puck. I feel like you didn't really do justice to him, so I'm just really quickly here. A big shout out to Tetsio with the 43 subs coming through.
That's ridiculous, man. 43. I don't know why the number is totally random, but I love it.
It's an odd number.
But the community,
and if we can get 400 more, we can see Jake with some cat ears.
Guys, stop subbing
and some latex cat outfit.
All right.
Put
the
your
good news
away.
is we never get to game 3 in North America. Jake, I think your pursuit is safe for now, but we are so close, just 4 subs away. If you haven't used your Prime, you're on twitch.tv, go ahead and drop them in. 4 of them will unlock the Mo and Krill skin that we are so eager to see. Will Mo and Krill make it in the game? It was in, I believe, 3 of the 4 that we just witnessed from EU. It's time to jump in. Hydra Nation, Sneaky Golems. The Golems are going first with the first ban here, Kaplan. We always give the challengers a little bit of a step up against the returning champion. Why is that? And has it ever worked out?
I believe they choose what they want. I believe they choose if they want first pick or second pick. So I think they chose first picks. They definitely have a high priority of what they want to lock in initially. But I feel like it's impossible to ban out Hydra Nation. And to quickly hop back to your point, Jake, of hydration here. This man was playing Kelvin last week. I mean, he's played Dynamo in the past. He's played basically every hero in the game, every role in the game. And I want to ask you, in your experience with him in Overwatch, was he kind of always like a selfless like player, like to just play to win?
I mean, I'm curious to see how it breaks down. Like, I feel like hydration in particular, like he can play the carry role. Like, it's not that he's only a selfless player. I guess like sometimes he'll play the Warden and have a huge game and take over. I think more recently, after this last roster change, he has been playing more of a bruiser initiator role. I'm not super surprised to see Mo go first. Actually, I think Mo has gotten just higher and higher prio with the ability it gives you to play for pickoffs and that lead to objectives in the mid game. I feel like that long lockdown with, you know, teammates who are absolutely ready for it in the comms is just insanely potent and really challenging to play around.
Challenge to production, if we could showcase the new Mo and Krill skin, because we just got to the 600 sub challenge. The skin has unlocked for the community. Tet came in, dropped off another 4. We had a 5 gifted right for that in the individual prime here from N7 Nero Hall. Thank you all, Cold Hot Cocoa, Tetsio, and everyone else dropping off the gifted tonight. Over 600 subs, our first ever custom skin in the game for the community, and the subs continue to roll in. A phenomenal evening, and Jason Kaplan could not be more excited at 3:30 a.m. in Germany.
Well, I'm in Italy, which you know what? I kind of wish I was back in Germany because I'm not digging Italy, to be honest. The pizza's great, but that's pretty much it. Especially in a home that has no AC, which is great when it's over 100 degrees outside. But
let's go North America, baby! Air conditioning. We want to have the best Deadlock.
Yeah, we put shit in our food. I got one right here. It's portable. It's crazy. We got all the side in America. You can come back, Kaplan.
You know what? With what's happening recently, I'll stay here in Europe. I'll take the 100 degree weather.
Move.
But we do see Viscus being picked up, and for Hydra Nation, that is Hydration's bread and butter as a Viscus. But low main also can play it. I think if we talk about buff enjoyers having the flexibility across the board with all their hero pools, Hydra Nation is the NA equivalent. And we don't really know who's going to go where necessarily, because Hydration can play Abrams, but so can AVG. But AVG can play Yamato, Leffa can play Yamato. Like, they can play everything. That's what's so cool about this roster.
Not the biggest fan of the
Geist pick
here.
Yeah, Geist has been kind of crap lately compared to everything coming out.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Taking the Yamato. I mean, I think
some nerfs.
Geist is just, playing around nerfs. I think the ultimate is like a little bit too easy to play around, right? Like, she wants to be really low when she casts it, which means, okay, if you just hit her with a stun or a silence when she's low, then okay, she's not going to press it, she's going to be dead. That said, Geist can also kind of come out really strong from the lanes and just be unstoppable, right? Can just not even really rely on the ultimate. So there is a vision here, but I do think the Yamato is a stronger frontline initiator, a hero that can just walk in fearlessly. But Bebop Mo is a
Kelvin.
terrifying combo, right? You hook people into a combo, they're dead, like period. Like, pretty much nobody's surviving.
With Geist, for me, it's they nerfed like the amount of health she has to use abilities, and it's so hard to keep Berserker stacked up on her. Oh my gosh, Spell Slinger headshot or spell. Oh my god, I can't say the name. You know what I'm talking about? It was always
The Spell Slinger
item for her. Yeah, there we go. It was so strong for her because you could keep it max stacked all the time. So they nerfed like her regen, make it really hard to sustain yourself to be able to come online as like a gun Geist, which we've seen a lot in the past. So it's, yeah, I don't know. I would like to see her come back, but I'm also kind of happy to not see her being played every game like she used to. Spell Slinger headshots.
Well, here I am.
And Lash goes, I like the Kelvin ban into the Lash pick, though. I think this gives you a really solid counter initiate, but Billy could potentially deal with that. Lash, like, man, if you get Billy ulted by on Lash, you're pretty much just done for, right? If you're not able to pop those movement skills, not able to play your way out of it, the follow-up is going to be devastating. So Lash, while you could have big games on Lash, I feel like you could also be really vulnerable. Mirage is going to be the backline carry of choice, giving a little bit more mobility and kiting, but I'm kind of surprised that we don't see the 7 in this spot here, with it usually being a higher prio for the late game. I guess they're valuing the global presence, and Mirage does do pretty monstrous damage in the backline, just doesn't have that snowballing farm potential that 7 does.
Shiv without Kelvin, does it work? We have not seen that on the night shift tonight, Kaplan.
Kelvin, I mean, he can, but it's, you get out of the laning phase a little bit easier, though. I think Kelvin could be exactly what they want here, because they're a very heavy dive, get in your face, rush you down kind of composition. It's nothing to go for Holiday, but Kelvin definitely could be something that worked if it was banned. It wasn't banned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, 3 a.m. here. That's what I'm going to chuck that up to. But this team, they don't have like a hard range carrier. They want to just zerg you down.
Yeah, they're going to play for sort of like many semi-carries in the Yamato and the Shiv and the Billy, kind of all being their own semi-carry. And Sneaky Golem have also gone much more emphasis, I think, on the mid-game team fighting. I think neither of these teams is really playing for like a super heavy late game. They're both kind of gambling on getting that early advantage. And as good as some of the catch and setup is here for Sneaky Golem, I feel like Viscous Cube is going to get so much mileage in this game, saving people from some of these high damage but short duration ultimates like Combo from Mokrill or like the Nox Nostra from Mina, right? If you just cube the person who's getting attacked and they're wasting a bunch of skills on them, even the Lash ulti, I feel like Viscous could have just a massive game here, and you know, it's going to be a key factor throughout.
But who are you pulling in? Like there's Viscous, but he can cube if he gets someone else. There's Abrams, Yamato, Billy, like Shiv. There's so many heroes that you like don't want in your face. There's no easy target to pick off. I'm almost hoping for Sneaky Golem they look towards a capacitor pickup here in some sort, because if they're going to hook someone in and try to combo to kill them instantly, you need to get that threat of the cube gone.
That's a good point. I think that's going to be an item that we will likely see, especially for Bebop being played as kind of like the gun bot carry. I think Tesla Bullets is strong on Bebop for farming potential. You can absolutely build a capacitor to deal with Viscous and sort of like mitigate some of his threat there. But that being said, I feel like Hydra Nation really heavy on the brawling. The key for them is going to be able to sustain through these fights. And also, they don't have much of a response to the Lash ult, right? It's kind of just Holiday who has to just like either lasso him out of the ulti, but I feel like Lash could have a potentially pretty big game here. And also these Bebop Mokrill combos with the setups. Mina can knock those down with big damage follow-up. Carrying late game, though, I starting to worry like Hydra Nation. I think if they're pretty farmed in the late game, I feel like
hold that thought, Jake. We gotta celebrate after hitting 600 subs on twitch.tv/Deadlock Night Shift. We officially have the Mo and Krill Night Shift skin. Thank you, Ozzy Lion, for putting this one together. It is available in the chat, and I know the guy looks a little bit creepy, but you can trust Low2 Dev. He's officially part of the Night Shift staff, and his link is safe. GameBanana.com/mod/619335 for those of you who can't read.
Favorite number 619339. How did he know?
The Krill is so good with the little Night Shift badge styling.
You know,
it's incredible.
Puckett, we need to get like another sub goal, and then we do another Night Shift skin for a different hero.
Ooh, so
he even has a fancy portrait here too, if you haven't noticed.
This guy,
Ozzy Lion. This one was free. Can we pay you to make these?
Seriously, we're gonna we gotta put some cash on this. Get some more Night Shift skins. Get the full suite.
Yeah, the Krill is my favorite. I mean, with the vest, he looks ready to just shake me a martini. Hold that thought. what? The game's ready. It's Hydra Nation. It's Sneaky Golem. Your NA Finals. Week 5 of the night shift begins now. On the mic, it's Jake and Jason Kaplan, all the way from Italia. Take it away, Jason.
Can you give us really quickly, Puckett, before you go, a caster duo name?
Jake, my stash.
Okay, Jake, my staff. Got it. Like it. We'll use that later on. But here we go. Kicking off the game here. First of our best of 3 between Sneaky Golem and Hydra Nation. Determine who wins the $1,000 presented by Intel. And of course, Hydra Nation have to throw off a pause because guess what? Just like last week, they had Taco Bell right before the matches.
Did you see the Naked Gun, by the way? There's a fantastic scene.
I haven't seen it yet. No, is it good?
Oh my God. Yeah. It's completely absurd and totally silly and overblown, but there's one scene involving chili dogs that is pretty unforgettable.
I'm looking forward to it. I didn't know how well they would be able to remake what Leslie Nielsen did so well back in like the 90s. But if you're telling me good things about it, I'm gonna have to go watch it.
It's insane. I mean, it's like totally silly and absurd, but the chili dogs was pretty funny.
Don't call me Shirley. But yeah, as we get into this game, we can actually see who's on what hero, and that's what I was really curious to see. We do have low main lock in the Viscous, Hydration going to be over on the Abrams, AVG of course going to be on the Shiv, but Leffa, we're talking about one of the most mechanically skilled players in North America, if not the most mechanically skilled player. I think Billy might be definitely up his alley.
Pretty funny getting the early knock on DMB. Usually, I mean, the one thing we see at this level is that players on mid lane will always take the zip around the corner on the right. Instead of taking the zip, you like jump off it and go around the building. It's a little faster. But DMB doing that actually got knocked off the zip, and so it took about 100 HP of Raz. Not that meaningful, but could be something for Rokan to continue to capitalize on. Yamato, Viscous in the mid lane. I mean, that's a lot of nuking pressure.
That's a lot of poke coming through as well for the power slashes and the splatters. We already saw last week in a treat what Viscous can do out of Demov. And then Zeno here on the other side for Sneaky Golem. He's going to be under a lot of pressure. Mina extremely squishy. I was playing her a bit today, and I'm not going to lie, I got kind of pissed how quickly I died. But then again, in my initiate games, I can kind of expect to die that quickly. And we have DMB over on the Mirage. Now, for me, this is kind of what I expected him to be on, especially when he had his, like, preferred hero as Mo and Krill in our little graphic. But this definitely fits more towards his alley.
Yeah, I think it's still good for a player who you know prioritizes more of these late game carries to also have flexibility in the hero pool, right? You know, the more you're a one-trick pony, the easier you are to draft against and to kind of put in a corner strategically. Speaking of being put in a corner, a lot of heavy lane pressure from Hydra Nation. Looks like they're really shoving minions across every lane, prioritizing getting those under the opponent's tower. And Mo isn't really able to tolerate that. Looks like Bebop plus Mo is, you know, doesn't strike me as the best lane, but once you get the combo online, I think that really will change.
I think Mo just looking for a cigar to smoke. Well, like you said, Krill shakes up a martini for Puckett to drink as he comes back on the mic a little bit later on. But yeah, to see on this left-hand side, I mean, I don't know how I feel necessarily about the Bebop Mo. I know when you get, you know, up to your ultimates 3.4k, you can do a lot of damage. A hyper beam into a combo target, it's almost certainly going to be a kill. But it's going to be tough. I feel like their Walker could go down extremely early with the amount of damage and wave clear that like League and Rocker will have together.
Yeah, the laning phase, not the best, but Ultimate's online, going to change that. Mid lane, I mean, they've gone for headshot boosters, I think on both Mina and Mirage, so really prioritizing, trying to put that counter pressure on. Headshot booster especially valuable against Viscous, has a pretty enormous little head.
It's got a massive dome.
And this Mina buff to the extra HP, you actually get a lot of sustain off the creeps, man, with those last hits. It's
yeah,
like pretty meaningful, I think, in terms of keeping you in the lane.
And I like the way they used it too, because you can take a lot of poke from that lane, and to be able to go back to tier 1 camp and get those 2 guaranteed heals is going to help, like I said, sustain quite a bit. But there's a lot of chip damage already being done. Leffa below half HP here on this side of the map, unless they might go for a chase over onto Rocker. And I don't think I've ever seen Rocker actually play Lash in one of our matches before when he was on Hydra Nation previously. It was more of like a flick hero.
Yeah, Rocker and League are really playing this lane very aggressively, right? Billy Abrams should, in theory, be a very tanky, very sustainable lane, but they're kind of getting zoned off the creeps. They're not able to get these melee lifesteals on. That's really reducing Abrams' survivability, and the nuking that's coming in from Lash is pretty significant. And like Abrams, look, he can barely stay here and last hit the creeps. Leffa's getting in with some counter damage on the Billy, but surprisingly, this looks like the lane under the most pressure for our Hydra Nation squad.
Yeah, I mean, that honestly, that fog coming through, especially when QSR gets picked up at a rocker, a lot of damage going to be done. And Hydration, like just trying to melee some of these minions here to heal up. But you can see, I think League doing a great job. Gilbert the first kill. That's what the hook coming through, as you talked about before. No ultimate online just yet, but the hook was enough to take down Lord. So already a good start here for Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, mid lane under a lot of pressure. Zeno had to go back to base, which is pretty painful this early in the game. It's going to give DMB a little bit of extra farm on the Mirage. Maybe he could go for some sort of early TP play. They're trying to get on top of the Lash. No, barely escapes that melee. That hits, you're in potentially some pretty big trouble. Parry used, though, really vulnerable now. The guys is just going to be immediately assaulted. Lash wants the 1v2, but I'm not sure you really do want this. That's a pretty threatening combo. And I mean, the melee lifesteal now up on the Billy. You just can't trade with him. It looks like they've weathered the storm here. Now Lefa pretty online. And that's not a lane you want to fall behind against, right? Where the threat from the ultimates, Billy pulls you in with the ulti. You can't escape. Abrams just finishes you off with pins. This could be real trouble.
I think you hit it perfectly. Like surviving the storm that was in their lane. They're a very deadly duo, I'd say. I mean, with the rushing ram into a pretty easy charge, or it should be a relatively easy charge, can easily set up for a kill. As long as you don't get poked that much, as long as you can get that engage you want, then I feel like honestly League and Rock are gonna have a very tough time this lane now after losing out those first kills and the soul lead kind of going towards Hydration side.
Getting both buffs at 5 minutes, pretty painful here in the early game, especially like Shiv with life buff. He is just gonna be fearless, right? You just can't trade with this guy.
Combo comes through, Hyper Beam on top of it, and the immediate charge straight through. AVG almost just burst him down within the killing blow, but it doesn't matter. The knife's gonna be enough, and that's the first kill coming in this fight at least. The Chain King comes through as well, and Hydration just steamrolls over Rocker for another kill, and Hydration easily pick up 2 kills for themselves without losing 1.
And I think Hydration actually going to be pretty happy to tank the ulti here. Geist has just rushed this Mystic regen, right? So playing on that sustain. We talked about the abilities being a little bit more expensive. Well, if you're healing off every ability, it's not going to be too expensive. And although there's been a lot of kills for this Hydra Nation squad, the tower has taken huge pressure. Now the dive comes in from Geist, absolutely inting in, looking for this kill onto Lefa. Has to be so careful. Dodges that one bad strike. Some melee procs are coming in. Both teams thinking about the parry here. So crucial in these low numbers trades. But Geist is just getting so much heal. The Mystic regen saving her.
The Radiant regen just doing wonders. Every person he hits with an ability gets extra regen over time. And especially when there's 2 melee players, you're realistically with the Essence Bombs having a good chance of connecting onto both of them. Rocker rotates in. He gets 1 kill, but it's going to cost him his own life as Low Main's there to assist. And even Lord NM going to go on the chase onto League. So they eventually do turn those 2 kills back around. But at least it's a 2-for-2 trade at the end of the day. The Guardian's still alive.
Yeah, releases a bit of pressure on the other lanes, though. I think that in the end, that's a nice play from the Sneaky Golem players, right? They created opportunities on other lanes for a little bit of a numbers advantage. Shiv's gotten so much value off this life buff, right? Getting a ton of regen and off that max HP regen.
Oh my god, like that's 200 healing right now from the life drain, not to mention the Radiant regen. So much extra healing that you can do with this one. K-Dash is well picked up, so really going for these like 1600, 3200 items right off the bat. Really focused on the sustain, but we're kind of curious to see where Geist is going to go with this one. Or at least I'm curious what kind of build we're going to see, because it's been a fairly long time since we've seen Geist be a staple here in DLNS.
I feel like he might convert into pretty gun heavy from here, and the Radiant region just gives you a lot of value. Big bebop laser from long range. AVG is going to be super close. Is he going to die from the bloodletting? Seems like not. But the bebop laser over the top, putting a lot of pressure. Meanwhile, DMB is here, wants to finish off this Guardian. It's so low HP. Just a few more shots. The parry on the tower should be enough. He's so incredibly deep. DMB, this is crazy. No, he's so wild on this Mirage, but he's baiting space, making opportunities. The rest of the team follows it up. And it's a nice bait from DMB, actually. Like, pulls that attention. I think Lord and him thought, I can kill this guy, and then just ended up staying a little bit too long.
You know, now that I think about it, Jake, this Geist kind of worked out insanely well as a pick, considering how early Sneaky Golem locked her in. You're against basically 5 melee heroes. I mean, maybe Viscous, not necessarily, but 4 melee heroes that will be in melee range of you. Your Essence Bomb, I want to assume League should be like maxing that first, because the amount of value you're going to get from that, especially if you go towards Spirit, maybe not towards Gun, is going to be kind of insane, or has the potential to be insane, I should say, in these team fights.
Yeah, definitely. And zoning people away, not to mention life drain. I mean, all of your abilities on Geist in general, you're pretty strong against players that want to play close range against you. Hook, always a threat from Goober. But a mishook for now, maybe signals an opportunity. Yamato doesn't have ulti. Has to be a little bit cautious, but Shiv does have that execute. Can't quite get to the threshold on Ranger. Who may be able to just slide his way out of this one. They don't want to give up the tower. I think Ranger just has to back. He's too low to contribute in this. He's rushing Warpstone as well, so really prioritizing closing the gap and being able to get those combos off.
And to me, that says that's a lot about mid-game power here for Sneaky Golem to assist into these kills to snowball from there. We're seeing Hydra Nation respond with some push. That's going to be the Hyper Beam coming through to keep the wave off the Guardian to make sure it does not go down this next push. And we can see there's 3 members of Hydra Nation in that area, but Mina, played by Xeno, coming from behind, going to spot out low main. Maybe they get the kill. Oh, yeah, that's a dead Google.
Nice combo. It's one of the better counters to the Viscous Ball because, yeah, you're pretty tanky with resist, but if you just can't move in the Viscous Ball, it's a lot easier to just hard focus nuke you down. Catch now in the mid lane. Big pin from Abrams. Lasso as well. Follow up on DMB. Surely there's no way out of this one for him. And that should as well be the mid Guardian going down. Mokril rotating over. There's a thought to contest, but yeah, they're just going to be here too late. Easy tower kill here for Lord and M.
It's actually going to see if they're going to try to contest Rokane. Something I noticed a lot. The melee sounds, especially when you're going for the center sacrifices, are so much louder these days now. It's really easy to know who is where. And speaking of who's where, Xeno just trying to get the hell out of dodge here. Just trying to back away. Especially since Hydration is going to be rotating over on the Abrams as Barrel does connect. Xeno does live for now. Goober is on 1 HP. He should be falling here as the chase is going to continue to come through. And I think Goober just sacrifices his life here to make sure his teammates can get away. But the urn has been picked up, and Hydra Nation, with the man advantage, can quickly rotate on over here to look to capitalize on this.
Yeah, see if they want to do that urn drop. Looks like it is just a fast run through mid, but there's players here. For Sneaky Golem, this is not going to be a free urn. Yeah, Shiv forced to fall back in towards his side of the jungle. EBG holding on to the urn for now. And Hydra Nation bringing a lot of players to bear here. Seems like this could be a team fight, but Cooper's not here, so I wonder, are Hydra Nation going to call the bluff? Billy's in trouble. Leffa getting hard focused. Abrams ult, though, does break that. Gets Billy back into the fight. Lash ult, though, could be devastating. It's huge.
Slice and Dice not going to connect to the AVG. Now he's being forced back and just to his death here. Gooba confirms the kill on this one with the Hyper Beam. He does have Yamato in his face, and Rokane's looking to win out in this fight, but I don't really know if you can survive this in a 1-on-2 here anymore. The bomb not coming enough to finish it off because it's Rocker to come through. The urn does reset. There also was a kill happening on the left lane Guardian. That in the meantime, Xeno's been pushing this entire time. He's going to get a walker from this. They might not get earned, but they get so many kills on top of this. A massive play and a massive swing here for Sneaky Golems. Almost up 10k now.
That's so big. Lowman comes to the fight and they're still not able to win it, and Urn as well goes for Sneaky Golem. I mean, this is a pretty enormous lead, over a 10k soul lead off the back of this fight. The fact that Xeno stayed in that lane, I mean, I think really Sneaky Golem just valued the fact that they have these side guardians up, and they're going to make it really hard for Hydra Nation to ever open a flex slot, especially after that fight loss. This is going to be one of the toughest tests that the Hydra Nation has faced pretty much ever in Deadlock Night Shift, because they're pretty significantly down and they're a long way from a flex slot.
I think one of the scariest things about what just took place, besides those kills that came through, was the fact that Xeno gets a solo kill and a walker to himself, up to 15,000 souls. We've seen what he can do in the past in one-man bombshells on Yamato's carrying games, and he's going to be a threat to mess with here as another combo into a kill onto Leffa. Sneaky Golem are setting themselves up so perfectly here for our first map victory in this series.
Yeah, kills across the map right now. Hydra Nation struggling. They do get a counter kill onto Rocker, but is Shiv going to be able to play his way out of this one? I think not, man. Already taking a ton of damage from this bloodletting. Mo is not leaving him any quarter. Nox Nostra's online. There's no reason that Xeno can't continue to push the tempo. And even Abrams, stuck in this fight, can't escape. Is going to maybe get the counter kill on Lee. Lee's so incredibly low, but manages to get away with the Radiant Regeneration and heal. This is painful, Hydra Nation. They're throwing good money after bad here. Bodies are dropping across the field. And I mean, you got to think, man, one more fight like this, mid-boss is going to go. Sneak Golem could be on the verge of winning the game. I mean, I don't want to over-dramatize, but 15k lead at 13 minutes is crazy at this level of play.
Yeah, it is insanely crazy, honestly, especially against the best North American team. It's not like a no-name team, right? This is the best North America has to offer, and you're sporting this kind of lead is kind of insane. One thing I'm trying to focus on here and take a look at across the board for Sneaky Golem, though, is How many cultist sacrifice do they have? I know they're currently sitting on 3. Rocker has one, Goober has one, and I think it was Xeno has one. But I was curious if they had more than that, because that's... I'll get back to that in a moment, actually, as we see Ranger getting caught out here by AVG and Hydration. And he will be quickly finished off. This is going to be a huge death slam coming through the cube. Only going to be able to survive onto 1, though. And the chain gang being used by Leffa to pull everyone in. This might be really bad for Sneaky Golem and potentially the opportunity Hydra Nation to get back in this game.
Yeah, Hydra Nation looking at the team fight, but now maybe starting to think better of it. Happy to just take that pick and fall back. Sneaky Golem had a lot of players coming into that team fight, and Hydra Nation weren't at full strength here. I think they're wise to fall back, taking their 1, getting something is nice. However, they're going to pay for it. They lose a lot of map control, and that's going to mean some Sinner sacks going right back towards Sneaky Golem, continuing to expand that lead for them. And losing that Sidewalker this early into the game is pretty wild. It means the lane pressure is going to be really rough here for Hydra Nation. It's going to be hard for them to even be on that side of the map, especially when earn drop-offs start to come towards the other side.
So I mentioned the cultist sacrifice because we had AVG over on the graveyard shift back in, I think it was week 1. Yeah, in the very first week. If you guys don't know what that is, actually a little bit of a show we do after the show, which you guys can be privy to watch and ask questions live. All you have to do is be a YouTube member or a Twitch sub or a Patreon pledger, and you get access to that. But he did talk about how Hydra Nation are so good and so understanding of when they get in the lead, they like to push up and they like to grab as much jungle away from the enemy team as they possibly can. And that takes, it's a double win, right? Because they get the souls and they deny the souls. So they extend that lead even further. And with these cultists that Sneaky Golem had picked up, I wonder if that's something they have in their mind. Obviously a very good item with the stats he gives you. The fact you can walk up, take tier 3 camps, take everything away from Hydra Nation and continue to build up a lead against them makes you that much stronger and then that much weaker.
Yeah, and the Mirage pick from DMB is going to continue to pay dividends. Look at Hydra Nation. They're so grouped around this right side. They're really trying to prevent any incursion into this side of the jungle. But, I mean, Sneaky Golem are still getting more than half of the jungle on the map. DMB is very efficiently farming completely on the opposite side from his teammates, able to clear a lot of jungle over here. And if a fight breaks out, he's just going to global teleport right back over. Maybe an attempt to punish Lord on him, coming with the Shiv on the side lane, but DMB is cautious. He knows that there's a couple heroes missing. He's not going to overforce this. Just defending Walker, clearing easy jungle. And I mean, this is, you know, just gratuitous farming here from Sneaky Golem. There's not much farm to take on the side of Hydra Nation. There's going to be all these players on Sneaky Golem looking to get a couple of those key item timings, kind of set themselves up with their next core item before they look towards a decisive fight around the mid boss.
I see Mirage.
Maybe a catch on a DMB here.
Oh, he's so
That's
safe.
the
There's
use
no,
of
he still has
waiting.
Tornado, right? There's no way you're killing him.
So
He
one
brought
thing
a
I do
lot of
worry though,
numbers.
Jake, when we look at how this match could play out, is that I don't know if Sneaky Golem have been a team long enough and have been tested well enough to have a lead like this against the best North American team and continue to build on that lead and not allow their opponents to get back into it. AVG talked about once you get ahead, it's about just not making mistakes and you will win games. And we need to see Sneaky Golem still play perfect even with the 14k solely they currently have.
Yeah, and it looks like Urn's being taken, and rather than contesting, I actually like this call a lot. It seems like they're just going to go for the Walker trade. Shiv is trying to int down the Guardian, but Bebop is there to challenge him, so Shiv might just be feeding into this. So hold on, though. League dies elsewhere on the map. Yamato managed to get that burst off. Yamato as well, starting this fight off really nicely. Has tanked a lot of skills, still has the ulti. Sneaky Golem lost a couple players. Talk about making mistakes, man. Hydra Nation capitalizing big time off this.
Well, they get one. AVG goes down. The Nox Nostra on top of this, but the quick retreat out of Lord M is going to save him for just a moment of time as the ground strike comes through and locks him in. So it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. But again, when you're the team from behind who's down 14k, they're only down 7 now with the comeback mechanics that are in the game. Another hook comes through, this time on a Rokane, who, as you said before, tanked a lot of damage and somehow is still extremely tanky. The shot transformation is going to come through as he looks to charge straight onto Goober, and DMB on the high ground, not really able to assist onto this, because he also has low main to worry about on the Goo. Man.
Ulti's used now. Big lash hold over the top. Finds Yamato. Do they have the follow-up? Yamato low on skills. That big hit from Mina's umbrella did big damage there. Hydration going up for the ult, looking to grab a catch here. Couldn't quite land it onto the high ground though. And now Hydration in trouble. Combo down. The focus fire is brutal here from Mina. I mean,
that's mid.
Xeno 25k, 7 kill streak, and Nox Nostra just off cooldown. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pop this and clear the boss fast. Maybe they just don't need to rush it.
Yeah, okay, he's going to use it. He's going to commit to it, making sure no one on Hydra Nation can get here in time to steal it away. They have not finished off the mid boss just yet, but as we can see, no one's even heading that direction. Instead of AVG, he's like, you know what? We need a flex slot. We're almost 20 minutes into the game, and they don't have a flex slot unlocked, and they do finally lock this one down, especially when the souls were getting very desperate for them. But a big play here out of Sneaky Golem, and Xeno now at 25,000 souls. I mean, he's a good 5 to 6K ahead of most players on Hydra Nation's side. That if he plays this, pretty damn well, I don't really know how they lock him down, especially if he can keep his distance. But then again, Hydra Nation do have that team who wants to run straight at you. I would almost want to see like a healing tempo picked up for them at some point, but I don't know who you would throw it on here in this situation to just help with the extra speed to chase down your targets.
I don't know if there's a healing tempo buy. You could always go with something like the heroic aura, the gun item that gives movement speed aura is nice. Or not, as an active, it could be good. I mean, though, I think is probably at this point in the game with her soul lead is probably about to just go full greed, maybe boundless. It's going to be extra stam. Okay, interesting. So continuing to prio just mobility, maybe just against this comp, right? Against the threat of being pulled in by Billy, locked down by Lord and them. You just want to be able to stay mobile, stay out of reach of these heavy melee hitters.
Saying no to free money.
Yeah, I don't hate it actually.
But he does have Tank Buster too, so I mean, he's going to be able to kind of get through these heroes eventually. An interesting choice here for our Sneaky Golem to prio pressuring mid here. I think this will be a little surprising for Hydra Nation. I don't know if they're going to be ready for this, as they're posturing most heavily on the right side.
They're going to trade for this one.
I mean, look at that. I don't know if you're going to get the Walker, though. You are bringing a lot of players for Hydra Nation to attack, but that's being defended for the moment by DMB. Yeah, your Walker's only half dead. Like, they're going to get base Guardians if you get Walker here. I'm not sure that trade is worth it, and Bebop's even coming over to look for more trades.
I mean, he's going to be 1v4 here, but I think he's just trying to keep them from retreating away, maybe looking for some knocks off the zip line. So he lets them all go for now. And I mean, the way that Sneaky Golem set up for that Walker too, they had Goober by the Veil, they had Ranger off to the side to just swarm over anyone that was defending and completely shut them down for some kills. But unfortunately for them, as we can see on the mini-map, Hydra Nation were looking to barrel down on that right lane Walker and take that one as they get themselves another flex that unlocked. So they went from 0 to 2 in a matter of pretty much exactly 2 minutes of time.
So I think getting those mid base Guardians 20 minutes in is so nice, right? Having that fast speed zip in mid lane makes it so much stronger to like get to mid bosses, to contest them, to show up to the fights a lot more easily. Those base Guardians are deceptively worth a lot. Attempted catch here on the side. Xeno caught. This is a very high net worth player being focused down, instantly being assassinated. Do they have the counter follow up? It seems like they will. I mean, just full surrounded. Xeno played his way out with the bats, though, still has a bit of HP left. And they're not able to catch him. If they can't finish this kill, they're going to lose another set of base Guardians for sure. At this point, getting a Walker is the best they can hope for.
That stat mastery, Jake, paying dividends for them. Or for Xeno in particular, able to escape them with 31,000 souls. The base Guardians will go down yet again. They're going to go for the Shrines too, on top man. Of this. I mean, Hydra Nation, you get another Walker, but that's not really going to be the best of trades.
I don't think you can trade like this against Sneaky Golem. They're too far ahead here. And they're even continuing to fight this defense. Rokane seems like he might be caught super low HP on this. Yamato does get finished off. So you're winning fights in multiple places and slamming. Oh, almost out of the fountain. Good counterspell there. Great awareness. Maybe a little bit overconfident from Rocker.
And League was keeping him there. League is still fighting. League gets a kill 1v2. It was a 2-on-3 over on that lane? Maybe a 2-on-4 because Rokane went down. And they're going to get a combo kill. They might just be able to finish the game right here. Hydra Nation have no one left in the base to defend against this. It's just going to be one player's going to be AVG. But what the hell is a Shiv going to do? It's Sneaky Golem. I think they're going to do it here, Jake. They're going to take the first map of the series with the base trade coming through. They can just lock this down in the last few seconds. That's Loman coming in from the side on the Goo Man, trying to do something about this, but the patron will fall, and Sneaky Golems are being sneaky indeed. Get themselves the first map in the series.
Man, Hydra Nation have never, in my memory, looked that desperate in a game, right? Going for a lot of these really unfortunate trades. But we talk about not making mistakes. I'm really impressed with the way Sneaky Golem split their resources, right? Having 1 or 2 players continue to slow things down, play the defense, look for trades, while the rest of the team pushes objectives. That's like one of the most challenging things to do as a competitive team, right? To split your players, use resources across the map wisely, and they did it masterfully. That's a great sign for Sneaky Golem, not to mention being up 1-0 in the series speaks for itself.
Jason, I'm sweating in the air conditioning here in America. It's getting spicy in our grand final. What a way to start things. A team that has gone undefeated, dominant since I've arrived here at the night shift. Hydra Nation now against the ropes. And Jake, Everyone's talking about Xeno. They're talking about Mina. What had a bigger impact, the player or the character?
I mean, you got to give it to Xeno for executing really well against a team like Hydra Nation with all these pickup heroes with Billy ult as well. Like, you might have farm on Mina, but if you just get caught and CC chained, like, you're going to die. So the fact that, you know, he has that early play to not come to the fight, take an early walker with his ultimate, I think was really wise, put them in a huge macro advantage in the mid game, and then continuing to snowball that further and further into the game. Also, we didn't see this on original cast, but yeah, had some nice double kills in the mid lane to even be in that position. So I think Xeno we were questioning, oh, is this guy a Yamato one trick? Is that all he can play? And now it shows clearly the Mina is in his wheelhouse.
Xeno was a player highlighted on the score sheet coming into tonight. Kaplan, he definitely popped off. We saw Lady Geist put to work by League. Rocker and friends looking good early. I thought they were going to lose that massive lead and allowed Hydra Nation to come back in this game. How'd they close it? How'd they close it down? How'd they shut the door?
I mean, I think it was a little bit of taking advantage of Hydra Nation making a mistake with the base trade that happened. I feel like if you just backed away, like, what is that Walker going to give you in the left-hand lane? Just a little bit of extra souls, and they take your base, they took your shrines, they took your stage 1 patron, then they took the game off of that. I think it was just a mistake of macro by Hydra Nation, which is so weird to say because not often are we ever able to say that about this team who always seems to play extremely cleanly. But if we're talking about like individual players, you know, Xeno on Mina, honestly, if I were to pick a player of the match of just this specific match, I got to give it to League, man. He made Geist look good. He did such a great job of bouncing back in the lane after they got punished so early on by Hydration and left it together. And also the stall he pulled off in that left-hand lane to prevent Hydra Nation from getting back to base to defend this, I think deserves some credit.
Shout out to my man tuning in from Egypt. We got Morgan Cast tuning in to Deadlock. He was hyping this up, saying how excited he is for Deadlock to take over the world. Well, every single week we showcase the best in EU and NA. Let's see when the rest of the world's ready to step up. We got Z-Wampy hitting us with a Prime sub. And a reminder, if we get to 1,000 subs before Hydra Nation mounts the comeback and steals the crown in week 5, Jake is dressing up as a Catwoman. I'm pretty sure it's the one from Batman. Kaplan will confirm, but I think it's the latex one. We have it already in our cart. We are just moments away from pressing the button. We just need about, what would that be, 388 more subs.
Don't toy with me, man.
We got time. There's still options for people. Still a little something. I mean, honestly, though, as much as that's in theory is like maybe the base trade, it doesn't pay off. Sneaking on make a great response. I think Hydra Nation are right to be a little desperate in that game. They feel it slipping away from them. They feel that things are getting worse and worse, that they've got to take something. They don't think they can fight against the rejuve. So instead they go for the base trade. But I thought that Sneaking On just managed it perfectly. That was, you talk about a moment to make a mistake with an advantage. That's it, right? Being pressured on a base trade. You split the resources the wrong way. A couple players died, maybe trying to do an overzealous defense. And that could be Hydra Nation back in the game, but instead Sneaking On holds strong. I don't think that was such an easy scenario for them to win, and they just navigated it really intelligent.
Can I also talk a little bit about Ranger here in his build? Like,
Please
no
do.
Torment Pulse. He went very like low eco build, 20,000 souls, the bottom of the barrel on his team, but he was a part of 8 kills for them. I mean, the superior duration, the silencing wave, the warp stone, as you pointed out, like very early in the game, he was committed to fulfilling a certain role within the team, and I feel like he accomplished it. Like the warp stone into a silencing wave after his combo, there's nothing you can do. You're stuck.
I think that's actually a great point to highlight, because I feel like we don't see much of this. Like we you know, especially in the way Deadlock works with the soul splitting, right? It's like natural for most players to get farmed. So when you play pubs, everyone's building a pretty reasonable amount of damage, generally speaking. But I think at this level of play, there's room for people to play these super low eco builds. And I actually see the vision of Mokuro. Like, yeah, he's going to do basically no damage, but he's going to be very early in the game, locking people down for a ridiculous amount of time. And like we said previously, other players are doing the damage. He doesn't need to in this game, not even a little bit. And so he's just doing all the lockdown. He's wave clearing. He doesn't really need any damage to do his job. So he doesn't build any. I think that's a great call out, Jason, and one that maybe we'll see more Mo's follow this lead and play for that just high utility style.
I would also like to point out this is the fastest game we have had here on night shift number 5. It's against a team that does not lose. Hydra Nation on the back foot. They got punched in the mouth. Can they bounce back? That is the question. Jake, it's a grand final. Who's going to step up first for Hydra Nation? Because there's no way we see a 2-0 here in an NA final.
I feel like in this next game, I kind of want to see what low main and Lord NM can do as far as finding those initiations. I think maybe there'll be more contention on the Mo draft. I feel like that Ranger pick and the style he played ended up getting them some of those early edges and getting pickoffs that won team fights. I also think maybe there's a chance Mina starts going a little bit higher prio. This is 2 games in a row where Mina has been taken, I think, 12th or rather last pick for the team that took her, and she's having a pretty impactful, significant game. And so I wonder if there'll be a little bit more prio snatching her up just a bit earlier in the draft.
Jason Kaplan, does Mina get banned out? She's been MVP 2 games in a row.
I mean, they banned Kelvin. Actually, no, sorry, that was Sneaky Golems that banned Kelvin. Who did they ban first? I can't remember. It was Warden. Ban first? I don't know. I don't know if I see her necessarily as that strong right now to be ban worthy as your first ban. If we do see her move up in prio, maybe second ban, or maybe just see it picked away for Hydra Nation.
We've got another draft coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. This is Night Shift. It's presented by Intel. We have Counter-Strike coming on Friday. That's on projectnightshift.com. Just kidding. It's on Twitter. Website one day, though. We're talking about it. Some big things are coming to the community. Not only are we getting the PNS shirts with hearts made. Shout out to someone in chat who already sent me a private message with a link to a Russian website for making t-shirts for $4.99 each. It's an exciting time to be a part of Deadlock. The question I have for production is, do you think the game is ready, or should we go to a break? Because I'm here to hang out, because I can read subs all day long. But I'm told that he needs to pee. The wizard behind the scenes, the master of Oz, Solomon and crew, crushing it as always. If you like the show, if you want to, oh God, he's drinking it again. It's so warm. On that note, just fucking throw the break. We're out of here. Get the Welcome home. We got some weirdos in the chat tonight. Shout out to one of the regulars in the Jason Kaplan private channel, I Eat Poop and Pee, who says, first time message, penis mentioned. Welcome to the show. It's the night shift. We are here getting weird way too early. My daughter's still awake. Jake, let's talk a little bit about the video games because Hydra Nation is in a spot we never see them in. They're losing to Vampire Girls.
Look, that's a convincing game one victory from Sneaky Golem. The lanes, very even, you know, not breaking down. We've seen teams struggle in the lanes and break down against Hydra Nation. We've seen teams struggle in the mid game. Some of those team fights, Sneaky Golem also winning those team fights. We've even seen Hydra Nation pull the comebacks out by doing some of these cheeky split push shenanigans, you know, forcing difficult choices around the map. And once again, Sneaky Golem's passed that test. So kind of on all fronts right here, it's looking like we may have a new champion. That being said, Hydra Nation, this is their chance to adapt coming back here in the Game 2 draft.
Yeah, as our local hydration specialist, Kaplan, what tips were you sharing with Hydration's team?
Well, stop eating Taco Bell before your matches, first of all, obviously. Make sure you have your bottles next to you for some good hydration while you're playing. And then don't pick a completely full melee comp. Play more of like a standard meta of what we've seen. Like they didn't have a range carry. They were fully invested into just like getting directly into your face and looking for these fights. But Sneaky Golem were able to outposition them and just kind of outplay them overall. So play the style we know.
If I could echo a chatter, it says drink it. You won't.
Is that from I Love Pee and Poop or whatever his name is?
No, it's not one of your regulars.
Sure. You're sure?
Yeah, this one is actually
okay. Well, you know what? If you want me to drink it, let's get 10 more subs then, right? We got to get closer.
10 more subs.
Outfit.
He'll drink it. All right. We'll get. I don't know if that's guys. Don't sub for that, please don't. Let's get into the games here. We got Mo and Krill. We've unlocked the stream. Sorry, we've unlocked the skin. It's available to everyone now. If you haven't seen it, it's pinned at the top of the stream. Viscus is our first player though in the game. That'll be locked in by Hydra Nation, making sure Goober can't get his character. Does that mean Goo goes back to the Hollywood later here, Mr. Jake?
You know, I'm interested to see that Viscus still goes first for Hydra Nation here, despite, you know, Mo being banned. Last game, they got Viscus as an opening counter pick to the Mo, which makes it like doubly good since Cube is a pretty strong response to combo. But I like that Sneaky Golem actually prio first banned the Mo. I think it would have gone first pick to Hydra Nation if they hadn't. We've seen Mo in the past, especially in NA, be ultra high prio. And even in EU these days, I mean, Mo seems like one of the best characters. Sneaky Golem, talk about, you know, top tier high prio picks. Paradox Warden, insane team fight from Warden, one of the best scaling ultimate team fighters in the game. And Paradox, probably the top tier of the pick initiators right now, aside from Mo. Huge damage, a lot of carry potential in the late game, but also, of course, the classic shot and swap.
I'm so sorry. I know exactly what Puckett's reading right now. I don't know how he's keeping a straight face because I was reading too.
These guys are wild. I can't even read that one out loud. Yeah. All right. So Warden's in the game. Lady Geist is here. Go ahead, Kaplan.
The interesting thing, right, is that as you pointed out, Jake, there seems to be a ridiculously high prio on Mo and Krill lately. I guess with some like recent tweaks, like we've seen them be very high priority over here in North America. We saw them very high priority over in EU as well. But to see that come out as a first ban, it also means they have the Warden available. So they lock in the Warden, and I'm assuming that's going to DMB because that's the hero we've seen him play in the past. So already a pretty good comp, but I look at Hydra Nation's side and they're kind of leaning exactly back towards what they ran in the last game with a very frontline heavy composition. Oh no, he actually donated 10 subs.
Jonas with the 10 gifted.
Hold on, should I refill it before I drink it?
No, show us the same bottle. No bottle swaps, bro.
It's warm now. It's not even like cold anymore.
No bottle swaps. If you would like to just go full screen, feel free, Solomon.
I guess.
No, I mean, it's just
Please
water.
don't do
like,
that to me.
it's not like I'm chugging.
Everyone's watching. Everyone's
vodka
watching.
and apple juice.
But I don't
was gonna
want
do something so wrong.
No, shake it around or something. At least you can see.
No, I'll set it at the bottom. You know,
It's
you gotta leave it down there.
separating.
But okay, guys, I gotta take away from Sneaky Golem are getting a gross draft right now. This is Warden
So gross.
Yamato, Bebop Paradox. You got great initiation, monster team fighting. Hydration also have some clapback on that, right? Viscus has been a strong nuker, and getting the Lash with Kelvin out of the game is nice. But this is Lash into pre-existing Bebop pick, right? And you know, hooking that Lash out of his ulti can really shut down the place.
I saw a comment on the YouTube chat saying Lash is really good at this map. Was that just someone trolling? Like, is there a specific area that person was maybe talking about?
I really want to make some
Every
like
hero is
fake
good on this
accounts,
map.
Jake, and just like just say the most random stuff in YouTube chat to see if Puckett picks
Right.
up on it and puts it on the broadcast.
It's how I keep the ADHD locked in after dark, ladies and gentlemen. Goober is on the Bebop, apparently, according to Double Tap. We've seen you before.
Hayes is a suspect pick for me, honestly. I don't think I've seen Hayes look that good. We've seen like a long time ago some good Hayes games, but I love the GT. I mean, GT Bird is going to be great for shutting down 7 and Lash ultis, you know, for shutting down some of those key team fighters. Hayes is interesting. I almost hope it's more of a utility Hayes here, right? Like we've seen, I think we saw, who was it in the past? Was it Taz who played a utility Hayes?
Taz,
Going for, like-
played utility haze as well in the past.
Yeah, where they're going for like slowing hex, silence, and like, you know, knockdown. You just go like a ton of utility setup, and then late game, okay, you build back into damage because of course you have that passive. Drifter as well is taking here. Drifter could be a strong way to maybe get on top of some of these vulnerable backliners.
This is
like
a
GT.
risky wait. You are one game down and you're busting out a Drifter? He's got a win rate of like 1 for 4. She's been riding the struggle bus. Mina is a
Sure,
perfect
Feaster fan.
7 for 7. She has never lost. Why not take the Mina in this fight after she looked so good in the previous game for Sneaky Golem?
It's a good point, honestly. I think this is a good Mina game. Actually, I think this looks like a pretty nice place to be, Mina. Maybe they felt like they wanted a little bit more of that bullet damage carry. Drifter, I think, tends to build a little bit more bullet heavy.
What did you just do? Get up here.
Kaplan, are you sharing your drink
My
with
dog
animals?
just opened the door.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows what's going on in
He just
here.
wants to hang out.
Yeah, come on, handsome.
What's your dog's name?
Oliver.
Oliver. Oliver, you're so cute.
Do you let Oliver kiss you on the mouth? Be honest. It's just the ear. Yeah. Okay.
10
there
more
was the
subs.
test.
We could get my dog to lick me on the
Oh, God, no. That's legal in Germany, not Italy, bro. Remember where you're at.
What's this? What's this? Up here. Look. Up.
We're trying
like, I
to get
just want
money
you.
from strangers. Oh, Dad,
He wants
takes
it. He wants it, man. Okay, let's get off me. Let's go back to the draft because I forgot what was picked. Oh no, we're in the game.
It's getting sloppy, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2, Hydra Nation facing their first elimination. Can the Golem steal $1,000 from their bank account? It's time to drop in on the one and only map. Game on.
So Jake, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking the Drifter, right? We haven't seen it that often in DLNS, and I don't know how it fits into the composition necessarily. I don't know if I've seen it enough from like my point of view of how it can fit. I know from just today alone where I got really pissed off in the game that it can absolutely destroy a Haze in Layton. But they're not going to be in the matchup against each other. Instead, it's going to be a Geist and a Drifter together up against a Greytown and Paradox out of Sneaky Golem.
Yeah, I think Drifter, it's interesting. I think the ulti is really potent in team fights. However, in theory, I feel like Drifter should be a bit weaker in a competitive setting where you're more able to play together with your allies. You're less likely to be caught off alone. Even the Drifter ulti, right? It denies information and some spell casting, but if you're just really communicating with your team, as these top teams are, you'd think it wouldn't be as effective. That being said, there is still some infinite scaling with Lord NM on Drifter, though. It says that maybe this is going to be more of a utility frontliner build, since that's typically the role he plays for the squad. I will say also for Hydra Nation, there's not really an initiator, like a catch hero for Hydra Nation. So maybe it's like Lord NM with Slowing Hex or Arctic Blast later in the game.
I'm actually just wondering, are the names correct? Because AVG on Lash, that's a Lord NM hero, and I feel like Drifter kind of fits exactly into how AVG likes to play as well.
True.
So I'm real confused by this one. But hey, if they switch things up again, it goes to the flexibility of the heroes across the board for the team. But yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how it works out. I think DMB is gonna be more than happy to deal with the Drifter if he can pop a last stand right in front of him.
Also, want to see what we get out of Ranger, honestly. I'm super curious to see Hayes. I feel like Hayes has been this hero that looks great in pubs. A lot of these top players have a ton of success with it. They bring it out in the competitive matches, and it just doesn't look as effective, right? I think people have been struggling to find the right balance of utility and damage on the character that actually makes it shine in top level play, right? Getting value out of those invis sleep setups.
That was a nice sleep dart coming through. Or dagger. Not much of a dart, to be honest, though it did hit the bullseye.
Wrong game.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. This is going to be very interesting too, because like League is going to have so much poke, especially if they have the level of effectiveness we see in the Grey Town so far today with the Owls in towards middle. Xeno on the Paradox. This is just wild for me because we know him to be a very strong Yamato player. So why is Rocker playing the Yamato and Xeno on the Paradox? Like Xeno was supposed to be one of the best Yamato players in North America. So
I think we've also seen Rocker play before. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we get an update. Maybe it is possible there's a name swap going on. But where I'm not surprised is DMB is on the Warden, man.
Yeah.
His Warden has been such a playmaking opener. And Lepa first blooded by Rocker. That's Rocker, man. He's in the feed now. And all right, speaks for itself. Taking down Lepa first. Is this a crumbling from Hydra Nation? Another kill in the late. This is so early. And the lead is 4K. Hydra Nation is crumbling right now, Jason. Sound the alarms, man. Like, we are 3 minutes in, and this game is looking a little bit scary. That's absurd. Sneaky Golem playing with total confidence right now. They feel it. They want to be the new champion here of the night shift.
Fire Bullhead is definitely going to die. Real quick, production confirms the player names you see above the character icon. They're correct. Suck it. Let's go.
And before we have another PayPal situation here and we have to overturn the victory if it happens, but this is definitely some wild stuff. And like the lead they had obviously down to 1K now, since we did have waves being held off for people to respawn back into this one. I still don't want to jump the gun just yet. I mean, Hydra Nation, we don't really see them tested too often, and it is great to see. It means North America as a scene is getting stronger, and honestly it might actually even be more equal across the board than EU at the moment is.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the top 2 teams in EU, if everyone could be that good all the time, I would love it. But we'll see if NA, give them some weeks, give them some time to prove themselves. But this Sneaky Golem team, man, they made a believer out of me. A lot of low players in this Hydra Nation squad. That being said, Sneaky Golem, they aren't too healthy themselves in this laning phase. But those early ultimates coming online, I wonder if Sneaky Golem want to push the tempo. Maybe look for like a Warden ulti to pressure that tower down.
Yeah, they should. They have ults across the board except Goober and League at the moment. Power Slash comes through. A lot of melee hits as well. That's going to be the shot transformation used to just to survive and get the reset on cooldowns. Hydration, though, still relatively healthy here at half HP. In the meantime, a right lane. We see dive past the Guardian. That's be the first Guardian going down.
Ranger is, all right, this is a key item choice. I wonder if he's going to buy like a Slowing Hex here and maybe start ganking. Or if he'll just go for something for farm efficiency. I guess he's a little bit low. Maybe he needs to buy some regen items. But I mean, I really want to see how Ranger plays this, because he really impressed me on the Mo Krill going for like total self-sacrifice last game. If he has the range to play like a carry style build this game, that would also be pretty surprising.
Yeah, I think the Slowing Hex, I mean, you're going to just piss off an Abrams because you can stop him from charging in the middle of a charge. You can stop AVG from getting away on the Lash as well.
Lash, I'm not sure how it works on Drifter. I would assume you wouldn't be able to teleport with your backstab either. I'm not sure exactly.
I want to assume you can't, because they changed it so Sinclair can't use the swap with his assistant, his special assistant anymore with Silence.
Yeah, it seems like you wouldn't be able to. Cube already forced. Big damage, though, onto Ranger. And a high damage build here out of low main. You cannot really trade with him. Popping that ulti for now. It just seems like DMB is just going to dodge away from this. No real chance at a counter kill for either player.
It's got to really confuse you internally to see a Viscous up against a Ward in your two bays. Ooh,
Big
great
hit.
little swap up here. And you can just see
Lord
the
of
respect
him.
to that damage.
Yeah, putting a lot of harassment in. Has this really potent melee build, right? If he's able to get up close to you and pop that melee, it's a problem. But a slowing hex, there it is. Ranger shows up, ganks the mid lane, has already won his lane, comes back in and now disrupts the mid. DMB, though, dies for it on the other side of the map. But DMB already had the wave pushed up enough where, yeah, you're going to get a counter kill for Hydra Nation, but you're not really going to get Guardian pressure.
He's going slowing bullets next too. So this is like 100% what we've seen before, the utility kind of build out of a haze. Slowing hex, slowing bullets, maybe even silence wave at some point as well. If you do get in close proximity, another good way to shut down Lash ultimate or just kind of lock down players in front of you. Now Rocker going to be under pressure once again, going to back away with the stun now down. And we talked about this exact combo of the Abrams and the 7 in the very first game of the day here in North America and how strong it can be, but they've been very far pushed back here. Rocker at 5.3 thousand souls. Goober at 5.3 as well. And I'm really curious, as you've been talking about, where's Ranger going to go? Where's he going to really start to implement his presence? Because if they leave DMB alone, he's going to get so far ahead in souls.
He's just going to gank mid over and over, I think, honestly. And I don't know what you're really going to do about this. Because DMB could just solo shove, wave under tower, sleep setup. Geist is a scary kill, though, has ultimate. Don't want to chase her into that fog, but putting that much HP pressure on her could be nice, right? GT has the bird online. You get any lower than this, you are just going to die on the Geist. But that's a scary combo. Drifter ult plus Geist, right, on low HP. Feels like you're going to get swapped, but instead they just fall back. The coordination is there. And the ulti essentially just wasted.
Yeah, that is actually really scary to have a soul exchange happen from just not being able to see the guys coming directly at you. The Ranger's going to head back towards that right-hand lane to protect this as it is being shoved. Just going to assist DMB here at 7.1 thousand souls. And considering we're 8 minutes in and considering we've had that Guardian already take on the right-hand side, we're still in a 2-on-2 situation with these lanes. Sling Bolt should be able to be picked up here once he backs away for Ranger.
Big
There's a
nuking
fight
though from
towards the
low
middle.
main, man. Trading with this Viscous, so difficult with that much nuke. That's like half your HP on Haze. Hope comes in. Abrams in a bit of trouble. 7 rips the ult over the top, though. There's no stun interrupts, but they're just pumping damage. Yamato fearlessly charging forward into this. All the stuns completely blocked by this Yamato ulti. She's built very, very tanky in this early game. A lot of investment into the greens. And the GT Bird not even needed, really, to secure those kills. And Drifter can't dive under the tower.
Yeah, he had to cancel it because he was being attacked by Lord and M just to make sure to not die on this one. I mean, we did talk about, as you said before, these Abrams and the 7 combo being so deadly, but Yamato is such a good counter to it with the shout transformation, making those stuns pretty much useless. A little bit of an evade coming out of AVG, though, to take away the center sacrifice. And head back to lane. He does have ultimate online. He's going to get the catch. Oh, he gets Slap Dart out of it.
And trying to dance away from it is caught potentially here. Is DMB able to find any catches? Low main ulting away as well. 2 ults for 1 though, so a favorable trade for Warden, and the lane pro is really going to shove into this Viscous and Lash, who are struggling to keep that right side pressured, leaving a lot of windows for Ranger to get active and start roaming. And meanwhile, across the board here, look at all 3 Guardians. Sneaky Golem managing the resources really clean in the early game, not giving up any Walker pressure. And that's led to a 5k lead for Sneaky Golem here in this potentially decisive game 2.
It's kind of crazy, though. I don't think we're seeing as many cultist sacrifice up. And with obviously all these Guardians still being up, we haven't seen too much invade of the enemy jungle out of either team.
Ooh. I think it's honestly a mistake from Ranger. I think if he doesn't shoot that, I think he didn't quite realize he was going to hit the sleep. He could have maybe had the nuking follow-up there. So scary to even show and push this wave. And I mean, Lowman's gone all in on this damage, trying to put what counter harassment he can in, but staying on this HP against Haze is scary.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he does have Q, but it's going to come down to AVG to keep him alive. And it looks like actually DMB's going to be one to head off, picks up that center sacrifice. We do see an invade coming out of Hydra Nation. Also an urn being picked up. And this is going to be really interesting because I don't know if you want to commit to turning the urn necessarily, because Hydra Nation could push for your Guardians here and close this lead and actually take it the lead, I would imagine, with the Guardian.
They're set up here in the jungle. They might contest Yamato on the urn. Players watching, thinking about it. Drifter marking this, but in the end, it's just too scary. And at 3K urn, like, you're not getting a Guardian off this. Look at the wave pressure. Yeah, you're going to pressure mid, but I don't know if you can take that fight. Zeno does go down. They're committing, but there's a lot of players here to defend the mid lane. You're diving for League on the GT, but completely kites that one out, and he has the bird to clap back on any players trying to retreat.
Goober versus Leffa. That'll be an interesting battle if it actually does take place. In the meantime, Rocker's pushing the right lane Guardian. This is where it all went down for Hydra Nation last time, losing these Guardians without anyone to contest. Low main quickly going to be returning from base here to defend against this one. Well, in the meantime, Hydra Nation try to take the mid lane Guardian, which I believe they are not able to get because it's still extremely healthy. Now the counter push going to come through. We can see Ranger here with the hot pursuit of the rest of his team. They get the kill in a row came before he has a chance to do much of anything. And now they're going to get a Guardian chance in the mid.
Oh, Goober outplaying on the side lane. 1v2 gets a kill, putting big damage in onto Leffa. Looks like he will be going down for this. But man, that is a more difficult trade than you would think, 1v2. And meanwhile, the punish in the mid lane. Big pressure though onto Ranger. May have overextended. As now numbers showing up for Hydra Nation. Paradox Zeno grabs what he can out of this fight. But it seems like the damage is overwhelming. Numbers end up playing the bigger role. Sneaky Golem losing a trade across the map.
Yeah, that was, I mean, they lost 4 players on this one. That is not the ideal situation. Rocker under the Walker's actually going to get it. Keep in mind, gets a decent amount of souls for himself, up to 12k. They get another flex slot. He will pay the price for it. So the damage has been done in that right lane. I was expecting Rocker to get a lot more souls off of that kill, but only up to 12k now.
Yeah, the soul lead, I mean, Hydra Nation has done a good job keeping the soul lead manageable, given that they don't have a single Guardian taken. And as you get later and later into the game, the Guardians, I mean, at some point in the game, Lord and M's just going to like walk under a Guardian alone and just solo it in 1 second, right? They just don't have the tankiness to survive in the late game. So there will be that nice bank of souls you're able to pick up. That being said, no flex slots for quite a long time ahead, right? You're going to have to kill 3 full Guardians, and that's getting scary, right? People like Abrams, like, there's a couple upgrades you could be buying in this build that are going to be nice, but you know, give it 5 minutes and players are going to be hurting for slots, especially 7.
Oh, look at this big grouping though. Flex slot, another one picked up here for Sneaky Golem. Is just zerg down that mid lane Guardian. I think Hydra Nation will be able to get the right lane one. Well, potentially, as they do have a 2-on-2 push here. One thing I'm not necessarily a huge fan of though is that they're leaving Goober to solo farm the left-hand lane instead of leaving like Rocker or DMB, one of these big late game carries that you're going to need in this game. I'm not sure how much the Bebop's going to be able to provide and facilitate kills when you could be using them in the mid game like we saw before with the Mo and Krill and the combos.
We got a lot of people chiming in the chat for the first time. Welcome, everybody. This is the 5th week of the night shift. If you used to watch Fight Night, same crew, mostly working on this show. And you're watching the NA Finals. Hydra Nation has never lost in NA. They are currently down 6,000 souls in a game 2 after losing game 1. Jake, are we witnessing an NA overthrow?
Potentially, I feel like this game started really rough for Hydra Nation, and they've actually brought it back very nicely. And so I think this is starting to be a little bit more questionable for Sneaky Golem, as now even getting active here on the lash, diving a little bit too deep though. Hold on, the haze putting a lot of counter damage down with the ultimate. Guardians though are starting to fall, potentially equalizing here. Sneaky Golem would love to get some counter kills to punish that one. And Rokin and ABG, it's a nice prize. 2 Guardians across the map, but in the end, Sneaky Golem, the key is just defending the last Guardian, right? Giving up a couple of them is not too big of a deal. It's that third one that really does deny the flex slot that ends up being key.
Yeah, I mean, you can see now AVG being forced to choose what item he goes for next. Is Veilwalker again. Oh my god, Zeno is just popped like a balloon. Really easy kill coming in for Lord and M at 13,000 souls, and we're still equal at 85k a piece between these teams. I was expected to be after these 2 Guardians. A slight lead for Hydra Nation. Again, the Veilwalker comes through, Backstabber, Spirit Snatch as well, Cold Front.
It's an interesting build here, but Ranger once again dies, struggling in this team fight. Hydra Nation up 1 kill. They're looking for more. They field the chance to bring the momentum back in this game. There's a reason they haven't lost in North America. There's a reason they've been so difficult to finish off. But a bird is coming in. It's going to finish off Hydration. You're chasing down onto Rocker, but Yamato can be a potentially challenging kill to finish. Let's see. Does he have the moves? Lash is going to be right on him here. And Bebop forcing the issue on the side lane. Cube seems like it's done enough to save low main. Also ulti 4, so a lot of pressure being put in on the side lane by Sneaky Golem. But in the end, the trade is good for Hydra Nation, and they've re-secured the soul lead.
I think they're definitely going to look to focus down this next Guardian too. I mean, the urn is ready to be taken. It's just Ranger to defend. AVG will pick up the urn. Tank Buster, Headshot Booster, QSR, Cultist, all picked up for him. Even the extra stam for the extra dashes here. No Majestic Leap, though, more importantly, which is kind of interesting. I feel like we've seen that as a relatively early pickup for most lashes, but AVG decided not go for it just yet.
Yeah, he's really playing for a lot of damage dealing. Goober, hook in onto 7. 7 doesn't have the ulti. Under huge pressure, the damage is immense, but the Drifter ult's going to make it too difficult to follow up on. Yamato now has to hold the front line. Both teams bringing big numbers. This could be a key fight in the game, potentially deciding the entire match. Drifter already focused down first, but DMB dies at the same moment. Big Bird comes in, takes out Leva, stuns 3.
You're still in the hands of low main, though. Just trying to melee Burger box this one as it gets dropped, trying to take down Rocker, who's very low in health. No Shadow Transformation just yet, but it's coming up in just a few seconds time if he can survive a little bit longer. League comes in for another kill. Xeno's just trying to keep Hydra Nation at arm's length, and it looks like Rocker will survive for now. Ranger comes in big, slowing hacks and the ultimate on top of this. You can see Hydration's health just disappearing away as Goober takes on AVG. Low main responds with a kill on the Ranger. The urn going to be resetting, but the fight is still taking place here. Low main just trying to survive up against Xeno. Cube comes through, the curse on top of him, and Goober, it's a drive-by. Low main runs over him with the goo ball.
Does get the kill onto Goober. Parry on the creep, it looks like, for the moment, and it's a knockdown drag out. Looks like favorable for Sneaky Golem. Lord and M, though, respawn. He's back in the fight. Wants to maybe get a cheeky counter kill. This fight's not over. Hydration continuing to bring more numbers back in, but Lord and M swapped into that time bomb. Is the follow-up there? Hydration dives through the wall, gets that chase down onto Xeno.
Oh, DMB. He's trying to go for the urn turn. He brought it back. He might have just brought it over for Hydration to pick up and secure, though. 500 HP left for Hydration as an owl, I think, comes through. DB gets the Lord and M. That should be the urn turned in as well. Ranger gets a kill on the Hydration. And the shot transformation comes through out of Rocker. This urn fight is never ending, but Leftfoot does pick it up in his own hands, finally dunks it in, and the fight's going to continue to push through on a Sneaky Golem's side. It's still a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Sneaky Golems, at least at the moment. But it looks like we might settle down here finally, or maybe we'll see one more kill on the Lefa.
Lefa dying, though. You really don't want to be dying on this 7, right? He is that late game secure. I think he's died 2 times in this fight. Cube trying to keep him online. Bebop. Heavy gun damage from this Bebop, right? You really don't want to be trading with him. Guy's already using the swap. Pretty low HP. Does Yamato have the damage? The heal? The melee lifesteal, the life strike keeps him alive for the moment. Low main is doing huge damage, though, in this fight on the Viscous. It's 2 counter kills. Nukes down more. This is a death match in the side lane, man. Everyone's coming back.
Glue him up, baby.
You guys need to stop this fight at some point, but they don't want to give up. Just hit the Veil Walker out of Goober, keeping him alive for now. The chase come down of Hydration, though. And that's going to be finally a stall in this fight. I don't even know how many kills happened for either side, but one thing I do know is we're still pretty damn equal in souls after everything that just took place.
Holy cinema, man. And Waves crashed on Walkers on the other 2 sides, the other 2 lanes. In general, the Wave lane position was really good for Sneaky Golem. If they had won that fight, if Hydra Nation had lost it more decisively, that would have been a pretty devastating defeat. But because they're able to hold it off and kind of turn it into a draw, it ends up really being on balance. Kind of a trade, whereas Lash now, Slowing X surely is caught, surely dead, juking away as he can with the stamina, but in the end, Ranger just sticking on him.
But slowing Hex and silencing Wave. So when the slowing Hex finished off, you silence them yet again, and AVG can go nowhere. But with that kill coming through, it's about, for me, what are Sneaky Golem going to do off of the back of this? They need to continue to turn this into more with having a big player down. Lord and M's going to fall. That's another kill, and potentially now mid-boss is an opportunity for them. They do have the Shadow Transformation to use. Goober is still pushing this lane with the assistance of League, though, and they're going to have to back away. The mid is what their focus is going to be, and that could be exactly what they need to crack open this game back in their favor.
Yeah, mid definitely being called here. The key ultimates are online for Sneaky Golem. League could be in trouble. I think he's getting harassed. They're trying to maybe just take down this GT in exchange for losing the mid boss. But GT now has shown up, coming to assist, has the bird to continue to guarantee that last hit. Warden with every ulti being deployed. Honestly, is a little bit of an overall, right? Just worried about the possibility of a Hydra Nation contest. Sneaky Golem, I don't think they can really fight for maybe a minute or 2 now without their ultimates.
This is
but
big.
You can snatch it. Goober, 1 chance of the hook. Okay, he's not going to get the hook. Oh, he's just going to get the hook from around the corner, from downtown. Low main in trouble, has to cue the bomb.
They're actually going to escape with this. I was almost sure they were going to be able to pick that one back up for themselves. But the problem is, if you're Hydra Nation, you can't really
You're gonna
back
lose
away from
Walker
this
for
position.
this.
You're going to lose the Walker. This is not what they want to have happen right now.
I don't think there's anything they can do about it. Stay or not, you're gonna lose that Walker, and they know it, man. Goober's just gonna put way too much gun damage on it.
They're going to lose both Walkers.
Yeah, and holding this urn feels terrible right now because I don't even know if you're gonna be able to get the turn in with Walkers down like this. Seven committing, drops the ulti, but knockdown already on top of him. Counterspelled.
No chance to do much about that. League's going to respawn back in with the rejuve. No last
rejuve,
stand
though.
up. Ooh, AVG just going to ground strike back away. They're going to focus on a low main now. Left foot will go down, and Sneaky Golem are going to take this rejuve and push it into the base of Hydra Nation. Another 2 kills comes through. Hydra Nation is able to return onto 1 with League, who obviously used the credit earlier on from the rejuve. And actually, Sneaky Golem looking to back off for now. They should just push straight into this one. There's not really much to worry about. It's AVG with no ultimate. Brokane's still going to have his soul exchange. But this is going to be the final flex thought unlocked. Not to mention, they still have Urn they can pick up and turn in.
And the wave position is so strong. All 3 waves crashing right now. Sneaky Golem in fantastic position to close out. Goober and Xeno need to grab quick heals, though. I'm not sure they're really ready to fight just yet. There's a lot of jungle to clear as well. I think this is a wise discipline here from Sneaky Golem. I don't think you really had time to, maybe you get one shrine, but like you very likely lose a team fight for it. Instead,
Cowards.
Winning the MOBA game, Puggy. This is MOBA lifestyle. You've got to get further and further ahead. That's the mark of the best teams. They don't play to close the game. They play to get further and further ahead, to block out all. This is really respect to Hydra Nation. You got to block out any chance for them to make a comeback.
And we know with Hydra Nation, if they smell the drop of blood in the water, they're going to swarm over you like a shark and close this game back in their own favor. They're going to be pulled away from the turn-in, though.
I like that from Ranger.
Look at Goober. He's not here. He needs to like rotate to help out.
He's teleporting over right now. He's in the TP. He's going to come out of that. And DMB getting pretty big value with the ultimate. Look at the HP on Hydra Nation, already kind of low. Rocker has used one, but it seems like Yamato should be the first casualty, but she's putting her way out of this for now. And Hayes is coming in with the ulti. This is going to be devastating.
Damn, there's no one left to take. All the scraps of meat are all that's left here of the Hydra Nation squad. No head's going to be regrowing right now. It's just left an AVG to defend against. The left has been pulled into the entire enemy team. The Sneaky Golems ain't sneaky no more. As now they have the opportunity to push into the base here and get the first stage Patron. AVG, I mean, he's going to teleport over, maybe go for Urn pickup, but they're not far enough behind for it to be a turn on their side of the map.
Yeah, I think this is going to be potentially a patron drop here. I mean, 15 seconds is kind of tight. I'm not sure if maybe you just take a shrine or two. I think Sneaky Golem just don't want to take a fight in the Hydra Nation base. I think that's kind of the only way you can lose this game here.
Ooh.
We talk about not making mistakes with the Lash on the board. You got to be cautious. Lash, though, takes a bunch of damage, so you won't be ready to ult at this point. Really deep dive here, Lord NM, but clearly reads the situation well. He's going to start to get out on the map.
The indecision, though, Jake, of do we go to their base, then we went there, and then we backed away. A little bit worrying. Not to mention, Lord NM is in the hot pursuit to maybe take down this Ermfred, has a chance to be turned in, but Hydra Nation might be pushing directly into another lost fight here. 3 people back at their base. They have minions hitting their left base guardians. They are very split up right now. The Sneaky Golems could easily take another fight here and potentially the series.
It's good patience from Sneaky Golem, so not in a rush to turn this one in. The wave pressure is forcing Lash to respond. So a slight player advantage here. Hook comes in once again. Goober, beautiful initiation. The catch onto Rokane. Can't get the ult off.
Oh no, the Storm Cloud, he has to drop out of it early with the counter spell as well. Left is gonna fall. DNB gets the kill, and just like that, it is a 5-3 or 5-4 at the moment, at least, with AVG ground striking back into the fight here. The cold front even being used to just somehow escape. But the entirety of both teams are gonna be in this position. The minions, they're knocking on the front door of that base.
Lash tries to drive back in, tries to get a counter kill. Lord and M rips the ulti. Can he do damage? But surely not. Surely against this deficit, it's just too much. All 3 players on 1 HP for Hydra Nation. Waves crashing on their base, and this is going to be first stage Patron at a minimum. Mid boss should be spawning relatively soon, so a lot of resources on the map for Sneaky Golem to take. Now it's just a question of how you choose to progress this game. I don't think this is actually GG. I think there will be one more chance for a defense for Hydra Nation.
Yeah.
But just team fight after team fight, the execution so strong from Sneaky Golem. Goober is so nice with these hooks, right? Opening up a lot of these fights with essentially a free pickoff.
You get this, you go take the jungle completely away from Hydra Nation so they can't catch back up with the comeback mechanics. Make sure to take both buffs, maybe pick up the urn as well to deny it, which looks like Ranger might be heading over there after clearing the wave. And then you set yourself up perfectly for this next mid boss with such a big lead. Divine Kevlar picked up here for Rocker, realizing he has to take the brunt of this damage when he goes in towards enemy lines. It's just him and DMB to soak up damage. Goober at 30,000 souls. And AVG is trying to actually pick up the urn himself, but might have gotten caught out. And actually might be the other way around. Hydra Nation on the attack. Ranger quickly trying to back away, but the rest of Sneaky Golem are going to be coming back in here to support this.
Instant call to hard retrade from Sneaky Golem. They know that the only way they can lose is getting caught by a team fight. And the read is really good. Instead, it's them who get the punish onto Hydration. And so, yeah, you're going to get the urn turn in pretty much free here for ABG. It's nice in terms of a soul perspective. But think about the time on the map invested to do this. If Sneaky Golem just split and farm, I think they're going to get more out of the map than Hydra Nation even get out of the urn.
Well, also, Hydration is not even going to be alive when the next mid boss spawns. So realistically, could he get there in time? Or are they going to go for a catch, actually? Sneaky Golem's pushed up extremely deep. It looks like a hook did connect onto low main. They have to be careful. There's no wave here to shove up. And mid boss in 20 seconds, they're trying to set themselves up nicely, but they haven't been able to push out that left-hand lane just yet. And we have seen also Ranger, he's adapted his build a little bit, going over to Fury Trance, Fortitude as well. So he's kind of gone away from playing that pure support. He's got Crippling Headshot on top of this.
I mean, he's got enough utility, right? You don't really need any more than this. And now Hayes is just going to become an extra carry as the game continues to progress.
Sleep Dagger not going to connect. Sneaky Golem not in position to immediately take the rejuve. Is that a Phantom Strike out of low main trying to go for the catch? And Ranger will back away to the safety of his own team.
Every smoke bomb is just another chance. Roll in super aggro here from low main. I'm not convinced about this one, man. He's just maybe gonna use it to escape. I mean, he should be fine, but it's essentially a wasted ulti. Lord and M also gonna pop the Drifter ulti. DMB may be in trouble right now. Pretty low HP. Has the Warden ult running, but will that keep him up in time?
Oh, big Death Slam maybe coming through. Connects on a couple of players. A Stormcloud on top. I think that's an unstoppable pop that Alefa as well, so he cannot be dislodged from this position anymore. And that's initially a good 2 kills coming out of Hydra Nation, but can they continue to sustain this as they still have Ranger pumping out the damage? You have Rocker in their face, somehow staying alive while all this is happening. Gets parried up and doesn't have the back of his team. That's with the Blade Dance coming through. He bursts into the wall, and that gets canceled out. And Hydra Nation might have just cracked the shell of this defense out of Sneaky Golem and might have got themselves back in this game.
Ranger can't slip away, and Hydra Nation snatched the control back in this game. I think this is going to be a free mid boss for them, which should pretty much equalize things. That being said, Hydra Nation, they're still on. I mean, they have 1 life, right? You fail 1 team fight, 1 bad execution, and the game is over, right? Your patron is knocked. Sneaky Golem still have 3 walkers. There's a lot of base to clear before we really get back on even footing, but the rejuve is a huge part of that.
Prediction time, true or false? We're going to a game 3, Kaplan.
Maybe. I don't know. I can't choose one, man.
Boo. Jake,
I'm looking
one word.
Sneaky Golem's got this. This rejuve is just a momentary.
Jake says no.
It's a blip.
Kaplan fills.
I'll say yes.
What do you got?
I'll say yes then. We're going to a game 3.
Continue.
I mean, we're almost even in souls, but we have 3 walkers, 2 sets of base guardians, shrine, and first stage patron yet to take for Hydra Nation. So if they can have another good fight here, they're going to snowball in this game with such a massive amount of souls increase. But also keep in mind, they're at 181,000 souls right now with only 1 flex slot unlocked. This could be a massive swing because you can see Hydration sitting on almost 6k right now at 5.5. I'm assuming the rest of the members of Hydration sitting on some pretty decent souls that they could really unlock some massive power increases for these next fights just based off 1 walker alone.
Yeah, definitely a couple items could definitely be a difference maker. Phantom Strike on Abrams, that's a pretty powerful one, right? That can be a game changer. Same for Spellslinger on the Geist. So they are getting a couple key items online. Lefa has gone really tanky in his build. I think Yamato, though, is going to be a key player to watch. Need to see Rocker have a big game. Bird coming in, looking for a catch. An initiation, an opening kill is exactly what you need. And there's not going to be any support here. He's going to be dead twice. Yeah, absolutely surrounded. So 1 reju charge is dealt with. The trade is going to be a walker on the other side of the map for Rokane, so it's nice. However, Lord and M down for 70 seconds. Like, even though you have the rejuves, I'm not sure you can actually take a fight 5v6.
Courier has arrived.
Not too sure either, especially, I mean, Lefa's not really that far ahead. He's at 32,000 souls. AVG's at 37. It's not like you have Lefa pulling the late game Zergy, 40, 50,000 souls at this point. And you can see Sneaky Golem, they're just kind of sticking together as a team. Interesting enough, Rocker actually runs the
Looking for pickoffs
Baron away from his team.
in this
They're
mid
looking for
lane.
the
Hold
fight here
on.
mid.
They're in trouble. Big initiation. And yeah, okay, Goober gets the, or rather the Gooball gets the roll off. Rokane dead once, does have his health swap after the Reju respawn. Lomain not getting too much of a disruption. This is turning into an all-out team fight. Sneaky Golem gonna gamble everything here, and a beautiful hook so deep onto the Abrams.
That's the cube coming through. I can hear a last stand going to be channeled off. DMB looking for the chase. Stormcloud going to actually deny away from this one. The Bird going to come in and actually stun Leffa out of that ultimate. And the fight's still going to continue. You're looking for like one hook, one something to set things up here.
ABG's so deep. He's in real trouble. Caught by the slowing hex as well. Under the walker, stomped and clean. Sneaky Golem, hold the line. One more rejuve charge up, and a couple of these players don't have access to a rejuve. Hydration needs to get out. Was trading on the side lane with the Paradox. Crazy. I guess they're both 1 HP. They're both a little bit scared of each other.
No way. Are they actually going to try to go for the finish right now? With AVG dead, I mean,
think you can.
No
I mean,
Stormcloud.
what does one rejuve do? You're down key ultimates. No 7 ulti. No roll. No lash ulti, even if he does respawn. This is an all-in gambit here. Sneaky Golem losing. They don't have a bunch of their own key ultimates. Hook from Google will be devastating, but that one misses.
Lomain coming from behind though, as well as Hydration. Hydration's gonna be bursted down. There's a chance the entire team turns on him. That's gonna be the last charge, last credit of this rejuve, and he actually gets take out of his ultimate by the Greytown. The hook not gonna connect. The debuff remover used to just escape here. Hydration and Hydra Nation in particular have been able to hold on.
Overconfidence maybe from Sneaky Golem being attacked. This is where Drifter really starts to shine. Has that ultimate.
Uh-oh!
Still, Midwalker up, Rejuve's down.
Let's go to
Hydra Nation had reconfirmed the soul lead, but remember, the game is still very winnable for Sneaky Golem, right? A couple counter kills. Gonna turn this around. Can you trade with this Bebop? Yes, you can. Maybe. Hold on. The lifesteal. Bebop's out of control. He's huge. The heavy melee. Oh my god, it's not quite enough, and Goober wins the 1v1.
I mean, that's still a massive 1v1 to take. He was going to go down no matter what. So at least taking Lord and M with you does alleviate some of the pressure that's coming your way from Hydra Nation, who are immediately charging straight towards your base. They lose a set of base guardians, another flex that unlocked. That was just purely from the minions, and an urn going to be turned in on top of this, and the last walker. This is where things get extremely tough now for Sneaky Golem to bounce back. It's Xeno by himself on 31,000 souls against 5 members. I mean, he's just have to give this up. He cannot afford to die right now, and we can see they're actually pushed directly into the base already.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Hydra Nation. They want to take it. They want to take the gamble. But remember, fighting this deep in the enemy base, right? I think if you drop Patron here, you could wind up in real trouble. The second shrine, it's ticking down to creeps. Oh my god, it does die to creeps. Okay. Sneaky Golem players looking for some counter kills, aren't able to find them. Shrine's down. Surely the Patron is fine. Yamato potentially in trouble. Lomain catches Ranger. And hold on, this could be a bleed out. But Sneaky Golem gonna gamble everything, gonna go into the fight. Rocker commits.
This is the worst time for a fight too, with Rejuve in just 40 seconds time. Ranger already dead. They're looking for the chase, but it looks like Hydra Nation is going to back away. And I mean, I'm fair with that ultimate being used. It's going to be back up just shortly after mid boss respawns, but you have to shove these lanes out for Sneaky Golem if you want to have a chance to contest here. And Hydra Nation just buying up. I mean, they have Transcendent cooldown, Leech as well, not picked up for Rokane. He is massive with this build he currently has, doing some ridiculous damage and sustain on top of this. I feel like this train, the Sneaky Golem train, has just kind of run out of steam here, Jake.
Yeah, it may be the case here. Hydration, I think they've got the edge in this game. But one mid-boss fight could turn it all around. Remember, I mean, with the weakened Patron, man, the game can end very, very quickly against Hydra Nation. If they slip up, if they get wiped even, or even lose a couple players, right? You've got Yamato Warden. If they get on top of that weakened Patron, the game is over at any point here. Leffa, and beautiful timing, immediate attack straight into the mid-boss. I don't know if Sneaky Golem's going to be ready for this, and I think they maybe need to contest it.
And Drifter ult is like the perfect thing to happen. You might have great communication, but he's not going to be here loaded them. Maybe pushing out a lane. You have to contest this at this point. Stormcloud is on the ready out of Leffa as well. The Rejuve Crystal is now going to be dropping. The Silence Wave used to try to stop them up. That's going to be the swap to cancel out the last ultimate. And so far, it's a 2-for-2 split on these credits.
Hydration's already down. Died before the Rejuves came upon his team, so player advantage for Sneaky Golem. Ranger coming into the fight now, ripping the ultimate on top of this 7 who got cut down. Goober with the hook as well. Now Goober's healthy on this Bebop, fully statted. He's starting to chase them down. Yamato and Warden fighting into close range, but it seems like in this room, maybe Hydra Nation started to get the better of the fight. Sneaky Golem, this is a healthy Bebop. Another hook out of Goober, sets up and knocked down. Rokane is out of this, and so are Hydra Nation's hopes. Sneaky Golem taking the fight and the game here. Their first time championship in Deadlock Night Shift, and it's all over, Jason.
They need lanes shoved up though. They have the right lane. They're gonna shove down middle.
There's not gonna be a player alive when the patron dies. Surely.
Yeah, I would probably agree here as well. You can see Sneaky Golem coming in last second as well. We're originally going to have the Caponeers up against the ZPs, but they were able to field a roster in time. We've heard good things about this team, able to beat Hydra Nation in scrims. I was doubtful, but maybe I shouldn't have been. Hydra Nation are going to be losing the throne here in the Deadlock Night Shift number 5 to Sneaky Golem.
What a clutch out. Bebop, huge hooks in that final fight. The burst kill onto Hydration before the rejuves came online was so important. It meant that Sneaky Golem was fighting with a player advantage for a couple crucial seconds in that fight. And I felt like Goober really got to work in that last engagement, right? We saw that late game gun bop carry scaling really coming in, and beautiful draft from Sneaky Golem showing us a really well played by Ranger as well on the Haze this game. I mean, pretty unique setup to get him into a pretty big advantage in that mid game, early game. I mean, late game, okay, it falls off a little bit, but it really put them in the driver's seat, allowed them to get to that point where they were dominating this game.
4 in a row is pretty good, Hydra Nation, but week 5 belongs to the Sneaky Golem League. DMB, Rocker, Xeno, Goober, and Ranger. Looking like a force that we have not seen in the NA for quite a bit. Finally, a challenger, bopping Hydra Nation in the mouth early in a series and actually closing it out just when it looked like Hydra Nation was going to force a game 3. Kaplan, chat was freaking out. First, they're like, oh, this is the easiest 2-0 ever. Finally, Hydra Nation's losing. And then they started cheering for the Hydra Nation comeback. You thought we were seeing a game 3. What happened at the end? What sealed the deal for the Golems?
I think it was just the focus fire on that last fight. I think they were making like the proper calls. I was expecting Drifter Ultimate to be a little bit more effective in how they played things out, but taking out Hydration before they got rejuve as well was such a massive factor, as Jake pointed out. No respawn for him, no seismic slam to cause some interruptions, no shoulder charge as well when everyone's in such close quarters. There was a moment where Rocker was in the kind of like the side pit, looking for the climb, the rope up. Instead, goes back towards his team to focus down Rokane, so there's no chance for guys to just continue to pump damage in that fight. I think just for some reason, like it blows my mind that this team has kind of come together and their macros doing pretty well. Their team fighting potential is extremely strong. Seeing Goober 1v1 Lord and M here was kind of a treat as well, considering Goober was basically half HP. And this team really came together on that last fight.
The Vamp burst value is so huge here.
Jake, break down these final moments. What did you witness here?
I mean, in this final rejuve fight, it just came down. I mean, the fact that Sneaky Golem were able to grab 2 of the snatches is crucial for them, that they can continue to bring numbers deeper into the fight. But I felt Goober also got a lot of space to really carry on the gun bop, right? Really pump damage. And then at some point, you just feel, okay, the tide has turned. Hydra Nation running out of players, running out of cooldowns, ultimates. They just got nothing left. And the burst is good, man. Beautiful fights, beautiful game that Sneaky Golem could put themselves in this position to be able to close out in that final fight. But also, I got to give props to Hydra Nation, man. They did not go down easy. Like, they were really fighting for the comeback, especially in this game, but also in game 1, they put Sneaky Golem to some tough tests, right? Forcing them to make key macro decisions in the late game with all the fans watching, all this pressure on you. That's not an easy thing to do for any team. So, well done by Hydra Nation to continue to put this on. I think this may be the beginning of a beautiful rivalry here in North America.
As a fan of the stickiness, Lo Mein played his heart out. Unfortunately, the viscous was not enough for Hydra Nation at game number 2. Maybe the Drifter wasn't the move, Lord NM. Maybe we look at Amina or potential win rates of previous characters used here on the night shift. I don't know. Maybe I'm off ball here calling out the Drifter. Am I wrong, Jason Kaplan? Is it going to be like Billy, where all of a sudden he is the go-to character to lock in next week?
I think Drifter is probably, well, I guess excluding Doorman right now, is probably the hardest new hero to slot into competitive play. I think he does have some room. I think his ultimate, no matter how good your communication is and your understanding of where people are, what it potentially gives you is kind of ridiculous. The fact that you can deny sight, especially if you run a heavy melee comp with like Hydration, AVG, and Rokane in there. Well, melee as in more of your face. We also have like a storm cloud on top that we can't necessarily see where it is. It has potential, but it does force you to fight almost in certain areas, because at this high level, you're not really getting those 1v1s to stack up that 3 to get yourself like that ridiculous damage in towards the later stages of the game.
Rocker apparently coming over from Apex, building teams is his thing. This is his new squad, but was he your MVP tonight? It's time to reveal the most valuable player. Jake, who got your vote? I have a feeling it might be a guy with some robotic arms. Here he is, the Goobster.
The Goobster came out big today, honestly. Like, huge performances, didn't get the Viscous, the signature hero, all night, didn't need it, right? Just put on a show, whether it was the Holiday, the Bebop, whatever this guy was playing, he was having big games. And the Bebop, I mean, really coming online in this late game, kind of was the decisive gun carry of the team. And I feel like that's a pretty important role to be able to straddle right now, because there's not that many Bebop players who are really good in the early game with the hooks, the pickoffs, the rotations, but then also can be essentially the carry in the late game and manage the fact that your role does kind of transition and shift in terms of how you're supposed to play these fights. So really well executed by him. Great hooks as well. Like, did a lot of punishment on Leffa. I feel like the reason Leffa was relatively weak in this game, like relatively underfarmed, was a lot of harassment and hooks by Goober that kind of stifled his farm in the early game, that put them in this position to almost be able to close out Hydra Nation in like 20-30 minutes.
You hear that, Leffa haters in the chat? If you want to start cheering for somebody, he goes by the name of Goober, giving Leffa the business at a grand final, something we have not seen in North America in a minute. So many clutch grabs, time and time again, coming into play. It is your MVP on the night. Was it the Goober build, though, that caught your eyes, Mr. Kaplan? Or who should we talk about on the nerdy level?
You know, we have these little graphics that we put up on Reddit and we post over on Twitter of like the picks and like bans and like the priority of picks as well. But one thing I really want ZP to dive into is the item selection. Because if we go back to our match stats here, you can take a quick look. We again had 2 silencing waves picked up for the side of Sneaky Golems, one onto Xeno and one onto Ranger. And for some reason today, we have just seen so many more of these items, or of this specific item, I should say, picked up, that I wonder if this is a trend that's going to be going on in competitive play because of how powerful it can be in these fights, especially when you pair it with something like a swap out of Xeno or a hook out of Goober.
Yeah, I love the util Haze build out of Ranger. It was real nice this game, having that balance of damage as well towards the late game, but then really early game, the rotations took one winning side lane and turned it into wins all across the map.
Here is your Shift 5 hero priority list. Go ahead and snag a screenshot. You want to beat us to Reddit? I dare you. ZP is locked and loaded. Whoa. We're going to be there to discuss all of your favorite heroes and all of your favorite first round bans. And of course, why your favorite character, Victor, probably isn't going to see the night shift for another 5 weeks. Jason Kaplan, he's gone, right? Gone for good?
I don't care about Victor. I'm looking at Vindicta, bro. Vindicta was the most picked and banned hero, I think, across both regions. Yep. But those changes to the tether, the range, plus the change to your shred that doesn't last as long, completely gutted her out of competitive play, it seems.
Blue
all right, Loki, the tether was
tonight.
broken.
All right, as we take a look at the rest of it, Mo was quite heavily involved. He's got a new skin. If you're just tuning in, congratulations. Welcome to the crew. You have officially joined the night shift at the end of the show, and we dropped off a freshie. Thank you very much, Ozzy Lion, for putting this one together for us. It is night shift themed. The Speakeasy Boys. Krill is making drinks. Mo's delivering them, and he might throw you out of the bar if you misbehave. He's going to tickle you with those big old claws, and he's going to keep his eyes closed while he does it. Jason Kaplan style. Let's take a look at this thing. Jake, it's pretty wonderful.
Dude, the tie spinning when you come out of burrow, it looks so good, actually. What the heck? The modder did such a fantastic job on this, man.
Ozzy Lion, you deserve more credit than we could ever give you. Thank you so much for putting that together. Look how they made Krill handsome. It's possible.
I think we need a slight update to that skin. Maybe we can talk to him to make a slight change. When you hit your score,
putting ZP's face on Mole?
No, not that cool. When you score and there's a logo that gets placed under you, what if it puts the night shift logo when you scorn?
Or ZP's face. Whatever you're in for, face. I support him. I support it all. Also, speaking of support, big shout out to Intel, who supported tonight's show. They will be paying out the $1,000 to our friend Sneaky Golem, who walk away with their first victory. Big shout out to the dog that is currently licking Jason's leg. I know what's happening under that table. The water bottle is empty, by the way. It was chugging it during that last game. Jake, and of course, we got to give a big shout out to all of our Patreons because they know what is coming up at the end of this show. We got a graveyard shift coming up, and Poshy Pop, the great player, will be joining that one. You excited for it?
It's always nice to, chat, just to go a little bit deeper with the community, talk to some players, get their perspective on the game. I'm curious to talk about some of the new builds. We saw some of like what Ranger played today, what his thoughts are on that, whether Vindicta is completely dead, as like you mentioned, Jason, is kind of surprising. I didn't even notice her absence until after the day, but man, going from hero to zero here on the night shift, that'll be an interesting perspective to be chatting about.
Yes, sir. And Kaplan, for those who do not know how to join the graveyard shift, I could barely turn on an Xbox. Fortunately, COVID hit, and I had to learn to become a remote producer. For those who are just finding their way, though, onto the internet and want to catch our next show, how do they tune in for the graveyard shift if they are a sub or a member over on YouTube?
Well, you head over to Twitter at MLG Puckett and you make sure to PayPal him $5, and then he will give you a special link to exactly where you go to watch the graveyard shift. Or if you're smarter, you pay the $5 to a Twitch sub, a YouTube membership, or Patreon, and you can go watch it over on Discord where you can actually ask live questions to Poshy Pop, or you can just catch the VOD tomorrow.
The chat has the mods. The mods have the links, and we love you all who have already signed up, especially Afax, who gifted me a sub to my own show tonight, one of our many Patreons. Shout out to all of you, especially the new members and residents who joined us via YouTube during tonight's live show. Average Jonas joining us for a watch party. We had Metro, we had Deathy, the cat shooter originator. Jake, it is unfortunately not happening. I was trying to draw out the show just to see if we had a Russian whale who had a little bit too much vodka tonight, was up late, ready to drop some bombs in the subcategory. You did not hit the 1,000 sub goal. We will not see you in a cat suit. Is there a different animal you would like to dress up as?
Well, let's chat again next night shift. We'll do some brainstorming. We'll do some cosplaying ideas. I'm not against a cosplay. I'll do a cosplay for the people for the right sub count. Okay,
he's ready to just dress up. Goal. Halloween is around the corner. Until then, make yourself a drink. The graveyard shift is coming up next. Congratulations to our winners. We'll see you all in just a few moments. Night Shift, hit the sub button. We're live every Wednesday. You can check us out 4 p.m. Eastern. If you're in Europe, it's a little bit later, probably 10 p.m. Check your calendar, though.
Well, everybody is coming.
If they come, my arrow will strike true.